Hi guys. I'm glad to see you back on our channel. This is the fourth part of the story. I moved to a world where the government gives away wives. If you missed the previous parts, don't worry, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Your likes and comments mean a lot to me, as they not only help to promote this video but also motivate me to keep creating interesting stories for you. So, don't hesitate to share your thoughts and feelings. Thank you for being with us, and enjoy the video. And in the previous part, in the dense forest outside the abandoned village, a group of blood guards, clad in blood-red robes, watched the bustling scene within the village. They noticed that the prey was behaving strangely, almost as if they were waiting for them, and suspected a trap. The leader of the blood guards decided to use the trap to catch high-quality prey, despite the risk. The blood guards were strong, but their commander knew they were not alone in this hunt. He summoned the blood gods from the shadows. The Blood Widow appeared with 4 top-tier experts, instilling fear even in their commander. Lin Fan warned everyone of the impending threat, and Long Kui quickly took charge, ordering preparations for battle. The elite warriors of the Zhenwu division, hidden within the courtyard, immediately began preparing for the confrontation, demonstrating their discipline. Meanwhile, the Blood Guards, led by their commander, charged forward with high spirits. Although the Blood Widow's spiders were terrifying, their power was undeniable, and any ambush set in the village would merely provide additional prey. Upon entering the village, the Blood Guards made no attempt to conceal their approach and launched a full-scale assault on the martial artists who were enjoying a bonfire. These martial artists, prepared by Lai Sandao and Lu Sandu, immediately took up their weapons, ready to defend themselves. One of the Blood Guard captains, humiliated earlier, sought to redeem himself in battle, believing he could easily handle these foes. But the elite warriors of the Zhenwu division, led by Zhuiming, proved to be strong opponents. Zhuiming quickly overpowered the captain, forcing him to call for his commander's help. The Blood Guard commander, intervening in the battle, acknowledged the strength of the Zhenwu division but believed they could be defeated. The fight between the Blood Guard commander and Zhuiming became even more intense. Meanwhile, Long Kui and Lin Fan watched the battle, understanding that the real enemies had not yet appeared. When Lin Fan noticed spiders at the doors, he realized that the Blood Widow and her minions had arrived. Accompanied by her spiders, the Blood Widow engaged in combat with Long Kui, demonstrating her immense strength and skills. Lin Fan prepared for his own battle as the blood gods approached him. Long Kui and the Blood Widow began a fierce fight, each demonstrating their strength and skill, preparing for the decisive battle. Night. Fierce battles swept through the desolate village. The elite warriors of the town's martial authority clashed with the Blood Spirit Guard's forces, with blood splattering every moment and lives being lost frequently. However, compared to the skirmish at the rear, this intense battle was merely an appetizer. Under the crisscrossing sword auras, a stone-walled courtyard was shattered and collapsed within moments of the first collision. 2 supreme masters clashed without reservation, their destructive power more terrifying than a bulldozer, causing adjacent houses to collapse one by one. If this were a modern demolition, it would be more effective than 10 excavators. Witch, meet your death. Long Kui's ethereal voice was filled with sharpness, and every swing of her long sword was a dazzling flash of light. The royal secret technique. A sword's cold gleam illuminates all of China. HMP. The Blood Widow coldly snorted, blocking the attack. Her blood spider armor was covered with sword marks. Though she blocked it, any observer could see she was at a disadvantage. It's the Lord Commander. It's the Blood God Guard Lord. The 2 warring factions immediately recognized the 2 formidable figures. When Supreme Masters fight with all their might, even first-class experts must retreat and fade into insignificance. Ah! A sudden scream shattered the eerie atmosphere as a figure in a dark red robe, resembling a cannonball, was thrown into the fray. This attire, uniquely identified as that of the Blood God Guard. Boom! The Blood God Guard, after being struck, flew dozens of meters away, the impact turning a house into rubble. This destructive force was more terrifying than a typical cannonball. How is this possible? The opposing side was terrified upon recognizing the Blood God Guard. Even the experts from the town's martial authority were shocked. Hitting someone so hard that they flew dozens of meters and smashed a house into ruins required immense strength. It's Lin Guestmaster. An observant expert from the town's martial authority saw the source in the darkness. In their shock, another similarly dressed figure was kicked away, flying dozens of meters and crashing into an abandoned house, just like a soccer ball. This is too fierce. Even top-notch detectives couldn't remain calm seeing this. Kicking people like balls, sending them flying dozens of meters, and smashing houses like tofu. Moreover, these people being kicked weren't ordinary. Despite the distance, the thick internal energy they exuded was still perceptible. Top-notch experts. And at their peak, facing such beings, even the best among them couldn't possibly be a match. But now, they were all being kicked around like balls. How powerful must one be to do this? Is this the strength of Master Lin? No wonder he dares to challenge the court, and in the end, nothing comes of it. With such power, who in the world can match him? Chasing Life was overwhelmingly shocked and then sighed. And the success of this operation is thanks to Master Lin's unexpected intervention. This plan was successful. But relying solely on their town's martial authority's strength, even if they had predicted the enemy's strategy, they would have still been outmaneuvered. The blood spirit guards were formidable enough to warrant their full attention. And the powerful forces behind them were even more terrifying, with none below top-notch peak level. The leaders could even contend evenly with Supreme Masters. Although they were suppressed. If they managed to hold off their Supreme Master, the remaining top-notch peak experts could easily crush their subordinates, then turn to overwhelm their Supreme Master. In such a situation, the outcome was predictable. Indeed, I didn't expect the White Lotus Master to hide such terrifying power. Other experts agreed, feeling equally fearful. But upon seeing their top-notch fighters being kicked around, they quickly praised. As expected of the Lord Commander, bringing in such a powerful figure. No matter how terrifying the White Lotus Master's hidden power is, it pales before true terror. Witnessing Lin Fan's might firsthand, the town's martial authorities' experts praised their superior's wisdom in hiring such a person. Losing now seemed impossible. After all, this hired reinforcement was so fierce that words couldn't describe it. They could only say that every minor opponent present was trash. Lin Fan, the hired reinforcement, was even fiercer than expected. His comrades in the town's martial authority all smiled. But the blood guards across them couldn't laugh at all. The Blood God Guard. Not only their superior but also their idol. But now, he was being kicked around like a ball. Will you jump in yourself, or shall I kick you in? After scoring 2 goals, Lin Fan cheerfully asked the remaining 2 Blood God Guards. The 2, who initially prepared for a deadly strike, stopped in their tracks upon seeing their comrades being kicked around. This can't be, they muttered. The thought of a deadly strike now completely abandoned, replaced by disbelief. It seems you've made your choice. Lin Fan didn't bother with more words. Kicking these human balls was quite satisfying. Seeing no timely response from them, he swiftly kicked again. Without any resistance, the so-called top-notch peak experts were just like soy sauce in front of him. Even the Supreme Master Long Kui was effortlessly subdued by him, indicating the nature of the situation. Another instant kill. The remaining 2 top-notch peak Blood God Guards met the same fate. Such a scene terrified not just the lower-rank Blood Spirit Guards, but even the Blood Widow, engaged in a fierce battle, couldn't remain calm. When did such a person appear in the martial world? Who is this man? The Blood Widow, now devoid of her usual charm, had eyes filled with bewilderment. As an executioner targeting martial arts experts, her investigations were the most thorough, unmatched by anyone. Because of this, she could recognize any martial arts expert and their techniques instantly. But the current opponent was completely unknown to her. Instantly killing top-notch peak experts, and Blood God Guards at that, was supposedly impossible. Even Supreme Masters couldn't achieve this. Surrender. He's not someone you can contend with. Long Kui coldly stated, with a touch of unconscious pride. She wasn't surprised by Lin Fan's strength since she herself was subdued by him effortlessly. Otherwise she wouldn't have risked humiliation to request his help. Earlier, she could barely contain her laughter seeing the Blood God Guards provoking Lin Fan. The Blood Widow's expression turned cold, far beyond her expectations. However, her audacity to challenge martial arts experts wasn't just due to charm. Your man is strong, but taking me down is wishful thinking. The Blood Widow coldly spoke, her blood spider armor suddenly bursting into blood mist and merging into her body. In an instant, an extreme evil aura of blood emanated from her, enveloping the entire area, making the abandoned village appear like a blood-red hell under the moonlight. Ding! Detected. With this outburst, a long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding! Detected. The woman possesses a special physique corrosive blood body. However, she is excessively repulsive, so no additional special reward will be granted. It is also advised that the host does not marry her. The system notification sounded again. But this time, the system's tone was entirely different from usual. What do you mean? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, feeling that the system was playing a trick on him. But soon, he changed his mind. The Blood Widow, who had merged with the Blood Spider, reappeared completely transformed. Her once fair skin became pitted and pustular, with some pustules bursting and oozing nauseating pus. Even her once enchanting face. Now it was covered in pustules and several hideous scars, resembling a spider's limbs. Gone was the seductive allure even a single glance would make one wretch. System, you do understand aesthetics. I wronged you just now. Lin Fan muttered, admitting his mistake to the system. This wasn't a prank, but rather a guiding light in his life. Someone in the field couldn't hold back and vomited at the sight of the Blood Widow's drastic transformation. The one who vomited happened to be the captain of the Blood Spirit Guard nearby. He had just been severely wounded by chasing life, his energy boiling. The sight of the disgusting Blood Widow tipped him over the edge. You seek death. Seeing this, the Blood Widow flew into a rage. She knew her current appearance was revolting, which was why she avoided using her special physique, unless absolutely necessary. But knowing was one thing. Seeing someone react with disgust and vomit in front of her was unbearable. Especially since it was one of her own men, making it even more intolerable. With a sharp shout, the Blood Widow moved like a phantom. Before the vomiting captain could react, she flashed in front of him. In his terrified eyes, a pustule-covered hand pierced his chest, ripping out his still-beating heart. The captain of the Blood Spirit Guard was filled with horror and disbelief. He opened his mouth to speak, but the Blood Widow smashed his head with her other hand. Like a watermelon hitting the ground. His head exploded on the spot. Using her special technique, her physical strength had been enhanced to an unimaginable level. A top-notch expert couldn't even make a sound before being slaughtered on the spot, becoming a walking killing machine. Everyone around was horrified. Not only by her strength, but also by her bloody and ruthless methods. The leader of the Blood Spirit Guard was equally frightened. Damn, she was ruthless enough to kill her own men. Even though the captain was wrong, who could withstand such disgust? Being this disgusting, how could anyone not vomit? The leader was scared, and the rest of the Blood Spirit Guard turned pale, their morale plummeting to the bottom. To this, the Blood Widow didn't pay any mind. Having punished someone who dared to offend her, she turned her gaze to Lin Fan. It was because of him that she was forced to this extent, and she wouldn't let it go. The heart in her hand still beat slightly, and she stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it. The heart burst, blood flowing. This scene even frightened the neighboring children. You are truly disgusting. Lin Fan wasn't scared, but he was certainly disgusted. Do you want to keep watching? Long Kui glanced at Lin Fan and asked, still remembering when he glanced at her chest. No matter how high a woman's status, a petty mind remains petty. It doesn't change. Especially those of higher status. An eyesore. Lin Fan answered sincerely. You handle the remaining two. I'll take care of this disgusting creature. I can't stand seeing her jump around and grossing people out. Lin Fan decided to end it quickly. Today he was thoroughly disgusted. Alright. This time Long Kui was obedient, stepping aside to deal with the remaining two Blood God guards. How do you want to die? The Blood Widow looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glow. Don't open your mouth. It's disgusting. Lin Fan fanned his hand in front of his nose. Her mouth released a white liquid when she spoke, like a juicer, extremely nauseating. You seek death. Seeing Lin Fan's undisguised disgust, the Blood Widow became furious. His blatant disdain pierced her heart deeply. Damn it. Can't you understand human language? I told you not to open your mouth and disgust people. Lin Fan was even more repulsed when she spoke again. Angrily he kicked a nearby millstone, sending it flying like a cannonball at her. He was using his full strength. Since taking 3 dragon blood pills, he hadn't used his full strength. With extraordinary power, it was hard to control, and a casual strike could penetrate the deep sea. Fighting was the same. A punch or kick with too much force would cause an explosion of blood, splattering everywhere. Even if it didn't, it would still be disgusting. But now, he used his full strength because the Blood Widow was even more revolting. Especially when he remembered how he had glanced at her cleavage. Now that cleavage was covered with pustules, oozing pus. He shivered at the thought. Damn it. This was truly revolting. Lin Fan rarely swore, but today he couldn't hold back. Boom! Lin Fan's full-strength kick was more terrifying than a missile. The millstone flew out, breaking the sound barrier and igniting sparks from the friction. His speed was faster than a cannonball. The Blood Widow, hearing Lin Fan's curse, was about to speak when the millstone, like a meteorite, made intimate contact with her. Pop! A crisp sound echoed. The spot where she stood was now empty. Shattered. Completely obliterated. With a single hit. The Blood Widow was not only smashed, but the blood mist she produced was also burned away by the millstone's friction, leaving nothing behind. The only thing left was her embroidered shoe on the ground. No matter how strong her physique, it was reduced to ashes by an extraordinary power. Boom! Another sound echoed. This was the millstone crashing into a distant mountain. Even at such a distance, the ground beneath everyone's feet trembled slightly. Gulp! Everyone witnessing this swallowed hard. They had seen the Blood Widow's terrifying power after her transformation, slaughtering top-notch experts instantly. But now, someone had kicked a millstone and made her disappear. Yes, made her disappear. More terrifying than death. What kind of monster is this? The remaining blood spirit guards murmured in a daze. Even the experts from the town's martial authority trembled in fear. This was more than a monster. This was a legendary demon. My God, old poison. Is this our master's strength? Thinking back to how we dared to mess with such a being, it was braver than storming hell. Li Sandao cried out, recalling when they climbed into Lin Fan's home. Old poison was no better. He had no weapons to drop, but his old limbs were shaking. They were lucky to have survived back then. But thinking this formidable figure was their master, they quickly felt rejuvenated. With such a master, they could roam the world freely. Widow Captain. The two blood god guards fighting Long Kui were stunned. They knew how terrifying the captain was after using her special technique. Lin Fan kicked a millstone and made her disappear. What kind of strength was this? They couldn't even imagine. They forgot to resist, standing in a daze, and were easily decapitated by Long Kui. Even with their heads falling, their eyes were still fixed on Lin Fan. This fishing plan could be considered a success, with substantial gains. Once their mysterious leader knew his elite force was wiped out, he wouldn't remain calm. With proper management, there was a high chance of tracking him down. Once they located him, their mission would be nearly complete. But the victorious group wasn't cheering as expected, all in a daze. Clearly, someone's full strength kick didn't just stun the enemy. It also stunned their allies. How much farther? Lin Fan opened the curtain of the carriage and looked out at the wilderness ahead. 30 li. Long Kui glanced outside, found a reference point, and replied. If it's 30 li, give me another massage. Lin Fan let down the curtain and smiled at the person beside him. You think I'm your maid? Long Kui retorted irritably but began to massage him anyway. It had been 3 days since they lured and slaughtered the blood guards. Now, they were heading to the western battlefront. The claws of the mysterious master had been severed, and now they were waiting for him to reveal a weakness. The battlefront was undoubtedly the most chaotic place. If the enemy was planning something, this would be the perfect spot. Lin Fan and his accomplices, the main instigators, wandering into this place, were like a beautiful woman in a floral dress, making it impossible for the predator to resist. Add more pressure. Lin Fan lay on the soft wool carpet, groaning in pleasure. You rascal. May. Long Kui gritted her teeth, but thinking of Lin Fan's help over the past days, she increased the pressure. Not bad. The pressure is good. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Having a princess massage his back felt incredibly enjoyable. While Lin Fan was enjoying himself, the mysterious master was fuming upon learning that his elite blood widow and her squad had been completely wiped out in a trap. Have you identified who these people are? The mysterious master, seated on his throne, had twisted the metal armrests into pretzels. The reporting blood guard bowed slightly, reporting to the master, the identity of these marauders has been discovered. They are from the town's martial authority. The town's martial authority. The mysterious master paused, then shook his head. Impossible. The town's martial authority has some strength, but they don't have the capability to take down the Blood Widow squad. You are wise, master. The town's martial authority indeed couldn't have done it alone, they hired an external ally. The Blood Guard reported. Who is this ally, daring to interfere with my affairs? The mysterious master's eyes turned cold. Our investigation reveals that this ally is the rogue Lin Fan from Tianfeng County, who has repeatedly thwarted our plans. But Lin Fan again. Upon hearing this name, the mysterious master could no longer contain his fury. Yes, and it appears that this plan to lure us was orchestrated by Lin Fan. Those vigorous bait were also arranged by him. The blood guard continued. Good, good. This Lin Fan has foiled my plans once too often. He must die. The mysterious master stood up in rage, ripping off and crushing the metal armrest in his hand. Master, allow me to handle this. I will bring back his head for you. In the hall, several figures stood, and one with a dark red mask stepped forward to request the mission. The mysterious master had been trying to stabilize his base and complete the blood god plan, avoiding additional complications. But Lin Fan, like a disruptive force, had stirred up his plans repeatedly, and his patience had run out. Even if it meant delaying the blood god plan, he was determined not to endure any longer. Very well. Your strength has reached the mid-supreme level. Even the so-called 4 supreme experts of the martial world cannot match you now. However, do not underestimate Lin Fan. We've lost many men to him. Take the fused blood sword and ensure your success with one strike. The mysterious master agreed to the request. I will not disappoint you, master. The masked figure vowed. Good. The mysterious master nodded, confident in the masked figure. This requester was the leader of the blood god guards, the strongest in the entire force. Not only had he reached the supreme level, but he had also progressed far within it, far surpassing the 4 supreme experts stuck at the initial supreme level. With the mysterious and formidable blood sword, even the 4 supreme experts could be hunted down. Lin Fan was indeed an anomaly, causing significant losses recently. But the master believed Lin Fan wouldn't withstand this assault. Wait! As the blood god guard leader turned to leave, someone in the hall spoke up. The speaker wore a silver mask and a loose white robe, standing inconspicuously in the hall. Yet, this sudden speech drew everyone's attention. Holy Maiden, do you have any instructions? The blood god guard leader glanced at the speaker and asked, with a tone more mocking than respectful. Not instructions, just a request to join this mission. The one called the Holy Maiden, the long-absent White Lotus Holy Maiden, met the leader's gaze and explained her reason. You want to join this mission? The mysterious master looked at the White Lotus Holy Maiden, his expression unreadable. Yes, master. I have suffered at his hands multiple times. Recently I managed to break through, and I wish to seek revenge personally. The Holy Maiden replied earnestly. The mysterious master pondered briefly, then nodded. Very well. You have broken through to the supreme level and have a special physique. You now have the strength to avenge yourself. I grant your request. Thank you, master. The White Lotus Holy Maiden thanked respectfully. Go then. On the full moon night, I expect to see his head. The mysterious master waved his hand. We will not disappoint you. The two vowed in unison. Though only 2 were sent, their combined strength surpassed any previous mission. Lin Fan, unaware of this, was enjoying a leisurely journey with Princess Long Kui, arriving at a small city. This place was a stronghold of the elite capital guards, now turned into a military fort. Ahead lay the territory occupied by the United Rebel Forces, filled with insurgent citizens. Although the elite capital guards were powerful, the rebels, unable to face them directly, resorted to guerrilla warfare, splitting into small groups for constant harassment. The rebels, mostly local villagers, were extremely familiar with the terrain, making guerrilla tactics highly effective and causing headaches for the elite capital guards, especially the raids on supply lines. Each grain transport required a large escort, draining resources. Unable to catch them, yet harassed constantly, it was like trying to remove a stubborn adhesive. In recent days, the heart of the martial emperor, the commander of the 3 armies, had been worn out by these tactics, yet no effective solution was found. When Lin Fan and his group arrived, the commander was gathering strategists to discuss countermeasures. But upon hearing that Long Kui had arrived, his stern face instantly turned into a smile. He abandoned the strategists without hesitation and went out laughing to greet her. Ha ha! From a distance, Lin Fan and his companions could hear hearty laughter. Then, the commander of the 3 armies, clad in armor, appeared in their view. This commander, though advanced in age with a head full of white hair, had a ruddy complexion and looked vigorous and energetic. Despite the recent troubles, having experienced a lifetime of military campaigns, he wasn't fazed by the guerrilla tactics of the rebels. He knew that if he were ruthless enough to implement a scorched earth policy, he could starve the rebels out since there was no food left in the West, which had prompted the rebellion in the first place. However, many of these rebels were desperate civilians, and he was reluctant to take such harsh measures against them. The real instigators were the masterminds behind the scenes, which was what troubled him the most. Greetings, princess. The commander, seemingly familiar with Long Kui, stepped forward to pay his respects. Grandfather, why are you doing this? How can I accept your courtesy? Long Kui quickly stepped forward to support him, preventing him from bowing. Haha. Alright, I'll listen to you. The commander laughed heartily, looking at Long Kui with great affection. Watching their interaction, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. No wonder the martial emperor trusted him so much with the elite capital guards. It turns out he was the emperor's father-in-law. Although the martial emperor was old, it seemed he had taken a young wife. But thinking about the emperor's habits, Lin Fan understood. Consorts might not always stay 18, but there were always new 18-year-old consorts. Grandfather, let me introduce you to Lin Fan, who has helped me a lot in dealing with the mysterious master. Without his assistance, I wouldn't have known what to do. Long Kui introduced Lin Fan, her voice light and cheerful, like a child showing off a prized possession. Though she didn't realize it, the seasoned commander instantly caught the nuances in her tone. His piercing eyes turned to scrutinize Lin Fan. He had already noticed the man beside his granddaughter earlier but hadn't reacted immediately. Now, following Long Kui's introduction, he examined Lin Fan closely. Commanding the elite capital guards, the commander naturally exuded immense pressure. Ordinary people would have been paralyzed with fear, unable to stand such scrutiny. This wasn't an exaggeration after all. The commander had led the elite troops of the Dalong dynasty throughout his life, causing countless deaths. He was a true god of death. But Lin Fan remained unfazed, calmly meeting his gaze. You're quite impressive. After a moment of staring, the commander nodded. You too. Lin Fan politely nodded back. Just like that. They exchanged greetings, and the atmosphere became friendly. Come inside. I've arranged a banquet to welcome you. The commander invited them in without further words. Naturally, no one refused. However, apart from Lin Fan, only the noble Long Kui felt at ease. The other experts from the town's martial authority, upon entering the fortified military camp, all restrained their usual assertiveness. While not necessarily behaving meekly, they dared not wander or gaze about indiscriminately. The elite capital guards were no local militia. Their military standards represented the best of Dalong, and they were filled with top-notch experts. For example, the two generals who had crushed the rebels into submission were beyond their capability. Any one of them could easily slaughter them. Moreover, in terms of status, the commander was not only the martial emperor's father-in-law, the grandfather of their superior, but also a Duke of Dalong, a leading figure in the nobility. Even the former right prime minister, who once held political power, would respectfully address him as Duke Tang. Tang Chunrong. The name might not sound formidable, but in the entire Dalong dynasty, no one dared to challenge him. Now, this man personally hosting a banquet meant they had to behave impeccably. Without their superior's influence, they wouldn't even have had the qualification to be here. The banquet was held at the city's yamen, which had been converted into the commander's office and residence. This was also where he typically hosted banquets. Because this was a welcome banquet, the Duke hadn't invited others, only arranging for two young men to accompany them. These two were quite distinctive. One was tall and lean, with unusually long limbs, looking very imposing. The other was short but very robust, with dark, obvious muscles. He seemed restless, shifting constantly as if his seat were burning, his gaze on Lin Fan and the others filled with aggression. Clearly, he was someone who loved to challenge others. Princess Cousin, is this the man you said helped so much in defeating the evil cultists of the White Lotus Master? As soon as Lin Fan and the others sat down, the restless young man couldn't hold back and spoke. Without waiting for Long Kui's response, he continued, he doesn't look very strong, seems rather bookish, with thighs thinner than my arms. Does he really have such great strength? Cousin, watch your tongue. His strength is beyond your imagination. Long Kui scolded him directly, fearing Lin Fan might be offended, and explained. This is my cousin, my uncle's youngest son. He's naturally hyperactive and loves to fight. After learning advanced hammer techniques from a renowned master, his natural strength made him even more eager to fight, always wanting to challenge those he hears are strong. Long Kui explained softly, revealing the young man's details. Naturally strong. Lin Fan's interest was piqued. This talent reminded him of the martial artist Chang Wei, though this one loved to fight, and had learned advanced techniques, making him think of a certain war god. Yes, my cousin's martial arts talent may not be the best, but his natural strength increases with training. Even at his current peak level, he can fight supreme experts and even exhaust them with his endurance. Long Kui nodded, sharing what was usually confidential information with Lin Fan without hesitation. The general rumored to have single-handedly hammered thousands of rebels. Is that your cousin? Lin Fan asked. Yes, it's him. Only he has such endurance. Long Kui confirmed again. Princess cousin, I don't like what you said. Who, apart from our master, has that kind of strength? I challenge you to prove it. The naturally strong cousin, upset by Long Kui's words, stood up, challenging Lin Fan to prove his strength. Faced with this challenge, Lin Fan simply smiled. Natural strength? Today he would show him what true strength was. No. Long Kui was alarmed by her cousin's boldness. She knew how terrifying Lin Fan's strength was. He could kick a stone millstone and instantly kill supreme experts. Though her cousin was strong and could fight supreme experts, he was no match for Lin Fan. But before she could stop him, her cousin had already jumped out, pointing and gesturing at Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan stand up, she knew the challenge was inevitable. Today, her foolish cousin was destined to receive a severe beating. Grandfather. Long Kui looked at her grandfather, hoping to change his mind. After all, it was her cousin, and he was a general in the army. If he got beaten badly, it wouldn't be good. However, Duke Tang seemed interested. Waving his hand with a smile, he said, "It's just a friendly spar. A chance to measure each other's martial skills. It's fine." "All right." Long Kui sighed, knowing her foolish cousin was bound to get beaten. Despite this, she wasn't too worried. After all, he was her cousin, and she trusted Lin Fan to be measured in his actions. Otherwise, all those massages and back rubs over the past few days would have been for nothing. And indeed, that was Lin Fan's plan. For this stubborn cousin, Lin Fan decided to treat the sparring as a pre-dinner warm-up exercise. However, the naturally strong cousin didn't realize this. Seeing Lin Fan accept his challenge, he got excited, ready to prove himself. Weapons or bare hands? The strong cousin finished his warm-up and asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled lightly. "No need for weapons, let's spar with fists and feet to avoid bloodshed before dinner." "All right." The strong cousin grinned. His naturally powerful physique excelled in strength contests, and he was confident he would prove himself by knocking Lin Fan down, showing his cousin she underestimated him. Seeing her excited cousin, Long Kui could only helplessly hold her forehead. Natural strength was one thing, but it depended on who he was up against. "Cousin, do you have no confidence in Xiaolong? You should know his greatest strength is physical combat. Even supreme masters can't match him in pure strength." The other man at the banquet, tall and sturdy, asked Long Kui upon seeing her reaction. He was also Duke Tang's grandson, ranking first among the third generation, older than Long Kui, and the excited cousin's elder brother. Having grown up and trained together, he had absolute confidence in his younger brother's strength. "You don't understand, cousin. My friend's physical strength is the most terrifying I've ever seen." Long Kui replied with a bitter smile. "This man is also naturally strong." Tang Shaoying asked in surprise. Long Kui shook her head slightly. "I don't know if he is, but his physical strength is unmatched in this world. To earn such praise from you? Today I must see for myself." Hearing this, Tang Shaoying's interest was piqued. As a general, he was naturally battle-hardened, though he had restrained himself with age. But hearing such high praise ignited his dormant fighting spirit. Long Kui sighed again. Another one wanting a beating. "You're Lin Fan, right? I'm Tang Xiaolong, remember the name." The strong cousin Tang Xiaolong roared, stepping forward to attack Lin Fan. His first step cracked the stone floor, creating a web of fractures. "Take this punch." His aura became overwhelmingly dominant, and the force of his punch generated a whistling sound as it cut through the air. A punch like that would be devastating to an ordinary person. But Lin Fan simply smiled and calmly raised his hand to intercept it. His move seemed ordinary. Yet as the punch met his palm, it was firmly halted, unable to advance an inch. "Am I seeing things?" Tang Xiaolong stared at his stopped punch in disbelief, thinking he must be hallucinating. "You're not seeing things. Keep trying if you don't believe me." Lin Fan replied with a smile. "You're right." Tang Xiaolong nodded, retracted his punch, and threw another. This time he unleashed his full strength, and the air exploded with the force. But again his punch was effortlessly stopped by Lin Fan's hand. The powerful clash generated shockwaves that rippled through the banquet hall, stirring the air. He really stopped Xiaolong's punch with just physical strength. Tang Xiaoying gasped, his eyes shining with interest. "I told you. His physical strength is the most terrifying I've ever seen." Long Kui iterated. Tang Xiaoying didn't argue this time, intently watching the match. "What's going on?" After two failed punches, Tang Xiaolong looked at his fist in confusion. He had always overpowered even supreme masters with his punches. But now. Despite using all his strength, his punches were stopped effortlessly. He couldn't believe it was because Lin Fan was stronger than his natural strength. He thought something must be wrong with himself today. For such a simple-minded person, Lin Fan found it amusing. But that didn't mean he would go easy. Since Tang Xiaolong dared to challenge him, he needed to show him real strength. "You've had 2 punches. Now it's my turn," Lin Fan said. Tang Xiaolong nodded. "Of course. Go ahead, I can take your punch just as you took mine. Let's see who can take more punches." "All right, as you wish." Lin Fan chuckled, raised his fist, and gently punched. "Are you mocking me with that soft punch?" Tang Xiaolong grumbled, but Lin Fan's fist met his palm. The moment they collided, a dull sound echoed, and Tang Xiaolong's face reddened, the ground beneath his feet cracking. "How about it? That was just my first punch. Can you take it?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. That punch was only about 10% of his strength, not even a warm-up. Tang Xiaolong felt his blood surge, and though he wanted to take a break, seeing Lin Fan's mocking smile, he couldn't back down. "Of course I can." He gritted his teeth. Then here comes the second punch. Lin Fan's smile widened as he prepared his next punch. "Bring it on." "1." Tang Xiaolong steadied himself, activating his inner energy and assuming a strong stance. The second punch landed. Though better prepared, Tang Xiaolong's face turned redder, and his body started trembling. I can't take it," he cried out, flying backward and rolling on the ground before coming to a stop. Lin Fan controlled his strength, ensuring Tang Xiaolong wasn't seriously injured, but his body would still ache. "Do you want to continue?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. No, I concede. Your strength is superior." Tang Xiaolong struggled to his feet, waving his hands in surrender, no longer daring to call himself young master. He had learned his lesson. He wasn't foolish. With Lin Fan's help, he returned to his seat, now fully convinced of Lin Fan's strength. "I am Long Kui's cousin and his elder brother. When you have time, let's spar. I prefer using weapons." Tang Xiaoying, sitting opposite Lin Fan, said with a gleam in his eye. Seeing this, Long Kui introduced them. Learning that Tang Xiaoying was her cousin's brother, Lin Fan smiled and agreed. "Sure, anytime," Lin Fan replied. "It's a deal." Tang Xiaoying smiled, full of fighting spirit. "Haha. Lin Fan, you truly are a remarkable hero to have dealt such a blow to the White Lotus Master. Your strength is extraordinary. Today's sparring was an eye-opener." Duke Tang laughed heartily, praising Lin Fan without any ill will from his grandson's defeat, appreciating him even more. Lin Fan bowed slightly. "Grandfather, you flatter me. I just have a bit of brute strength." Long Kui blushed and corrected him. "Who's your grandfather?" Duke Tang was momentarily surprised by the address, but then laughed even more heartily, looking at Lin Fan with even more fondness. He was aware of certain things, having received a secret letter from the martial emperor back when the army withdrew from Tianfeng County. He had even responded to it. So, hearing Lin Fan call him grandfather, he only paused briefly before laughing. "Brother-in-law, let me toast you. Your strength is impressive." Long Kui wanted to explain, but her defeated cousin jumped in first, raising a full cup of wine to toast Lin Fan. "You fool!" Long Kui gritted her teeth, especially seeing Lin Fan smiling and raising his cup, which made her even more annoyed. His face was just too thick. "Brother-in-law, look how fierce my sister is. You need to keep her in line from now on." Tang Xiaolong, the naturally strong younger cousin, chuckled as he complained. "All right, I'll keep her in check." Lin Fan nodded and smiled, his thick skin a fundamental trait. Long Kui ground her teeth in frustration but was helpless against Lin Fan. She couldn't beat him, and her status held no sway over him, so she could only endure it. "Just wait, next time I massage your back, I'll make you beg for mercy." Long Kui secretly vowed fiercely. Unaware of this, Lin Fan continued eating and drinking with the subdued Tang Xiaolong. They got along very well. Although not very bright, Tang Xiaolong was sincere. Once he respected someone, it was genuine, and without any pretense. Tang Xiaoying, the older cousin, was also a straightforward man, laughing and chatting with Lin Fan. Military men often spoke through their actions, without unnecessary embellishments. Duke Tang, seated at the head of the table, smiled as he stroked his white beard. Seeing the man from the letter, he approved wholeheartedly. "If we can truly suppress the White Lotus Master, I will personally speak to the Emperor." Duke Tang nodded, making a decision. The other experts from the town's martial authority kept their heads down, eating and drinking quietly. They didn't dare to look around after the earlier sparring match. The banquet soon came to an end. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a messenger approached Duke Tang. The supply line has been attacked by rebels again. Duke Tang frowned. The messenger quickly nodded, yes, Marshal. The rebels somehow learned our new supply route and gathered over 10,000 men to attack the supply convoy. Grandfather, let me handle it. I'll hammer them all for daring to attack the supply line again. Tang Xiaolong, hearing the news, immediately jumped up to volunteer. Despite the earlier beating, his naturally powerful physique had recovered almost completely after eating and drinking. Marshal, I am also willing to go. Tang Xiaoying stepped forward, eager for battle like his brother. All right, I entrust this task to you both. Ensure the safety of the supplies. Duke Tang nodded after a brief consideration. Supplies were vital to the army. Now that the rebels targeted them, he could not afford mercy. Understood. The two brothers saluted and left to prepare. Lin Fan had come to the front line not just for Long Kui's invitation but also to witness real combat. Hearing about the situation, he stood up and bowed. Grandfather, may we go along to observe? Sure, I'll accompany you. Duke Tang agreed with a nod. 30 lie outside the city. The rebels had chosen a narrow pass for their ambush, surrounded on all sides with only a single path through the middle. Attack. Charge. The food is just ahead. If we get it, our families can survive. The 10,000 rebels, mostly desperate civilians with makeshift weapons, charged forward recklessly, driven by their need for food. The highest morale wasn't from famous generals or wealth. It was survival. People would do anything to live and to ensure their families lived. No matter how grim things were, survival was paramount. Protect the supplies. Shoot arrows quickly. Don't let the rebels get to the supplies. The officer in charge of the supply convoy shouted orders as he saw the approaching horde. The supply guard, nearly 1,000 strong, struggled against the 10,000 desperate rebels. But the disparity in numbers and the rebels' desperation made it seem they could be overwhelmed at any moment. General, these people are too crazy. We can't hold them off. A trusted aide, covered in blood, reported urgently. We have to hold them off. The officer, a military lieutenant, gritted his teeth. Seeing the ferocity of the attackers, he knew they'd tear him apart if they broke through. Especially with White Lotus cult experts among the rebels, breaking through the defense would mean his death. Understood. The aide also understood and went back to fight with renewed desperation. Has the call for reinforcements been sent? The officer asked grimly. He knew they couldn't hold for long against such numbers, especially with the rebels' desperation. Yes, General. The reinforcements should arrive in about half an hour. The messenger replied. Half an hour. The officer bit his lip, looking at the relentless horde. He had no confidence they could hold that long. Charge faster. Reinforcements are coming, we need to hurry. A rebel leader shouted, knowing time was running out since a messenger had broken through earlier. If they were too late, their mission would fail, and they'd be surrounded. Though the terrain was good for an ambush, it also made them vulnerable to encirclement. If that happened, their 10,000 strong force would be annihilated. The elite capital guards were no joke, especially the black youth with the pair of golden hammers, a nightmare for the rebels. Previously, underestimating him had led to thousands of deaths, with the relentless black youth leaving a trail of corpses over dozens of li. The rebels had learned to avoid direct confrontations, opting for guerrilla warfare instead. Charge. The rebels knew the stakes and rushed forward with even more determination. General, we can't hold them any longer. The blood-covered aide reported again, his face grim. General, let's abandon the supplies and retreat. A civilian officer suggested, trembling. Losing the supplies would be punished severely, but it was better than being slaughtered by the rebels. Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are on the way. The officer felt tempted to retreat but decided to hold on, even joining the front lines to boost morale. The defense held for a while longer, but it was clear it couldn't last. Indeed, soon the hidden White Lotus experts made their move, tearing open a breach in the defense. It's over. The officer despaired, seeing the breach. You're courting death. But as he lost hope, a thunderous voice echoed from the mountain pass, like a bolt of lightning. A black youth holding double hammers leapt down from the mountain, his presence like a god's descent. It's the black-faced killer. The rebels were terrified at the sight of him. Even the rebel leader trembled and turned to flee without a word. Before any real combat began, the rebel leader turned and fled. This reaction was remarkably decisive, though it also showed he was already terrified, lacking even the courage to attempt resistance. However, Tang Xiaolong, known as the black-faced killer, immediately locked onto him. In his striking armor and atop a tall horse, the leader stood out among the generally emaciated and ragged rebels. Previously, this was his pride, but now it was his death warrant. Trying to escape. Tang Xiaolong, descending heavily from the sky, saw the rebel leader trying to flee. He coldly smiled and hurled his heavy hammer with all his might. Boom! The unique acoustics of the narrow pass amplified the sound of the hammer slicing through the air, making it thunderous and terrifying to the rebels. Leader, watch out! The rebel leader's loyal followers shouted in alarm. Some fanatics even leaped up, attempting to block the hammer. But anyone who stood in its path was instantly smashed to pieces, unable to stop the hammer's immense power. Ah! The rebel leader turned just in time to see this, and was so terrified he fell off his tall horse. This accidental fall saved his life. The hammer crashed into the horse, turning it into a bloody mess. The leader lay beside it, covered in gore, utterly losing his nerve. Impressive. Tang Xiaolong saw this and grinned ferociously. On the battlefield he truly was a god of war, finding great excitement in challenging opponents. Although the leader's survival was a fluke, it sparked his interest. To him, luck was also a part of strength. Spare me, war god. While this could be seen as recognition, the rebel leader was so terrified that he begged for his life. But Tang Xiaolong was relentless. Not only did he acknowledge the leader, but as the rebel leader he had to be killed first. Though he seemed simple-minded, he understood the principle of targeting the leader first in battle. Two armies clashing. Taking out the enemy leader was crucial. He might not remember much else, but this point was clear to him. Now, seeing the leader escape the first strike, Tang Xiaolong stomped the ground and charged like a cannonball. Anyone who dared to block him was smashed to pieces by his hammer. No tricks, just the brutal aesthetics of raw power. This bloody massacre terrified the rebels, making them frantically clear a path. Even the White Lotus cult experts among them dared not confront him. Some of the smarter ones tried to flee. But as they exited the battlefield, they saw a tall figure on a sweat-blood horse holding a Fang Tian halberd, waiting at the pass's exit. It's the white-faced killer. Recognizing the figure, the White Lotus experts cried out in fear. In recent battles, the reputations of the black and white killers had become infamous. While the white-faced killer, Tang Xiaoying, seemed gentler compared to his brother, his every move left many experts dead. With his masterful halberd technique and supreme-level strength, he could dispatch top experts in just 2 moves. The mysterious master had once sent elite blood guards to kill him, but they were all annihilated. Ordinary rebels might not fear the white-faced killer much, as he didn't target civilians. But among the experts, his reputation was even more terrifying than his brother's. Once again, you White Lotus scum are causing trouble. If I don't chop you into pieces today, I'll consider my skills wasted. Tang Xiaoying's eyes turned cold as he saw the White Lotus experts. Although the Western rebellions were partly due to political maneuvering within the court, without the White Lotus cult's interference, the rebellions would have been quelled by now. Resolving the conflict with a report to the emperor and some pacification would have sufficed. The White Lotus cult's actions only deepened the civilians' suffering. Without further words, the white-faced killer charged with his halberd. Fight to the death. The White Lotus experts knew they had no escape and desperately fought for a chance at survival. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Tang Xiaoying's face remained cold. As they closed in, his blood-stained halberd began to dance. A semi-divine weapon, the halberd had become a true killing tool after drinking so much blood. In the hands of a supreme expert, it was unstoppable. Despite the White Lotus experts' desperate efforts, they were cut down like weeds. In one charge, only one White Lotus expert remained, who immediately knelt in surrender. Meanwhile, the rebel leader met a similar fate, crushed into pulp by Tang Xiaolong's second hammer blow. With the rebel leader killed as a sacrifice, Tang Xiaolong seemed to enter a berserk state, his pupils reddening. Laughing wildly, he wielded his heavy hammers, slaughtering indiscriminately. With a whirlwind hammer attack, dozens of rebels were flung into the air, shredded by the immense force. Kill! 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 He roared, eyes red with fury. Any rebel he touched was turned into a bloody mess. Even those who surrendered in terror were not spared. Only when Tang Xiaoying arrived and blocked his hammers with the halberd did the frenzy stop. These are just desperate civilians. Since they've surrendered, don't kill them, Tang Xiaoying said sternly. If they were enemies it would be different, but there was no need to slaughter fellow countrymen who had surrendered. Excessive killing wasn't good, and he feared it would lead to trouble for his brother someday. Though filled with a desire for slaughter, Tang Xiaolong respected his brother's words and stopped, despite his frustration. In the short time, he had killed nearly 1,000 rebels. Seeing the black-faced killer finally stopped, many rebels wept in relief. They were overjoyed to have survived. Why does this cousin remind me of Lai Yuanba? Lin Fan, watching from the mountain, saw the berserk Tang Xiaolong and thought of the legendary Li Yuanba from the Sui Tang period. Both had natural strength and endurance, fought tirelessly, and were killing machines. It all matched. As for the older cousin, he reminded Lin Fan of another legendary figure who loved to swear allegiance. Thinking of the historical phrase, Lin Fan couldn't help but look at Duke Tang. At that moment, he wanted to ask, "How fares your son?" In the narrow pass, reinforcements quickly arrived and took control, capturing the surrendering rebels. The attack on the grain convoy was completely thwarted. However, controlling the situation was only the beginning. The real issue was what to do with so many prisoners. Releasing them would mean they would continue to rebel, as they had no other choice for survival. Taking them all back would require places to detain them, and would significantly increase the demand for food. The entire western region was suffering from a famine, and food was extremely scarce. The army supplies were already being transported from other areas at a high cost. Feeding the army was already difficult, let alone a large group of prisoners. "Marshal, how should we handle the prisoners?" Tang Xiaoying, holding his Fang Tian halberd, stepped forward to ask Duke Tang. Instead of answering directly, Duke Tang looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Xiao Fan, what do you think is the best way to deal with these prisoners?" Having acknowledged their relationship, Duke Tang's tone had become more familiar. Lin Fan thought for a moment before replying, "Although these prisoners are rebels, they are essentially citizens of Dalong who couldn't survive otherwise. Killing them would be a loss for Dalong." "That's correct." Duke Tang nodded in agreement. "But if we don't kill them, how should we handle them?" "Actually, it's not difficult to deal with them." Lin Fan smiled. "These rebels are able-bodied men and can be put to good use. We can employ them in public works by having them dig a canal to bring water from the Long River across the western region. This would not only irrigate the farmlands but also improve transportation. We could transport goods from the west out and bring necessary items in, resolving the region's problems. The western region often suffers from drought. Digging a canal to connect the Long River would help alleviate this and develop transportation. With better transportation, food could be brought from the fertile southern regions at a lower cost. While the West is not rich in grain, it has abundant animal resources, a thriving fur industry, and various valuable herbs needed elsewhere. Solving the transportation problem would address not just the immediate issue, but the long-term challenges of the West, preventing future crises. Employing public works, digging the canal, channeling the Long River, and developing transportation to revive the West. Duke Tang murmured, his eyes brightening with every word. He had intended to test Lin Fan, but was pleasantly surprised by the brilliant plan. If this strategy could be implemented, it would solve the problem of prisoners and quell the Western rebellion once and for all. Long Kuai, understanding the proposal's significance, looked at Lin Fan with renewed admiration and excitement. "How did you come up with this idea?" She couldn't contain her curiosity. Lin Fan smiled. "Is it really that hard? Just understand the root of the problem and think from there." Though he had borrowed the idea, it didn't stop him from taking credit. Thick-skinned pride was a tradition he maintained. Understand the root of the problem and think from there. Long Qi repeated quietly, feeling enlightened. "Excellent." Duke Tang laughed heartily, praising, "No wonder my granddaughter is so taken with you. You truly have extraordinary talents beyond strength. Thank you for your praise, grandfather." Lin Fan humbly bowed. Long Qi washed but didn't refute this time. "Haha." Duke Tang laughed again, then gave the orders to implement the plan. He didn't just give the orders, he summoned a messenger and personally wrote a letter to the emperor, urging its immediate delivery. With Lin Fan's strategy, once the White Lotus Master was suppressed, the Western problem would be solved. The prisoners, learning they wouldn't be killed and could receive food for their work, were overjoyed and worked diligently. Duke Tang personally oversaw the project, ensuring no one embezzled the workers' wages, which were distributed every evening without delay. "It's real food. How long has it been since we had proper food?" The exhausted prisoners cried tears of joy at the sight of the millet they received. Since last autumn, many had been surviving by eating wild plants and bark, waiting for government relief that never came, only to face heavier taxes and arrests. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to rebel, pushed by the White Lotus cult. In reality, they were genuine farmers who just wanted a stable life, not rebellion. Given a choice, they would rather work than rebel. The overseers say we're digging a canal to bring Long River water here, solving the drought problem and improving transportation. This will benefit our children and grandchildren. A young man, clearly a plant, spoke enthusiastically. Seeing the light of hope, the prisoners believed and eagerly embraced the plan. We must work hard for our future. Yes, let's work hard. This is for our own benefit. The overseers even said we can bring our families here and get land near the canal if we perform well. Really? That's great news. Would I lie to you, my fellow villagers? Then we must work hard. Otherwise, we won't get any land. Yes. Let's work hard. The prisoners, discussing the day's events, soon cheered and shouted with joy. Life finally seemed hopeful. Who proposed this plan that benefits us so much? An old man asked excitedly, drawing everyone's attention. The man who called himself Lin Fan whispered, "We don't know for sure, but we overheard the overseers saying it was the husband of the eldest princess, the prince consort, who understood our plight and proposed this plan under great pressure. The prince consort of the eldest princess is our great benefactor," the old man exclaimed, and others followed, remembering their benefactor. Many suggested building a shrine to honor the prince consort for future generations. In response, Lin Fan and the old man exchanged a knowing smile. They had taken the initiative, but they saw no issue with it. News of the captured prisoners' fate quickly spread, reaching most of the western region within days. Duke Tang, representing the Imperial court, made a public announcement. He promised that any rebelling citizens who laid down their weapons could join the canal digging project and would receive the same treatment as the initial prisoners. Not only would they earn food through their labor, but they could also receive land in the future. During the widespread uprisings, many landlords who had seized lands were killed out of revenge. Now, most farmlands lay abandoned and were reclaimed by the government. The government had the capability to redistribute these lands, making this promise realistic. Is this rumor true? Could it be a trick by those wicked soldiers to lure us out and kill us? Some doubted the news, clearly disappointed by the government. However, others believed it. One person said, "I know someone in there. Because of his good performance, he got permission to go home and bring his family to live comfortably. Yes, my acquaintance did the same. He even carried his elderly mother on his back." Another person chimed in, "Maybe we should go too. Hiding like this isn't a solution." With these confirmations, many were tempted. Given a chance at survival, few would choose to live with their lives constantly at risk. At first, only a few thought this way. But as more people began to consider it, the idea spread rapidly. Especially with various rumors of generous treatment, people became increasingly unsettled. Despite the rebel leaders' efforts, even executing some ringleaders, they couldn't suppress the growing desire among the rank and file to surrender. This was a psychological strategy. "You've done well. In such a short time you've sown discord among the rebels." Lin Fan praised the two men in front of him without reservation. These two were none other than Lin Fan and Lu Sandu. Following their master's secret order to act as undercover agents, they infiltrated the rebels and began their covert operations. This psychological strategy was incredibly effective. Without deploying a single soldier, the rebels were already in disarray, suffering more damage than from a military defeat. Previously, the desperate civilians, regardless of casualties, had to keep fighting for survival. But now, it was different. If they were willing to return to their normal lives, not only would past actions be forgiven, but they could also earn food through their labor and potentially receive land in the future. For ordinary people, this was a dream come true. When a group of undercover agents started spreading the news, and with actual cases backing it up, the rebels couldn't resist and were tempted. "This is just what we should do." Lin Fan and Lu Sandu remained humble, but their smiles betrayed their delight at their master's praise. "All right, I've noted your contributions. Here are 2 great return pills as a reward. You'll need to supplement them with a 1,000-year-old ginseng later." Lin Fan smiled, knowing their character, and tossed them 2 jade bottles. Inside were great return pills. "Thank you for your reward, master." The 2 men knelt in gratitude, overjoyed. "Rise. You've earned this. Continue to serve me well, and I'll reward you with even greater elixirs. Reaching supreme levels won't be a dream." Lin Fan waved them up, continuing to motivate them with promises. Lin Fan and Lu Sandu were inspired, their resolve reaching its peak. "We'll serve you to the death." They swore allegiance. "All right, talk less and work more. Keep up the good work." Lin Fan dismissed them with a wave. After sending them off, Lin Fan summoned a shadow guard. "Have you found any clues about what I asked you to investigate?" As the shadow guard stepped from the darkness, Lin Fan asked. The guard replied, "Master, we've found some clues. but the madam has been very low-key recently. She hasn't appeared for a long time, so we can't pinpoint her exact location. All right. Keep monitoring. Lin Fan nodded, dismissing the guard. Yes, master. The shadow guard disappeared. She's keeping a low profile. Is my wife planning something big? Lin Fan stroked his chin, pondering. He had brought the shadow guards not only to gather intelligence but also to find his runaway wife. He mainly wanted to understand the unusual situation during their last mental connection. But with her laying low, finding her became more challenging. As the White Lotus sect's holy maiden, and its visible leader, she should be active in managing the sect's affairs. This unusual behavior suggested she might be planning something significant. Without more clues, Lin Fan couldn't guess what she was up to. Forget it. As long as the psychological strategy continues and the government's relief efforts are implemented, she won't be able to stay hidden for long. Lin Fan decided to stop worrying. Once the White Lotus sect's plans were thwarted, his wife as the holy maiden would have to act. When she did, finding her would be straightforward. Deciding not to dwell on it, Lin Fan returned to his daily enjoyment. Princess Long Q was resting. She had been personally overseeing the public works project for days. But when Lin Fan approached, her rest was interrupted. You rogue! No way. You can't. Let go of me. Ah. Not there. You scoundrel, let me go. From the princess's chambers, screams soon turned into quieter, more intimate sounds. Enjoying the princess's service in the military camp, Lin Fan was quite content. Meanwhile, two masked figures stood on a hill overlooking the military camp. One wore dark red robes, exuding an aura of evil. The other was dressed in white, with ample curves visible even through the loose robes, especially her full chest. Their eyes were cold as they watched the camp below. The target is in there. The trap is set. Tonight, his head will fall. The speaker was the Blood Guard leader tasked with killing Lin Fan, accompanied by the White Lotus sect's holy maiden seeking revenge. With a cruel glint in his eyes, the Blood Guard leader continued. The White Lotus holy maiden said nothing, silently staring at the camp below, her thoughts unreadable. Nightfall quietly descended. After enjoying the princess's service, Lin Fan returned to his quarters, ready for a good night's sleep. But as soon as he entered his room, he noticed a letter on the table. He was certain the letter hadn't been there when he left, meaning someone had placed it there unnoticed while he was out, without alerting anyone. Someone was here. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow at the sight of the letter. He had sent all his shadow guards away, and had no one guarding him. However, this was the heart of the military camp, not a place anyone could easily infiltrate. The fact that someone could silently place a letter here meant they were no ordinary person. Interesting. Lin Fan chuckled as he walked over and picked up the letter. As for the possibility of poison? He was a master of poison himself. With a quick tear, he opened the letter and began to read. As he finished, he laughed aloud. The letter was long but boiled down to one thing: the writer had something he wanted and dared him to meet at a specific place at midnight. This letter was more amateurish than a scam flyer. Even an idiot could see it was a setup to lure him out. However, the person who left this letter knew him well, understanding that he was confident enough to take the bait. Who could know my personality so well? Lin Fan rubbed his chin thoughtfully before laughing again. No matter who you are, you guessed right. But you won't find it easy to mess with me. Elsewhere, the Blood Guard leader stood on a hill, frowning at the White Lotus holy maiden beside him. After a while he spoke. Are you sure your plan will work? This method of luring him out is too basic. Even an idiot would see through it. You're insulting his intelligence. So what if he sees through it? The White Lotus holy maiden replied coldly. The simpler the trick, the more effective it is on someone with absolute confidence. Just focus on your part and don't screw it up. What if he doesn't come? The Blood Guard leader's eyes grew cold, suspecting his partner was sabotaging the plan. He will come. The holy maiden spoke calmly but with confidence. Though she hadn't interacted with Lin Fan much, she knew he was extremely confident, almost arrogant. She knew this from the time he had let her leave without hesitation. Otherwise, how could an enemy have let her? The holy maiden of the White Lotus sect, with a unique physique and top-tier potential, go so easily? Even with such potential, he had let her go, completely unafraid of her seeking revenge later. This seemingly amateurish letter was actually designed to exploit his personality. The ability to silently bypass the military camp security and deliver the letter, along with the seemingly exaggerated message, was precisely targeted. The holy maiden was certain Lin Fan would be lured out. Since you're so confident, I'll trust you this time. But if this fails and he becomes alert, don't blame me for reporting you to the master. The blood guard leader stared at her for a moment before nodding. The holy maiden said nothing more, leaping off the hill towards the meeting place mentioned in the letter. Time passed. The bright moon hung high in the sky. In an abandoned village, the holy maiden and the blood guard leader waited. This was the agreed meeting place. The village seemed simple, but its terrain was strategic, surrounded on three sides by steep mountains, like a gourd with only one entry and exit. By blocking the entrance, anyone inside would be trapped unless they could fly. The blood guard leader's trap was this place. If Lin Fan dared to come, he planned to seal the entrance and trap him. Is this the place you chose? The holy maiden surveyed the surroundings, frowning under her mask. The blood guard leader smirked proudly, nodding. Yes, what do you think of the terrain? The holy maiden didn't reply immediately. She carefully examined the area before saying, if we block the entrance, we'll also have no way out. Are you lacking confidence? The blood guard leader taunted. The holy maiden didn't argue, just stared at him coldly. Unfazed, the blood guard leader saw her as someone who relied on their master's trust. Without using the blood elixir, she was nothing special. Many in the blood guard disliked the holy maiden because of her influence. In the leader's eyes, she was just pretending to be aloof. Without their master's support, she was nothing. Since you're so invincible, you can take the lead. The holy maiden replied indifferently. Of course. The blood guard leader responded arrogantly. Unimpressed by his arrogance, the holy maiden ignored him and began scouting the village, meticulously checking the area without any carelessness. Seeing her caution, the blood guard leader snorted disdainfully. He had more than enough power to suppress a top-tier expert and carried a blood sword, stronger than any semi-divine weapon. With his strength, he believed no one could rival him. Seeing the holy maiden carefully scout the area, considering retreat plans even before the fight, made him scornful. The holy maiden noticed but didn't care. To her, he was just a fool relying on external power. The only person in the White Lotus sect she respected was their mysterious leader. Time passed. The holy maiden continued her scouting until she heard footsteps outside the village entrance. She then stopped and turned towards the sound. The blood guard leader also noticed, his gaze icy as he looked towards the village entrance. His pupils glowed red, a bloody aura surrounding him like a god of war. This was his innate energy, similar to blood energy, which he used to enhance his power. Under their watchful eyes, a handsome man in white, looking like a deity, casually walked in. This man was naturally Lin Fan. The holy maiden had not misjudged him. He was indeed a confident man. Knowing that only the White Lotus sect could deliver a letter silently into the military camp, he had no doubt who it was. With his enemy sending a message so confidently, how could he not come? So it's you, my dear wife. Why did you summon me at night? Missing your husband? Seeing the holy maiden, Lin Fan laughed, ignoring the blood guard leader. However, the leader couldn't ignore him. Hearing Lin Fan's words and recalling the holy maiden's earlier confidence, he realized the two had a connection, making him furious. No wonder the blood guard has suffered so much. You're a traitor. You've been helping him all along. The blood guard leader accused in rage, already turning against his partner. The holy maiden's gaze turned icy. Under her mask, her expression grew cold. It wasn't her comrade's foolishness that angered her, but Lin Fan's words, which brought back unpleasant memories. Since you're here, let's settle this once and for all. Ignoring her partner's outburst, she released a chilling aura. Her pale skin started showing green veins, forming mysterious patterns. At that moment, the holy maiden exuded an eerie and divine aura, becoming even more alluring. Seeing this, Lin Fan decided he had to take her back home, even if it meant forcefully. Do you think I don't exist? At the scene, seeing the two of them so engrossed in each other, the blood god guard commander, feeling ignored, exploded with rage. Who are you? Lin Fan glanced at him indifferently. I am the blood god commander. By my lord's command, I'm here to take your head. The blood god commander spat out fiercely, his eyes glowing with a terrifying bloodlight. Oh, Lin Fan nodded calmly, then turned his attention back to his wife, intending to continue their conversation. As an old married couple, he didn't want to resort to violence immediately. Your courting death being ignored again deeply wounded the proud blood god commander. He was an extremely proud man, and with good reason. He led a powerful force and his strength was a notch above the greatest martial artists. In terms of realms, he was in the mid-innate stage, while the four absolute masters of the martial world were only at the early innate stage, stuck there with no hope of advancement. Not only did he not need to introduce himself, but just standing there would make the four masters wary. Yet now, he was being ignored repeatedly. How could his pride tolerate this? You're being too noisy. Lin Fan frowned slightly. He hadn't intended to pay attention to the commander, planning to question him later about the mysterious lord. But the commander was being too much, constantly interrupting his conversation with his wife, which annoyed him. I will kill you, the blood god commander roared angrily. But Lin Fan, not wanting to hear any more, coldly interrupted and raised a finger towards the commander's forehead. A flash of blood light. A muffled sound was heard, and a bloody hole appeared in the forehead of the enraged blood god commander. His furious expression froze, and he fell backward. Bang! Dust rose from the ground. Scarlet blood flowed from the hole in his forehead, looking fresh, but his breath was gone. The blood god commander, who thought he was invincible, was killed in an instant by a single finger. That finger was like the legendary One Yang finger, a deadly technique. I originally wanted you to live a little longer, but you talk too much. Lin Fan spoke coldly, not even glancing at him. The move he used was something he had developed himself, using a surge of blood energy, compressing it with his formidable physique, and releasing it through his finger, simulating the One Yang finger. Though a crude imitation, under his invincible conditions, it had unparalleled power. Killing a concocted foe in an instant was no big deal. But to the holy maiden of the White Lotus watching nearby, it was like a mountain flood and tsunami, her pupils contracting sharply. She had already highly estimated Lin Fan's strength, otherwise she wouldn't have planned a retreat, initially avenging if possible, fleeing if not. Yet now, she realized her estimation was far off. Lin Fan's terror was far beyond her imagination. Now, shall we continue? Lin Fan, unaware of his wife's thoughts, smiled warmly after dealing with the nuisance, as if what had just happened was an illusion. But the White Lotus holy maiden, who was ready to fight to the death, lost her momentum. You lied to me. Before she took a deep breath, looking at Lin Fan coldly. What lie? Lin Fan looked confused. Your strength. Her gaze turned even colder. Seeing Lin Fan kill the blood god commander with one finger made her feel she had been toyed with all along. Clearly having overwhelming strength, he had pretended otherwise. Thinking she could avenge herself, she now realized it was a joke. Thinking of this, a surge of anger rose in her heart. Did I lie? You just don't know me well enough. Lin Fan protested his innocence. The White Lotus holy maiden ignored his explanation, saying coldly, I might not be your match, but I, Lu Huoyan, won't be toyed with. Her real name was Lu Huoyan. Hu Miniang was just an alias. As she finished speaking, her aura changed again. Lin Fan frowned slightly, knowing a fight was inevitable. Dare to misunderstand her husband? She must be taught a lesson today. Emerald blood royal poison. Without further words, the White Lotus holy maiden attacked. With a delicate shout, a cloud of green poison mist enveloped Lin Fan. Emerald blood royal poison was the deadliest poison in the world. Even top martial artists would die quickly if infected. She shouldn't have been able to cultivate such a poison, but with the help of the Emperor of Myriad Poisons, she succeeded, turning it into her internal power. She had tested it on fierce beasts in the mountains, and even they had no resistance, dying instantly. Even martial artists with internal power couldn't withstand it. This gave her the confidence to seek revenge against Lin Fan. Now, though Lin Fan's strength far exceeded her expectations, she didn't believe she was completely helpless. You've cultivated such poison. Lin Fan, the ancestor of toxicology, recognized it at a glance. Ignoring his words, the holy maiden unleashed the poison with her special constitution, enveloping Lin Fan. As long as it touched him, it would cause severe harm if not kill him. But Lin Fan didn't dodge. Facing the poisonous mist, he stood still. You're seeking death. The holy maiden, seeing his arrogance, became excited. She had absolute confidence in her emerald blood royal poison. If Lin Fan took it head on, he was courting death. What seeking death? As she rejoiced, Lin Fan's voice came from within the poison. In disbelief, she saw Lin Fan step out of the poison cloud, his complexion rosy, his clothes neat, without a trace of poisoning. Impossible. She widened her eyes. Lin Fan smiled. Your poison is strong, especially the emerald blood royal poison. Even top masters would die if careless. You've improved greatly. His words were genuine, admiring her progress. But to the holy maiden, it was a naked insult. Emperor of Myriad Poisons, empower me. Emerald blood royal poison. Kill. In her rage, she used her last resort, summoning the Emperor of Myriad Poisons to amplify her poison for a final attack. But the next moment, she was stunned. Lin Fan smiled and beckoned, and the Emperor of Myriad Poisons left her, flying to his hand. Little green, have you behaved around the mistress? Lin Fan asked, petting it. Buzzing in response, the Emperor indicated it had behaved. The holy maiden was stunned, realizing her supposed fortune and achievement were all orchestrated by him. Thinking she was favored by fate, it was all a joke. Now, claiming revenge was the biggest joke. How could she accept this? Her emotions stirred violently, causing pain in her abdomen. The sudden pain changed her expression, forcing her to suppress her turbulent emotions. She swiftly used a strange movement technique to leave. Seeing his wife's reaction, Lin Fan thought she would be embarrassed and angry. He had prepared a series of attacks, ready to overwhelm her. He believed that after this, there would be significant results. But now, with all his words prepared, his wife didn't react as he expected. Instead of getting angry, her expression changed, and she suddenly turned and ran away. "Didn't you call me out in the middle of the night? Why are you running now?" Lin Fan chuckled. Though he didn't quite understand the situation, it didn't stop him from chasing her. He had said he would bring her back today, and he intended to keep his word. The White Lotus Holy Maiden's movements were fast, especially under the cover of night. Her technique was strange and could greatly conceal her figure. This swift and eerie movement made her very difficult to chase. She had used this technique to escape Lin Fan's meticulously prepared encirclement before, though she had foolishly walked back into his trap in the end. Now, with her strength improved, her movements were even more refined. But Lin Fan was no longer the same. After consuming 2 dragon blood pills, he had transcended to a saintly level. With the supreme technique of 9 transformations of the reverse dragon, he had cultivated unknown internal energy, making his current strength vastly superior to their first encounter. No matter how elusive her movements were, or how fast she was, it was all futile in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's figure disappeared from where he stood, leaving only afterimages as he quickly closed in on her. The White Lotus Holy Maiden clutched her abdomen with one hand, using all her energy to escape. In her earlier reconnaissance, she discovered a hidden natural passageway behind the village, which could be used to escape this special encirclement quickly. Once out of this special encirclement, she could use her eerie technique to vanish without a trace. Her prior caution had indeed left her a good escape route. But when she reached the hidden passageway, she saw a figure blocking the entrance. "Didn't you call me out here late at night? We've barely spoken, and now you're running away." The figure was Lin Fan. Following her movements, he had arrived at the place she intended to use. Seeing this, the White Lotus Holy Maiden's face changed again. Without answering, she turned and ran back. Since this path was blocked, she could only use the main entrance. But she hadn't gone far before stopping again. In front of her, the same figure blocked her path once more. "What do you want?" Seeing Lin Fan just blocking her without attacking, she tried to negotiate, having no other way out. "Come home with me, and tell me your master's location." Lin Fan didn't waste time, directly stating his demands. "Impossible," the White Lotus Holy Maiden replied coldly, without a moment's hesitation. Faced with her firm refusal, Lin Fan smiled. "You have no choice." Without waiting for her reaction, he flashed and appeared before her. Seeing this, the White Lotus Holy Maiden couldn't care about anything else. She activated her poison technique for a final resistance. But Lin Fan's saintly power was beyond her ability to withstand. After barely struggling, she was captured and held tightly by Lin Fan. Finally catching her, Lin Fan prepared to teach her a lesson. But when he touched her abdomen, his expression changed drastically. "You." Lin Fan looked at her in astonishment. The White Lotus Holy Maiden said nothing, pushing him away with force. Lin Fan did not restrain her, just stared at her in shock. "Are you pregnant?" Lin Fan asked, having sensed a small life inside her when he touched her abdomen. Though she had concealed it well, and her first pregnancy didn't show much, the loose clothing also hid it from view. But as a master physician, no disguise could fool him once he made contact. The White Lotus Holy Maiden said nothing, just stared back at him. After a long while she spoke coldly. "Yes, but it has nothing to do with you." "Why not?" Lin Fan asked, no longer calm. "It's someone else's child, not yours," she said, turning slightly away, avoiding his gaze. "You're lying. You can't deceive me," the master physician Lin Fan declared. As a top-level physician, he could determine the child's lineage from its blood. The blood pulses were identical. If it wasn't his child, whose could it be? "Think what you want," the White Lotus Holy Maiden said coldly. "And I will never betray my master. Kill me if you wish, but I won't go back with you." "When you were holding your abdomen, did I upset your pregnancy?" Lin Fan asked, ignoring her previous words. The White Lotus Holy Maiden's cold eyes swept over him, saying nothing, clearly unwilling to speak further. She was ready to die or suffer any fate, having made her decision. Lin Fan didn't push her further. He approached and placed his hand on her abdomen again. Pulling down her clothing, he saw her belly had indeed begun to swell. Judging by the size, she was 5 or 6 months along. The White Lotus Holy Maiden didn't struggle, watching his actions coldly. But deep in her cold eyes, a trace of tenderness appeared. She was indeed pregnant. Though she was surprised it had happened from just one night together. But it was true. She had noticed it less than a month after leaving. As a highly skilled practitioner familiar with medicine and poison, she had absolute control over her body. When the small life began to grow, she noticed immediately. At first she was dizzy and confused. She had considered aborting it. But feeling the small life inside her, she couldn't bear to do it. After much internal struggle, she decided to secretly give birth. However, she didn't plan for the child to know its father, intending to raise it alone. But seeing the child's father gently caress her belly now, her hardened heart softened. She knew all too well what it was like to grow up without a father, having lacked a proper childhood herself. The baby is developing well. You've worked hard, but don't worry. I'll protect you both from now on. After examining the baby, Lin Fan spoke gently. No need, she said, slapping his hand away. Though she didn't deny the child's parentage, she rejected his care. They were enemies with deep, unresolvable hatred. Even if it was his child, she didn't want his care. In other matters, I might listen to you, but not this one, Lin Fan said firmly, lifting her up. He had said he would take her back, and he meant it. Especially now that she was carrying his child, he couldn't let her wander alone. Put me down. Don't waste your efforts. I will never betray our master. Despite being brought back, the White Lotus Holy Maiden remained resolute. We're not in a hurry about him. First, take this. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively about the mysterious master and handed her a blood-red pill. His child's well-being was his top priority, everything else could wait. Are you trying to poison me? The Holy Maiden's slightly softened expression turned icy again. What are you thinking? Lin Fan replied irritably. This is a pill to replenish your blood and energy. It's very beneficial for both you and the baby. Besides, if I wanted to harm you, would I need to use poison? Without a word, the Holy Maiden silently took the pill and swallowed it. It was a pill made from an unknown aged Polygonum multiflorum brought by the Tiger King as a token of gratitude, greatly enhancing one's blood and energy. During pregnancy it could also benefit the child. After taking the pill, her previously aching belly from the stirred pregnancy quickly calmed down. Realizing the pill's extraordinary effect, she stayed silent, standing still like a block of ice. Seeing his wife so indifferent, Lin Fan felt a headache. Given her pregnancy, many actions were not suitable. For instance, persuasion. Certain strategies were off the table. I checked earlier. Our child is a boy. Have you thought of a name for him? Lin Fan tried a softer approach. Talking about the baby did indeed soften her icy demeanor. How do you know it's a boy? She asked, speaking for the first time. A good sign. Lin Fan smiled. Of course I know. After all, your husband is the legendary master physician, and at the highest level too. She ignored his prideful words, gently touching her rounded belly. How about naming him Lin Hao? When he grows up he can conquer the world with my protection, Lin Fan suggested with a grin. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Do you want to raise him to be a rogue? She frowned. What name do you suggest then? Lin Fan asked, not taking her response to heart. By starting a conversation, he hoped to ease the tension and gradually improve their relationship. The Holy Maiden opened her mouth to speak but then closed it, her face turning cold again. Why should I tell you? This is my child, not yours. You're wrong. The child may be carried by you, but he carries my blood. How can he not be mine? Lin Fan said with a laugh, stepping forward to embrace her. Let go of me. If you dare do anything, I will kill myself, she threatened, though she didn't try to escape. As the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus sect, leading a prominent martial group, she wasn't like ordinary women. Had she not been unexpectedly pregnant, creating a weak spot, even if Lin Fan had forcibly brought her back, it would have been in vain. In such a case, she would not hesitate to take her own life. This was her character, unyielding and fearless due to her tough upbringing. Admittedly, taming such a woman was incredibly challenging. However, this challenge only made the process more interesting for Lin Fan. He found joy in it. Her defiant nature only made him like her more. Don't worry, I won't do anything. The baby can't handle our fights, Lin Fan reassured her, holding her gently. Hearing his words, her face softened slightly, though she still looked displeased. Have you considered that once our master knows you're carrying my child, he won't let you go? Lin Fan asked calmly. If he wants my life, I'll give it to him, she replied, unmoved by the threat. And what about the child? Do you think he'll let the child live? Lin Fan continued, knowing the mysterious master would never allow her child, especially one fathered by an enemy, to live. Hearing this, she could no longer remain indifferent. She could sacrifice everything else, even her life, but the child was more important. Even so, I won't betray him. If you care about this child, don't ask me again. After a pause, she spoke firmly. Did he save your life? Lin Fan asked. Her silence was the best answer. No wonder she refused to betray him. He had saved her life. Lin Fan grew silent, respecting her loyalty. Extracting information from her would be difficult. Fine. In that case, I won't involve you anymore. Just stay home and take care of the baby. Lin Fan decided not to push her. Her loyalty and sense of gratitude were qualities he admired. If she had easily betrayed her savior, he would have thought less of her. This is yours. Though I hid it from you, it was a wedding gift, not a tool to mock you. Lin Fan gently placed the Emperor of Myriad Poisons back in her hand. She remained silent but accepted the insect, looking at Lin Fan and then at the insect. Lin Fan smiled, preparing to get some food. After the night's commotion and their conversation, he was hungry. But just as she took the insect back, he stopped in his tracks. There's a problem with your poison technique. Lin Fan turned back, grabbing her wrist, using his full medical skills. He hadn't thought about it before, but when the insect reconnected with her, he noticed a subtle disturbance. This disturbance was very faint, detectable only due to the reconnection. Having sensed it, he couldn't overlook it. As a master physician, diagnosing such hidden issues was his expertise. My poison technique has a problem? Impossible. You're trying to deceive me. She immediately rejected the idea, believing Lin Fan was trying to trick her and sow discord between her and her savior. Follow my guidance to circulate your internal poison energy, Lin Fan instructed, ignoring her accusation. She hesitated but followed his serious instruction. At first, everything seemed normal. But just as she was about to accuse him of lying, a sharp pain hit her dantian, and her meridians went numb. She lost all strength, unable to stand. Luckily, Lin Fan caught her. How can this be? She couldn't believe it. But her body's reaction was undeniable. Your savior left a back door in your poison technique. If triggered, you would be helpless. Lin Fan's expression turned cold. Also, your technique is a subordinate one. It's designed to benefit another, allowing them to absorb your power when needed. What do you mean? Her face changed. Simply put, your achievements are for the main technique's user. They can absorb all your power, making your lifelong efforts their dowry, Lin Fan explained, anger in his voice. No, she shook her head, unwilling to accept this. Her life had been saved by her master, who raised her after her family was killed by bandits. Without him, she would have died long ago. Her master had given her everything. Seeing her reaction, Lin Fan said nothing more. He pressed her acupoints to calm her agitated energy and changed the subject to distract her. But inside, his resolve to eliminate this mysterious master strengthened. As long as this threat remained, his wife and child would never be safe. It seems I have no choice. Though it may harm her spirit, I'll prepare nutritious food to help her recover. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a special light, and looked deeply into the holy maiden's eyes. This special technique is none other than hypnosis, a unique medical method. It involves one's essence, energy, and spirit, making it difficult to execute even if one knows how. However, Lin Fan, with his top-level culinary skills, can enhance this ability through cooking. His robust physique also supports it, enabling him to use this technique effectively. Bai Lian, the holy maiden, was emotionally agitated and instantly fell into a trance under the sudden hypnosis. Where is your master? Lin Fan asked. Prolonged hypnosis can cause significant damage, so Lin Fan did not delay. When she heard the question, Bai Lian's face showed a clear struggle. However, under hypnosis, she eventually spoke slowly. I don't know where he is. He never tells anyone his whereabouts. Each meeting is initiated by him. Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned, surprised at how cautious this mysterious master was. It was one thing for the ordinary blood guards to be unaware, but even Bai Lian, his closest confidante, didn't know his location. Is there any way to find his tracks? Lin Fan asked, unwilling to give up. Unexpectedly, his persistence paid off. This full moon night, Bai Lian said, her eyes vacant, revealing the agreed time and place of their previous mission. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes brightened. A night rendezvous. He was the only one going, and no one else knew. Given this, if he returned to dispose of the Bloodguard leader's body, no one would find out for a while. Now, with Bai Lian in his hands, as long as he stayed hidden, the mysterious master would definitely come to the appointed place. When he arrives, Lin Fan would be ready to ensure he never leaves. You are truly my good wife, Lin Fan smiled, kissing her cherry lips. The sweet taste was unchanged from before. Unlike their last kiss, this time her lips were not poisoned. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Fan was about to end the hypnosis. However, considering her background, he casually asked another question. Surprisingly, he gained significant information. An hour later, Bai Lian woke up in bed. Seeing herself in bed and recalling her fainting spell, she quickly sat up. Noticing Lin Fan standing by the bed, she coldly asked, "What did you do to me? Why am I in bed?" Lin Fan calmly replied, "You were too agitated and suddenly fainted. Should I have left you on the floor?" Hearing this explanation, Bai Lian's expression softened. The earlier news had indeed been a heavy blow to her. Lin Fan didn't want his wife to overthink and become agitated again. He sat by the bed, smiling. "Earlier, I heard you call yourself Lu Huayan. Was your previous name Mei Niang, not your real one?" Bai Lian glanced at him, who uses their real name when handling secret matters outside. Seeing her roll her eyes, Lin Fan found her quite adorable. Putting aside her identity, as a woman, Bai Lian could be considered perfect. Her beauty was almost divine, especially after having a child, exuding a unique maternal glow. Without a word, Lin Fan reached out to hug her. But Lu Huayan, already prepared, stood up from the bed as he moved. "Don't even think about taking advantage of me again. If you keep this up, I'll leave, even if it endangers our child," Bai Lian warned, determined not to be bullied anymore. Lin Fan, understanding her character, didn't push further. His occasional teasing was just to draw them closer. With more physical contact, they would naturally become accustomed to each other. "Since you're feeling better, let's eat something. You must be hungry," Lin Fan said with a gentle smile. Like a caring husband, he truly cherished her, treating all his wives equally. Bai Lian didn't object. She might endure hunger, but their child couldn't. This meal was prepared by Lin Fan himself, a culinary god. The dishes not only looked and smelled divine but also helped replenish one's essence, energy, and spirit. After eating, Bai Lian, initially weary from hypnosis, felt much better and less drowsy. "How do you like it? Your husband cooked this for you?" Lin Fan asked, seeing her finish all the dishes and several bowls of rice. "Just okay," Bai Lian turned her head, embarrassed by her hearty appetite, but unwilling to admit it. Lin Fan laughed. "If just okay makes you eat so much, your appetite must be huge. Luckily your husband has some wealth, otherwise, I couldn't afford your meals." Bai Lian snorted, "I don't need your food. If you think I eat too much, let me go. You have a good plan, but no matter how much you eat, you won't bankrupt me." Lin Fan stood up and said, "I cooked, so you clean up." Without waiting for her response, he whistled and walked out. Bai Lian didn't refuse but filled her bowl with the remaining food. She realized she was genuinely hungry, her appetite increasing with each bite. Since having a child, her appetite had grown, but she often felt unwell, making it hard to enjoy food. She had even vomited after meals, forcing herself to eat small portions frequently, fearing for the baby's nutrition. Now, the delicious food didn't cause any nausea, and she could eat freely. With Lin Fan gone, she didn't hold back, eating until she was satisfied. Lin Fan, standing at the door, smiled at the sight but soon felt uneasy. Princess Long Kui stood behind him, initially smiling, but her expression soured upon seeing Bai Lian eating and Lin Fan's doting look. Having been teased and sweet-talked by Lin Fan yesterday, she now saw him bringing another woman home. How could she be happy? Women of the Dalong dynasty didn't mind their husbands having multiple wives, especially someone like Lin Fan, who needed many wives to continue his lineage. But this was too much. Lin Fan, seeing the situation, felt a headache coming on. How should he explain this? Who is this woman? The princess, her expression cold, asked directly without any preamble. Lin Fan was about to concoct an excuse, but the holy maiden Bai Lian, who was eating, noticed the situation at the door. Seeing a girl as beautiful as herself looking at Lin Fan with a stern face, ready to demand an explanation, Bai Lian's lips curved into a slight smile. Before Lin Fan could say anything, she stood up, walked over to him, and said, "Husband, who is this fierce-looking person?" As she spoke, she clung to Lin Fan's arm, making their relationship seem very intimate. Her affectionate address caused the princess's face to darken. The princess had been to Lin Fan's home before, and knew how many wives he had, even being familiar with them. She had invited Lin Fan to help her, with the other wives supporting the idea. Otherwise, she might not have been able to persuade him. Because of this, she knew that this woman wasn't one of Lin Fan's wives. Yet, here she was. Given the timing, it was clear Lin Fan had found her during the period they were together. He had teased her yesterday and brought another woman home today. This would make anyone uncomfortable, let alone a proud princess. Seeing the situation between the two women, Lin Fan felt a headache coming on. The princess said nothing, just looked at Lin Fan, waiting for an explanation. Bai Lian, on the other hand, wanted to seize this opportunity to vent her anger. She had been humiliated by Lin Fan and now had a chance for revenge, so she didn't hold back. She leaned against Lin Fan, her gaze towards the princess filled with the scrutiny of a wife catching a mistress. This was like adding fuel to the fire, and the already uncomfortable princess couldn't take it anymore. Sorry for disturbing you. The proud princess cast one last look at the pair before turning to leave. She couldn't bring herself to argue. She blamed herself for misjudging him. Wait, Lin Fan called out, trying to stop her. But the angry princess didn't pause, continuing to walk away. Stop right there! Lin Fan shouted, feeling the need to take control of the situation. If he didn't, even if he explained things, it would be difficult in the future. And why should I stop? Who do you think you are to me? The princess replied without looking back but did stop walking. You dare to provoke me like this? Watch how I deal with you later, Lin Fan whispered angrily to Bai Lian, then turned to the princess. It's complicated. Let's go inside, and I'll explain everything. Fine. After a moment of silence, Long Kui agreed. Over the past few days she had grown fond of Lin Fan, who was not only handsome and noble but also courageous and wise, with many perfected skills. He seemed flawless in every aspect. Given her own background and strength, she had never given any man a second glance, none had ever measured up. Until she met Lin Fan. He easily bested her in strength and outwitted her in strategy. Compared to someone who could single-handedly challenge the entire court, her status was insignificant. Because of this, her hard exterior had gradually softened. Despite being angry about the current situation, she couldn't simply let go. Seeing the princess willing to listen, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was willing to listen, it could be resolved. Bai Lian, sensing this, felt it was a missed opportunity to make Lin Fan suffer. The group went inside. This is one of your sisters, Lin Fan said, getting straight to the point. Before Long Kui could respond, he continued, when you came to find me, you must have investigated my background, right? Long Kui nodded. If so, you should know how many wives I have registered, correct? Again, Long Kui nodded. This was official information, easy to access. How many? Lin Fan asked. 6, Long Kui replied after recalling. And how many are at home now? Lin Fan smiled, asking one last question. Long Kui wasn't a fool. She now understood what he was implying. Now you see? She isn't someone I brought from outside. She's one of your sisters who was away. If you don't believe me, look at this, Lin Fan said, lifting Bai Lian's robe to reveal her rounded belly. She's pregnant. Long Kui's eyes widened. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, let me formally introduce her. This is your 6th sister, Lu Huayan. She's nearly 6 months along. Hearing this, and seeing Bai Lian's belly, Long Kui felt embarrassed. There was no more anger. How could she be mad when, in reality, she was the later arrival? Seeing this, Bai Lian felt a bit regretful. She had hoped to cause trouble for Lin Fan but had failed. As she tried to leave, Lin Fan pulled her into his arms. Do you want to feel the baby? He asked Long Kui. Can I? Long Kui, eager, wanted a child with Lin Fan too. Of course. This child will call you Aunt. Lin Fan laughed. May I? Long Kui asked Bai Lian, seeking her permission. Bai Lian wanted to refuse but couldn't deny Long Kui's sincere and eager look. She nodded. With permission, Long Kui happily touched the swollen belly, feeling the life inside. At that moment, Long Kui decided she wanted a child with Lin Fan, solidifying her commitment. Seeing her change, Lin Fan was even happier. Another wife wasn't causing trouble but helping him. Bai Lian realized this, and felt frustrated. Her plan had backfired. Lin Fan, a true master of romantic affairs, skillfully resolved the delicate situation. Not only did he manage to diffuse the tension, but he also used the opportunity to help the princess make her final decision. Though she had often been teased before, she had always held onto her bottom line. However, this incident seemed to have pushed her beyond that boundary. Isn't the baby adorable? Do you want one too? Lin Fan asked with a smile, adding fuel to the fire. Long Kui didn't answer, but the shy, expectant look in her eyes betrayed her feelings. Her bashful and cute demeanor made Lin Fan feel a surge of warmth. If it weren't for the pregnant wife present, he might have acted on his impulses. But now wasn't the time, so he changed the topic. You came to see me so early today. Is there something important? Oh yes, Long Kui snapped back to reality. My father has already sent people for disaster relief as you suggested. A large shipment of grain and seeds from the south is on the way. She explained that this was the matter Lin Fan had previously proposed. Who is in charge of the relief effort? Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging the significance of the relief effort. However, the person in charge could make all the difference. Long Qi teased, you know him well. I know him well. Lin Fan was puzzled, then asked, is it my eldest sister's father, my father-in-law? Yes, it is Lord Yi. Long Kui confirmed with a smile, hinting at her own involvement. Appointing Yi Qinghe to oversee this task made sense, due to his lack of connections to the influential local factions and his recent release from imprisonment due to previous factional conflicts. His position as an official made him an ideal candidate for this critical role. When will they arrive? Lin Fan asked. They've been on the road for several days and should arrive in a few more. Long Qi replied confidently. Lin Fan nodded. With the relief efforts underway and the success of the Grand Canal project, the issues in the west would be largely resolved. As for the mysterious master causing trouble, the full moon night would mark his downfall. After delivering her message, Long Kui hurriedly left. She had been diligently overseeing the Grand Canal project, leaving early and returning late every day. The holy maiden Bai Lian's eyes flickered with unease upon hearing this crucial information. Don't dwell on it. You've done enough for him. There's no need to do anything irreversible, Lin Fan said, gently stroking her hair, knowing her thoughts. Bai Lian sighed softly. Witnessing Lin Fan's formidable strength and the court's response, she realized her master's plans were doomed. Take good care of yourself here. Once I'm done with my tasks, I'll take you home. Your sisters have been worried about you, Lin Fan reassured her with a smile before heading off to his duties. Although Lin Fan rarely ventured outside, he controlled the narrative and strategies from behind the scenes, significantly contributing to the current favorable situation. Bai Lian watched Lin Fan leave, contemplating escape. But thinking of her child, she stayed put. Touching her belly and recalling her cultivation practice, she stood in a daze for a long time before returning to her room. Lin Fan, still observing from outside, saw her reluctance to leave and smiled. Despite the strained relationship and deep-seated issues, her willingness to stay meant they could be resolved over time. As a registered couple with a child in ancient society, they were bound together. It was just a matter of time. With the current situation under control, Lin Fan turned his attention to dealing with the mysterious master. Once that was resolved, his wife's worries would be over. Deliver this letter to Lin Xiaotong on his mission, and have him pass it to the ambitious third chief. Lin Fan instructed someone in the shadows, handing over a letter. A black-clad figure emerged, respectfully took the letter, and vanished. Time passed quickly. Lin Fan's father-in-law, Yi Qinghe, arrived faster than expected, bringing a relief team within 3 days. Though only part of the supplies had arrived, it was enough to start the relief work. The disaster-stricken people digging the canal cheered as the supplies were stored. Lin Fan's planted agents had already spread the word about the court's disaster relief efforts and the emperor's crackdown on corrupt officials. Though a basic tactic, it was effective. The court not only provided relief but also waived taxes and promised future farming seeds. For the common people, this was enough to restore hope. By evening, the workers received generous food rations, enough to feed their families. This loyalty shift among the disaster victims was evident. As news spread, the rebels saw more defections. Each night, groups of people left to join the canal project. What started as a trickle grew into thousands, swelling the workforce to tens of thousands. The arrival of more relief supplies ensured they were well provisioned. With tens of thousands of laborers and martial arts experts aiding the canal's excavation, progress was swift. A massive artificial canal, 30 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters deep, began to take shape. Rebel leaders tried to counter this with propaganda, but failed to stop the defections. Though no battles occurred, their losses exceeded those in combat. They complained bitterly, while the Holy Maiden's absence left them leaderless and desperate. The mysterious master, unperturbed, watched silently. As the full moon approached, he finally left his hidden lair, heading to a designated location. Is everything ready? Lin Fan stood under the moonlight, looking at the figures before him. Ready, they responded loudly. Among them were his wife, the princess, and 2 cousins. Brother-in-law, don't worry. If that so-called master dares to show up, I'll crush him into meat paste with one swing, said Tang Xiaolong, the younger cousin with natural superhuman strength, holding a pair of massive gold hammers. Good. You'll take the lead. If you can take him down, I'll give you a great rejuvenation pill, Lin Fan said, smiling at his cousin. A great rejuvenation pill? Tang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He knew the value of such a treasure. Do you really have such a treasure? That's a priceless supreme elixir, he almost drooled. looking at Lin Fan with fiery eyes. Even his older cousin couldn't help but look enviously. Would I lie to you? Lin Fan laughed, taking out a jade bottle and tossing it to him. It's inside. Complete the task, and it's yours. Tang Xiaolong hurriedly caught it, carefully uncorking the bottle. The aroma made his inner energy surge. Wow. Just the smell makes my energy flow faster. This really is the legendary supreme elixir that can increase one's inner strength by 50 years, he exclaimed. Tang Xiaolong was at the peak of first-rate martial arts, nearly reaching the innate level. With this elixir he had a high chance of breaking through to the innate level, becoming a top-tier martial artist. He already had natural strength and could challenge innate masters even now. Achieving innate status would exponentially increase his power. You really are giving this away? The older cousin, Tang Xiaoying, asked in shock. He knew the value of such an elixir, something even his family couldn't procure. Lin Fan replied, of course. I wouldn't give it to outsiders, but you are family. He glanced at the princess, causing her to blush. Ha. I, Tang Xiaoying, will recognize you as my brother-in-law for life. If you ever need anything, come to me. Tang Xiaoying laughed heartily, fully accepting Lin Fan as family. Me too. Me too. Tang Xiaolong pounded his chest, his enthusiasm infectious. With spirits high, the four set off. The meeting place was only a few dozen miles away. With their abilities they would arrive in less than half an hour. The destination was a large, now ruined estate. Once owned by a wealthy landlord, it had fallen during the peasant uprisings. The estate and its occupants had been destroyed, becoming victims of the rebellion. Is it in there? Long Kui whispered. Finding the mysterious master was crucial. Any mistake could be costly. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, this is the place. No one has seen the master's true face, so stay alert. Tonight, no one leaves this place alive. Understood. The three responded in unison. Cousin, you'll go first. This place is rumored to be haunted. If you see anyone, don't hold back. Kill them all, Lin Fan instructed, assigning the first wave to his powerful cousin. What if I kill the wrong person? That's the risk we take. We can't let the master escape, Lin Fan said firmly. Got it. Tang Xiaolong laughed, loving the straightforward approach. He was worried about being blamed for overkill, but Lin Fan's words reassured him. I saw some people in red inside. The master is likely among them, Long Kui observed, excited. The mysterious master of the White Lotus sect was the core of their troubles. Defeating him would solve many problems. Time to shine, Cousin Lin Fan said, glancing at the moon before nodding to Tang Xiaolong. Roar. Tang Xiaolong, eager for battle, charged forward, smashing through the courtyard wall with his hammers. He attacked anyone he saw, leaving a trail of carnage. The blood guards inside, though elite, were caught off guard but quickly fought back. In the central pavilion, a figure in a golden mask stood silently. The peaceful scene was disrupted by the sounds of battle. Master? A black-faced youth with hammers has intruded, a blood guard reported. The golden-masked figure's face darkened. This place, rumored to be haunted, was usually avoided even during the day. Now, a skilled intruder was here, clearly targeting them. Only 3 people knew about this meeting. If he hadn't leaked it, the others must have been compromised. Understanding this, he felt a surge of anger. Is it that guy again? How could he overpower them? He fumed, veins bulging on his clenched fist. Don't engage with the intruder. This place is compromised. Everyone, scatter and escape, he ordered, maintaining his composure despite his fury. Understood. The guard left to relay the order. The masked figure turned to leave, preferring caution over confrontation. In the front yard, Tang Xiaolong battled dozens of blood guards, his endurance and frenzy making him unstoppable. Suddenly, the guards scattered, fleeing in all directions. You can't run, Tang Xiaolong roared, chasing after them, unwilling to lose his chance at the elixir. Brother, help him, Lin Fan instructed his older cousin. Got it. Tang Xiaoying, impressed by Lin Fan, joined the fight. Unlike his brother, he excelled in dueling skilled opponents, making the fleeing guards easy prey. Aren't we going after them? Long Kui asked, seeing Lin Fan remain still. Those small fry will be dealt with. We're after the main target, Lin Fan replied, leading her in the opposite direction. Where is he? Follow me, Lin Fan said, swiftly moving. With his keen senses honed by his top-level culinary skills, he could detect strong energy fluctuations within a certain range. This place had also been monitored by spy birds, leaving nothing hidden from him. Long Kui trusted him completely. They intercepted a figure in a golden mask trying to leave. This matched the description of the mysterious master. It's really you. Seeing Lin Fan blocking his path, the figure in the golden mask looked extremely displeased. Although the mask covered his face, his eyes revealed his fury. You seem to hold a big grudge against me, but if I recall, you've always been the one causing trouble for me, Lin Fan said with a laugh, as if meeting an old friend, showing no intention of attacking first. Ignoring him, the masked figure said, "Since you've come, let's see what you're capable of tonight." Without further ado, he launched an attack. His aura, more terrifying than that of the Bloodguard commander, erupted, startling the surrounding animals and silencing the insects. He wasn't just some weak scholar, his strength was formidable. But before Lin Fan could react, Long Kui drew her sword and stepped in. Being his wife, Lin Fan had given her a heavenly essence pill some time ago. Originally a mid-level innate master, Long Kui had further enhanced her abilities with this pill. Now, apart from Lin Fan, she was unmatched. The mysterious master lived up to his reputation, but the princess wasn't to be underestimated. Courting death. Seeing someone dare to block him, the masked figure roared angrily. HMP Long Kui responded, swinging her sword. A dazzling arc of sword energy tore through the air, leaving a deep groove in the ground. The masked figure initially didn't take her seriously, but seeing the familiar blood sword in her hand, his expression darkened further. It was a weapon he had painstakingly cultivated using the blood of countless blood guards, intended to be a supreme weapon. Now, it was being used against him by his enemy. Who wouldn't be upset? Enraged, the master raised his hand, summoning a ferocious blood dragon, akin to a supreme martial art technique. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a shockwave that tore a thick layer off the ground. The master's strength was at the peak of the innate level, even slightly superior to Long Kui's. He's incredibly strong. Long Kui's expression was serious. She knew how much she had improved, yet she still lagged behind him slightly. If not for Lin Fan, finding him alone would have been disastrous. "You can block me." The masked figure was equally surprised. He understood his own strength and what it represented. No wonder those two failed. "You have someone like her on your side." He suppressed his boiling blood, glaring coldly at Lin Fan, assuming Long Kui was his trump card. Lin Fan didn't correct him, merely smiling in response. "You're quite impressive, but it's just a surprise," the masked figure declared, launching another ferocious attack. His hands moved swiftly, sending multiple blood dragons crashing towards Long Kui. The terrifying scene outdid any Hollywood special effects. Long Kui, not daring to be careless, swung her blood sword, slashing out waves of sword energy to counter the onslaught. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds resembled thunderclaps, and the impact left the battlefield a desolate vacuum. Is that the master? Tang Xiaolong, drawn by the commotion, arrived and saw the figure summoning blood dragons like a deity. His eyes widened. "Yes! That's the mastermind. Didn't you say you wanted to crush him? Now's your chance," Lin Fan said with a smile. Tang Xiaolong hesitated. Confident as he was in his strength, the opponent was beyond his expectations. "He's so strong." Tang Xiaoying, the elder cousin, was equally stunned, not only by the master but also by Long Kui's prowess. Earlier in the year they had sparred, and although he was slightly inferior, the gap wasn't this large. He recalled his grandfather mentioning Lin Fan was a legendary alchemist. Only such a person could have enabled Long Kui's rapid progress. Seeing the situation, Lin Fan called out, "Join the fight. For someone so evil, there's no need for fair play." Agreed. Tang Xiaoying nodded, charging in with his halberd. Tang Xiaolong, eager for the elixir, also rushed in. Although they couldn't match the master alone, their combined efforts were formidable. "You scum!" Tang Xiaolong swung his hammers like divine weapons, aiming for the master. Tang Xiaoying's halberd followed, whirling like a blood-red cyclone. The masked figure, initially holding an advantage due to his superior power, found it nullified by their teamwork. With their support, Long Kui focused on attacking without worrying about sudden strikes. The siblings often trained together, understanding each other's techniques perfectly, making their coordination seamless. Despite his efforts, the masked figure was gradually overpowered. Realizing his dire situation, he pulled a bone whistle from his robe and blew it, the sound echoing through the night to summon his blood guards. But no help arrived. He blew the whistle repeatedly, but none of his guards responded. Each of his blood guards was a fanatically loyal warrior, incapable of ignoring his call. The silence meant only one thing: they were all dead. The realization sank his heart. His elite guards, trained meticulously, had been wiped out in a short time. This implied the presence of even more powerful foes besides those he faced now. Futile efforts. "Tonight is your end." The trio unleashed their most powerful attacks, aiming to finish him off. "Fools, you know nothing of my true power," the masked figure sneered, swallowing a blood-red pill. His aura surged, blood energy erupting violently as he resolved to fight to the death. The mysterious leader consumed a powerful pill, dramatically boosting his strength. Initially, the two older brothers could provide some support. However, once the leader unleashed his power, several ferocious blood dragons emanated from his raised hand, sending both brothers flying. Their weapons vibrated violently from the impact. While they held on tightly, their hands bled profusely. Witnessing this, Long Kui also released her power, but it was not as intense. The leader's blood-red pill burned his life force, offering a temporary but destructive burst of power that ultimately shortened his lifespan. "You forced me to use the frenzy blood pill, sacrificing 10 years of my life. Today I will tear you all apart," the leader growled. His mask concealed his face, but his eyes shone with a devilish ferocity. He's incredibly strong. Tang Xiaolong, with his robust physique, managed to withstand the backlash, but his body ached intensely. Without Long Kui's help absorbing the main attack, he might have been killed instantly. His cousin Tang Xiaoying fared no better, barely able to hold his weapon. The leader's power was beyond their imagination. "Yes, he's very strong," Tang Xiaoying agreed, though he remained calm, knowing they were not the main force tonight. The real battle had not yet begun. Bang! As they reflected, Long Kui was struck by the blood dragons and thrown back several meters before regaining her footing. The leader, having blasted them away, was about to launch a final attack. Yet the sight before him was surprising. The three, despite being overpowered, showed no panic. Instead, they positioned themselves behind someone. Tang Xiaolong even smiled, urging his brother-in-law to finish the leader off. Pretending to be calm, the leader sneered, continuing his assault. His disdain vanished as he executed his ultimate technique, blood dragon annihilation. Roaring dragon cries filled the air as a dozen blood dragons surged towards Lin Fan, the figure standing before them. The ground exploded in their wake, leaving deep craters. This was the pinnacle of innate strength, a force capable of overwhelming countless enemies. In front of such power, an army was just fodder. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. As the blood dragons approached, he calmly stepped forward. Each step he took radiated an increasingly powerful aura, suppressing everyone present. It was not just a suppression of power but of existence, as if facing a higher being. "Shake," Lin Fan whispered, raising a hand. A blood-red shockwave erupted from him, shattering the blood dragons instantly. The space around him became a vacuum. "Break," he continued softly. The fragmented dragons dissolved into dust with a series of pops, nullifying the leader's lethal attack. Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaoying stood dumbfounded. Lin Fan's effortless power was overwhelming. Long Kui was equally stunned, unable to find words. "Is this your true strength?" she muttered, feeling a profound shock. Unbeatable, godlike power radiated from Lin Fan. Even the mysterious leader was in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. "Suppress," Lin Fan said, extending his hand towards the leader. A massive blood-red hand materialized from above, descending upon the leader. The leader, realizing the imminent danger, tried to escape, but the oppressive force made movement nearly impossible. He roared in desperation, launching his strongest attack with numerous blood dragons. But they, too, were crushed under the descending hand. "I am not willing to accept this," the leader screamed, resisting with all his might. The ground beneath him formed a deep pit under the hand's pressure. Despite his efforts, he was pinned down, unable to move. The leader's golden mask fell, revealing a pale, unremarkable face. He looked up at the sky, broken and defeated. The three words "shake, break, suppress" had crushed all his pride and drained his spirit. Lin Fan approached, indifferent. Just as he was about to finish the leader off, a familiar voice pleaded, "Please, spare his life." It was Lu Wuoyan, Lin Fan's saintly wife, rushing towards him, begging for mercy for the leader. Lin Fan hesitated, understanding her plea. The leader had raised and trained her, akin to a foster father. "Please, spare him," Lu Wuoyan implored, her voice filled with desperation. Lin Fan sighed, knowing her reasons. Despite his reluctance to leave any threats alive, he couldn't ignore her plea. Very well, he relented, but he must lose his power. The leader, hearing this, laughed madly. "You think you've won, but this is just the beginning. The true gods will avenge me." He then severed his own lifeline, collapsing dead. The real mastermind behind the scenes remained hidden, awaiting his turn. Under the moonlight, the mysterious leader fell. However, in his final moments he unleashed a terrifying bolt of energy. Lin Fan squinted at the corpse, weighing the truth of his words. Though it seemed real and intimidating, there was a good chance it was just a bluff to keep them anxious and unsettled. This was evident from the horrified expressions of Long Kui and the others. They were truly frightened by the leader's final words. The White Lotus leader had been so formidable that, without Lin Fan's extraordinary help, even the combined strength of the three warriors wouldn't have been enough to defeat him. If such a powerful figure was merely a puppet, then the true mastermind must be unimaginably terrifying. Regardless, with the White Lotus leader defeated, the White Lotus sect would be history from now on. The Western region had finally found peace. Overall, tonight's gains were substantial. Yet Lu Woyan, once the holy maiden of the White Lotus, now seemed utterly hollowed out. She stared blankly at the lifeless figure in the pit below. Lin Fan sighed softly, unable to find comforting words. Despite the leader's wickedness and schemes, he had been a great benefactor to Lu Woyan, raising and nurturing her like a parent. Witnessing his death must have been unbearable. "My condolences," Lin Fan offered. Without responding, Lu Woyan silently walked over, buried the body with a powerful strike, and knelt by the grave, lost in thought. Cousin Tang Xiaolong began, but Long Kui interrupted him with a gesture. "Let's leave. We have other matters to handle," she said, glancing at the kneeling figure. Tang Xiaolong, still puzzled, was pulled away by his brother. Long Kui looked at them once more before also leaving, giving the couple some space. Lin Fan had never hidden Lu Woyan's identity from Long Kui, and even if he had wanted to, it would have been impossible. Several of his wives knew her well back home. It was better to be honest. Long Kui didn't mind, feeling rather sorry for Lu Woyan instead. Soon, only Lin Fan and Lu Woyan remained. Lin Fan stayed quietly by her side, understanding her pain. He had kept his actions a secret to prevent this very scene, even giving her a mild sleeping potion during dinner, but she had managed to neutralize it due to its light dosage. Realizing he was not in the house and neither was Long Kui, her sharp instincts led her here just in time to witness everything. Watching her benefactor die before her eyes was devastating. Lin Fan understood her feelings. Comforting her was pointless now, only time could heal her wounds. He gently lifted his hand, and Lu Woyan, overcome with grief, fainted. Lin Fan carefully picked her up and left. His pregnant wife couldn't afford excessive sorrow or prolonged kneeling. The next day, Lin Fan stayed home with Lu Woyan. Though she awoke, she remained silent, eating and taking care of necessities but ignoring Lin Fan completely. "Had I known, I would have spared that man, even if just barely alive," Lin Fan thought, distressed by her state. He wasn't worried about a confrontation but about her current detachment, which was far worse. While waiting for her to finish eating, he called a shadow guard aside. "Relay my orders to Lin Xiaotong and the others. If the third leader fails to complete the tasks I outlined, break his legs." "Hurry," Lin Fan commanded. "Yes, sir." The guard swiftly departed. Watching him disappear, Lin Fan pondered. Solving Lu Woyan's predicament wasn't impossible. He had learned crucial information during a previous hypnotic session. If the third leader succeeded, her issue could be resolved. If not, the only option left was to use acupuncture to forcefully erase her memories, including those of the White Lotus leader's death. However, this would also erase the memory of her child's conception, essentially killing the former White Lotus holy maiden to create a new Lu Woyan. Time passed quietly. With the White Lotus sect gone and no longer causing trouble, the western region stabilized. The public works programs thrived and local rebellions dissipated, becoming history. Having completed his mission, Lin Fan returned home with Lu Woyan. Despite her current state, bringing her back was a significant success. Fortunately, the third leader rose to the challenge. Within days he arrived under heavy guard with a burly, scar-faced bandit. "Master, mission accomplished," the third leader exclaimed, kneeling in excitement. "Is this the bandit who terrorized Black Cloud Mountain in Long County 15 years ago?" Lin Fan asked sternly, eyeing the scar-faced man. The third leader nodded vigorously. "Yes, my lord, there's no mistake." Lin Fan's expression grew more serious. "How can you be so sure? This happened over a decade ago." The third leader explained, "My lord, you may find it hard to believe, but while I was planning the unification of Black Cloud County, this man came to us voluntarily. He boasted about his past glorious deeds to gain favor, which is how I learned about his history. So, he admitted himself that he's from Black Cloud Mountain 15 years ago?" Lin Fan asked, looking again at the scar-faced man. The third leader confirmed, "Yes, he did. I also asked some old bandits from nearby areas, and they recognized him as someone from Black Cloud Mountain. Back then, their group was quite influential, and many people remembered them." "Are you really from Black Cloud Mountain?" Lin Fan directly asked the scar-faced man, needing absolute certainty. The scar-faced man, not a tough guy, was terrified. He had joined Lin Fan's growing force, hoping to find fortune under the protection of an invincible master. But now, caught and questioned, he panicked. Seeing his predicament, he wanted to deny it. but his fellow defectors quickly sold him out, confirming his identity. Mercy, my lord. Though I was from Black Cloud Mountain, I was just a low-ranking member following orders. Please, understand my situation. The scar-faced man, who looked fierce but was actually a coward, begged for his life, fearing they sought revenge for past deeds. Don't believe his lies, my lord. He was a trusted confidant of their leader, not a mere foot soldier. The third leader exposed his deceit. At this point, you still dared to deceive me. Lin Fan's gaze turned cold. He produced several silver needles and swiftly inserted them into the man's head. The scar-faced man was initially stunned, then his eyes widened in horror as he screamed in agony, writhing on the ground like he was in hell. The third leader, just watching, couldn't help but swallow nervously. It was truly a terrifying sight. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Lin Fan removed the needles. The scar-faced man was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as if pulled from the water. Do you want to keep trying? Lin Fan asked, holding the needles. No, no more. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The scar-faced man, fearing another round of torture, frantically shook his head. I did come from Black Cloud Mountain, but it was destroyed 15 years ago. I escaped by luck and have done no evil since then. I just wanted to survive, he confessed, trembling. Why was your group destroyed 15 years ago? Lin Fan asked coldly. This was significant because it coincided with the time his wife's family was massacred, a fact revealed through hypnosis. The scar-faced man shook his head. I don't know the exact reason. Think carefully before you speak, Lin Fan interrupted, his tone icy. The scar-faced man shuddered, then stammered, I really don't know the exact reason, but it involved a secret deal. After the deal was made, the person who made it wanted to eliminate us to cover it up. What was the deal? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, sensing he was getting closer to the truth. The scar-faced man, crying, replied, I don't know. Only our leader dealt with it, personally meeting a significant figure. We had no contact with this person. Seeing Lin Fan's skepticism, he continued, if I hadn't played dead to escape, I would have been killed like the others. Did only your leader know about this deal? Lin Fan asked. The scar-faced man nodded, yes, only our leader knew because it involved high-ranking officials. We bandits usually avoid such entanglements. And your leader? Lin Fan pressed on. He's dead, the scar-faced man sighed. Lin Fan's face turned completely cold. He raised his silver needles again. The scar-faced man, shaking violently, tried to speak but could only stammer. If you know nothing, you're of no use to me, Lin Fan said emotionlessly. At this, the guards moved to seize the man, indicating their intention clearly. No, wait. Though our leader was killed, there's someone else who might know about the deal, the scar-faced man yelled desperately. Lin Fan motioned the guards to stop. You have 3 sentences to prove your value. If you fail, you will be fed to the dogs. The scar-faced man, terrified, quickly said, our leader had a trusted advisor, a strategist. He must have known about the deal. Is he still alive? Lin Fan asked, his face impassive. Yes, he's alive, the scar-faced man nodded repeatedly. Where is he now? Lin Fan continued. He's with the largest gang in Black Cloud County, the Tianyun Hall. He's a counselor there, the scar-faced man explained. Are you certain? Lin Fan asked. Absolutely, the scar-faced man affirmed, clutching at his only chance for survival. Erhu. Take him and some guards. And bring this advisor back to me, Lin Fan instructed his subordinate. Yes, Erhu responded eagerly but paused to ask, what if Tianyun Hall resists? Kill them, Lin Fan replied coldly. This was about his wife, no one would stand in his way. Understood. Erhu left with enthusiasm, anticipating the potential battle ahead. He hoped Tianyun Hall would resist, looking forward to the conflict and the rewards it would bring. After arranging everything, Lin Fan returned to the residential area of the inner courtyard. His other wives were aware of Lu Woyan's situation and spent as much time with her as possible. Today, the weather was nice. Led by the eldest sister Ye Xiaoru, a few of them were feeding fish under the pavilion by the artificial lake. From afar, laughter could be heard, with Daomiaomiao's being the most cheerful. Despite being close to giving birth, she was still lively and active. The other wives were also in good spirits, occasionally throwing feed into the water. Lu Woyan held some feed as well, occasionally tossing it to the fish, but her face remained expressionless, as if devoid of any color. Seeing this, Lin Fan silently observed for a moment before walking over. You're from the Lu family village in Long County, right? Lin Fan asked as he approached, gesturing for the other wives to move to another area so he could speak to Lu Woyan alone. Lu Woyan turned to look at him but quickly returned her gaze to the fish in the lake. Lin Fan sat down beside her and continued, your father, Lu Huaid, was a wealthy and benevolent man, well respected in your hometown. You had several brothers and sisters who adored you, the youngest in the family. But when you were 5, a group of bandits attacked your village, bringing disaster upon your family. Only you and your mother survived, thanks to a passerby who rescued you. Is that correct? For the first time, Lu Woyan's expression changed, her eyes showing a flicker of emotion. Noticing this, Lin Fan felt encouraged, knowing he was on the right track. I'm not trying to investigate you, he said gently. As my wife, there are things I don't want you to be kept in the dark about. What do you want to say? Lu Woyan asked. Her voice, usually clear and ethereal, was now tinged with hoarseness, revealing her inner turmoil. Lin Fan didn't doubt that if not for their child, she might have already tried to fight him to the death. This reaction was understandable, considering Lin Fan had killed her foster father. He wasn't bothered by her feelings, it was only natural. What he needed to do now was address the root cause, showing that her foster father wasn't as great as she thought. The so-called benevolence was just a means to groom a useful subordinate. Lin Fan aimed to lay the groundwork for this revelation. What I want to say is simple. Through my investigation, I found that the disaster that befell your family wasn't just a random act of violence. The bandits who attacked your village were orchestrated by someone, Lin Fan stated plainly. Lu Woyan laughed coldly. Are you going to tell me that the mastermind behind it all was the White Lotus leader who saved me? That he did it because of my special physique, wanting to use me for his plans? That's right, Lin Fan nodded slightly. Isn't that laughable? Lu Woyan said, her face emotionless. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, understanding her disbelief. It was normal for someone intelligent to be skeptical of such a theory, as it sounded too much like a conspiracy. He didn't expect her to believe him right away. If she did, she wouldn't have been the astute holy maiden she was. I know you don't believe me now. I didn't expect you to. But soon, you will see the truth, Lin Fan said with a smile, gently brushing her hair and placing a hand on her belly to check on the baby. Lu Woyan didn't resist, but after giving Lin Fan a glance, she returned to her silence. Lin Fan didn't press further, knowing that time would reveal the truth. He left it at that. As he left, Ye Xiaoru and the other wives intercepted him. Dao Miao Miao, who had initially been hostile towards Lu Woyan, had accepted her into the family, especially now that she was carrying Lin Fan's child. Lin Fan, you have to find a way. She's going through the motions, but she's deeply troubled. This affects both her and the baby, Dao Miao Miao urged, her usual tough demeanor softened by concern. The other wives, though silent, looked at Lin Fan expectantly. Except for the princess, who had returned home to handle family matters, all the other wives were present, their eyes full of concern. Don't worry, I'm already working on it. This will be resolved in a few days, Lin Fan reassured them, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for his supportive wives. His words relieved them. Dao Miao Miao, always the most affectionate, insisted that Lin Fan join her in flying kites. It was a windy summer day, perfect for kite flying. Lin Fan agreed, realizing he hadn't spent much time with them recently. Yay! Kite flying, Dao Miao Miao cheered, jumping around despite her pregnancy. Lin Fan smiled wryly, hoping their child wouldn't inherit her hyperactivity. Let's all go. I'll make a big kite for us to fly together, Lin Fan suggested, inviting the other wives. Sure, they all agreed happily. Wang Nanan, always playful, started planning how to fly the kite, chatting animatedly with Dao Miao Miao Miao. Even Lu Woyan, though still withdrawn, was drawn into the activity by the others' enthusiasm. In no time, Lin Fan crafted a giant kite shaped like a phoenix, intricate and lifelike, thanks to his skills in mechanics. Wow! It's beautiful. The wives were amazed by the stunning kite, even Lu Woyan couldn't help but admire it. Lin Fan carried the large kite to the hillside behind the house. With a gentle summer breeze, the kite soared into the sky, its feathers fluttering like a real phoenix. As it flew higher, the clever design made it open its beak and emit a melodic call, attracting birds to circle around it, creating a scene like the legendary 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The wives were awestruck, their admiration for Lin Fan growing even more. Even Lu Woyan had to admit his excellence, though she soon returned to her solemn demeanor. Tianyun Hall, the largest gang in Black Cloud County. Although it was not as renowned as the four great powers, it was still in the top tier. Its leader, a top-tier expert, had reached the peak of first-class martial arts. This made him a prominent figure in the martial arts world. Under him were a deputy leader and a grand elder, both top-tier experts as well. With 3 top-tier experts, including one at the pinnacle, the power of this gang was evident. They dominated not only Black Cloud County but also influenced neighboring counties. Boasting 3,000 disciples, they were the unrivaled power in the area. This strength bred pride and arrogance. Anyone who dared to provoke them faced swift and brutal retribution, including smaller gangs being wiped out. In the martial arts world, power dictated respect. Without it, you were at the mercy of those who had it. But one morning, the usual order was disrupted. Who are you to cause trouble at Tianyun Hall? Several gatekeeping disciples shouted at the intruders, their arrogance undiminished even as they lay beaten on the ground. We're people you can't afford to mess with. Another word from you, and we'll wipe out your entire hall. The uninvited guests were led by Su Erhu and his team. On this mission he wasn't there to be polite. Any resistance would be met with annihilation. Tianyun Hall's vast resources tempted Su Erhu, but he wasn't one to act unjustly without cause. However, if provoked, he would show no mercy. Daring to belittle Tianyun Hall, you're dead. No matter who you are, you won't leave here alive. The gatekeepers, feeling insulted, shouted defiantly. Dead, you say? Su Erhu laughed. Without further action, a golden arrow pierced the mouth of the loudest gatekeeper. Ah! They're actually killing people. Sound the alarm. Call for reinforcements. The remaining gatekeepers panicked and fired a signal arrow into the sky. The shrill whistle brought Tianyun Hall's experts rushing to the scene. Leading them was an enforcer, a peak first-class expert. Such strength would be respected anywhere in the martial arts world. In the past, a leader like him would be revered by minor gang leaders in places like Lufeng County. Now, he led a group of second- and third-class experts, showcasing Tianyun Hall's formidable foundation. Why was the alarm sounded? The enforcer demanded, approaching the gatekeepers. Seeing their support, the gatekeepers recounted the incident, exaggerating details to garner sympathy. But even without embellishment, Su Erhu had killed a gatekeeper, right at their base, a blatant slap in their face. Who are you, and why did you kill a member of Tianyun Hall? Explain yourself, or you'll face severe consequences. The enforcer turned to Su Erhu, his voice icy. Su Erhu, unfazed, replied, You don't need to know who I am. As for that foul-mouthed lackey, he got what he deserved. You're quite bold. The enforcer's anger flared. Tianyun Hall had never been spoken to this way. I have no time for your nonsense. Take me to your leader. If you comply, I'll overlook your offense. Su Erhu cut him off, adopting the authority of a commander. He knew this mission wouldn't be easy. The strategist they sought was a close friend and senior advisor to Tianyun Hall's leader. Such a valuable asset wouldn't be handed over without a fight. From the moment he arrived, Su Erhu had anticipated a confrontation. If his power didn't intimidate them, he was ready to resort to force. Restrain them. The enraged enforcer ordered, though wary of provoking a powerful enemy. The guards hesitated but obeyed, advancing with weapons drawn, intent on breaking bones without killing. Perhaps I've been too lenient, wasting time here. Su Erhu reflected. This was an urgent mission, and he had delayed too long. Capture the leader, break the legs of the rest. Su Erhu commanded coldly. Yes. His guards moved swiftly, unsheathing their swords. In moments, only the enforcer remained standing. The enforcer, prepared to capture Su Erhu and boast about it, now stood paralyzed with fear, trembling, and even wetting himself. Lead me to your leader. Su Erhu demanded coldly. The enforcer, too terrified to refuse, stammered, Why yes. Tianyun Hall's leader was entertaining a distinguished guest when the door was kicked open. Who is Duan Chiwanyun? Su Erhu asked, dragging the trembling enforcer inside the hall of Tianyun. Suddenly, uninvited guests barged in, drawing everyone's attention in the gang. However, the hall's doors, which had been kicked open, were soon closed again. The disciples who rushed to the scene couldn't see what was happening inside, only hearing the sounds of intense fighting, followed by sporadic cries of pain. After a while, an eerie silence fell over the hall. The rapid change from chaos to calmness was faster than a woman's changing moods. What's happening inside? Should we break in? The Tianyun Hall members, arriving in waves, hesitated outside the doors. Normally, anyone daring to invade their stronghold would be met with a swift, collective assault. But now, the hall was filled with their top experts, including 3 peak-tier martial artists and other high-ranking members. The closed doors suggested a potential trap. If they barged in, they might only hinder their experts and face dire consequences. Despite suggestions to intervene, no one dared to bear the responsibility. Fortunately, those inside didn't keep them waiting long. After a moment of eerie silence, the doors opened again. But it wasn't their gang's experts who emerged. It was a tall, imposing man holding a longbow. Su Erhu. Behind him were their own experts, bound and restrained. Even their peak-tier leader was disheveled and tied up, looking as pathetic as a drowned rat. Seeing this, the gathered disciples were stunned. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. The man with the longbow, Su Erhu, spoke coldly, his words brooking no argument. The disciples trembled and instinctively stepped aside, clearing the path. Thus Su Erhu led his team, parading their captives in front of Tianyun Hall's members, and took away all their high-ranking officials. It wasn't until much later that the disciples snapped out of their daze. What just happened? Someone asked, still in shock. What happened? Prodigy. An elder replied bitterly. What do you think happened? Tianyun Hall is finished. Finished, just like that. The members couldn't comprehend it, exchanging bewildered glances. It seemed absurd. Tianyun Hall was the dominant force in the county. Yet, it was true. The mighty Tianyun Hall had been brought to an end, because Su Erhu needed to capture someone, and their leader resisted. It really was that simple. Back at the Lin family manor, Lin Fan, rising early from the embrace of his gentle wives, saw his younger brother returning from a night mission. How did it go? Lin Fan asked, squinting slightly. Su Erhu respectfully replied, mission accomplished. I brought them back. To avoid any deception, I captured all of Tianyun Hall's top officials and have them in the dungeon now. Well done. Lin Fan nodded in approval. He. Su Erhu scratched his head, looking a bit silly but clearly reliable in his tasks. Bring Scarface to identify the person, then bring that strategist to me. I need to ask him some questions. Lin Fan instructed. Yes. Su Erhu swiftly obeyed. In no time, a middle-aged man dressed as a strategist was brought in. He was trembling, and following him was Scarface, shivering as if he had witnessed a great horror. His fear-filled eyes were glued to Su Erhu. He had reason to fear. Su Erhu's reputation for brutality was well known. None of Tianyun Hall's captives had come back unscathed. The middle-aged strategist, similarly terrified, knelt as soon as Su Erhu threw him to the ground. Bloodstains were visible on the back of his robe. Seeing this, Lin Fan glanced at Su Erhu. He. Su Erhu grinned sheepishly. Apart from his love for looting, this was his only other vice. As for women, they would only interfere with his archery accuracy. Lin Fan shook his head and looked down at the kneeling man. Is your name Duan Qi Yunyo? Lin Fan asked, expressionless. Yes. Were you the strategist for the Black Cloud Mountain bandits 15 years ago? Yes. The middle-aged man stammered, clearly terrified. Su Erhu's methods might have been harsh, but they were effective. Answer my questions. Lin Fan's expression turned cold, an aura of suppression emanating from him. Under this pressure, the man felt as if facing divine wrath, trembling uncontrollably. Please, ask. The man shook like a leaf in a storm. Lin Fan didn't waste time, asking directly what he wanted to know. The man, too scared to lie, confessed that he had indeed been the strategist for the Black Cloud Mountain bandits 15 years ago, confirming Scarface's account. Since you were the chief strategist, were you involved in a secret deal 15 years ago? Lin Fan asked, his presence growing more oppressive. Under such a formidable aura, it was impossible for the strategist to lie, unless he had exceptional willpower. But this trembling man was clearly not that type. Yes, I remember now. There was a secret deal. Explain in detail. Lin Fan took a deep breath, sensing a breakthrough. The middle-aged man began recounting. 15 years ago, early summer, our leader received a visitor from the central capital. This man was not only exceptionally powerful but also of an unimaginable status. He promised our leader great rewards if we helped him with one task: to wipe out the Liu family village in Long County, sparing 2 individuals. If we succeeded, we would receive wealth and official titles. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Who were these 2 individuals? The man replied, one was the village chief's wife, and the other was his youngest daughter, about 4 or 5 years old. He even gestured to indicate her height. Are you sure? Absolutely. Lin Fan paused, then asked, do you know this man's appearance or why he was so significant? The man replied, I don't know his exact identity. But he had a distinctive feature. What feature? He wore a golden mask, leaving only his eyes exposed. Upon hearing the description, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Are you sure it was a golden mask? Lin Fan stared intently at the man. And if the man wore a mask, how could your leader be sure he was someone important? Why trust his promises without seeing his face? Under Lin Fan's piercing gaze, the middle-aged man couldn't stop trembling. He knew that if his answer didn't satisfy Lin Fan, he would surely die on the spot. Facing this life-or-death moment, he bit the bullet and said, "I'm sure. I saw the man with the golden mask myself because I was hiding under the bed during their secret meeting." "Why were you under the bed? Do you have some strange hobby?" Lin Fan's eyes grew colder. Embarrassed, the man explained, "It's not like that. I was in the room with our leader's wife discussing life and our leader suddenly came back. I had no choice but to hide under the bed." "You were seducing the wife?" Su-Arhu's eyes widened in shock. Even Scarface looked at the man in astonishment. This man, who seemed so upright, was involved in something so scandalous. "Hey, it was just talking. Just talking. Nothing more." The middle-aged man laughed awkwardly, trying to explain. But neither Su-Arhu nor Scarface believed him, and their eyes were filled with contempt. Lin Fan didn't expect to uncover such a scandal but decided to focus on the important information. "Since you were under the bed, I'll believe you. But you still haven't answered my question. How did you know he was a big shot, and not just a conman if he was wearing a mask?" The middle-aged man answered, "He had a royal identification plaque, a symbol of a prince. Such a plaque carries the penalty of death for anyone faking it. Our leader saw the plaque and believed him, leading to the deal." "Which prince?" Lin Fan pressed. The middle-aged man shook his head. "My view was blocked, and I didn't see the details. Later I didn't dare ask our leader, fearing he'd find out I was under the bed." "You're useless." Su-Arhu cursed at the man, who didn't dare to talk back and begged for mercy. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before asking, "Were you both involved in the massacre of the Liu family village?" "I wasn't involved in such matters, but Scarface here was. In fact, he led the operation." The middle-aged man pointed at Scarface, who had revealed his identity earlier and wasn't going to let him off easily. I Scarface tried to deny it but couldn't find the words. Back then, as a trusted follower of the leader, he had indeed led the team. "I advise you not to waste words," Lin Fan said calmly, staring at Scarface. Under Lin Fan's steady gaze, Scarface trembled, recalling the previous torture. Yes, I led the team," Scarface admitted, lowering his head. "When you found the two people you were supposed to spare, how did you ensure they weren't harmed?" Lin Fan asked, his expression still calm but terrifying. Scarface explained, "Before the operation, I infiltrated the Liu family village and confirmed the targets were in different locations. Only then did I lead the team in. During the search I deliberately missed them, pretending not to see them until the designated person arrived to rescue them. We then pretended to flee in panic." As Scarface spoke, Lin Fan began to understand the whole plot. It had all been an orchestrated act, just as he had suspected. "In reality, when I saw the mother and daughter hiding, the little girl saw me and almost ruined the plan. I pretended to feel guilty and didn't reveal them, waiting until the rescuer arrived. Then we acted as if we were fleeing in panic." Scarface continued without hiding anything. Lin Fan didn't respond immediately but looked towards a screen in the room. Behind it stood a figure: Lu Woyan, the little girl from 15 years ago, now a feared holy maiden. Lin Fan had brought her from the backyard when he ordered Su-Arhu to fetch the men. At first she thought it was one of Lin Fan's tricks. But as Scarface recounted the events, she couldn't stay calm. Especially when she heard about the moment the searcher spared her and her mother, her heart trembled, and she began to shake. "This can't be. It can't be," Lu Woyan muttered, her lips trembling as she stepped out from behind the screen. Compared to 15 years ago, Scarface had changed significantly, but the general outline of his face hadn't. She recognized him. In the past, hiding in the woodshed, she had seen this face. You're that little girl." Scarface recognized Lu Woyan too, stepping back in fear. He realized now why Lin Fan had gone to such lengths to investigate the past. The little girl from 15 years ago had become a significant figure. "You deserve to die." Lu Woyan didn't hesitate, drawing a soft sword and, with a swift movement, decapitating Scarface. His head rolled to the ground, his face frozen in shock. Lu Woyan, her sword dripping with blood, turned to the middle-aged man. "Was the person you dealt with really wearing a golden mask?" She stared at him intensely. Seeing Scarface's head on the ground, the man was terrified and quickly nodded. Yes, the person who made the deal with our leader wore a golden mask, white clothes, and had a phoenix jade pendant on his waist." "Is it like this?" Lu Woyan produced a jade pendant in the shape of a phoenix. "Yes, exactly like that." The man nodded frantically. Seeing his genuine reaction, Lu Woyan knew he wasn't lying. Her belief system crumbled at that moment. This phoenix-shaped pendant had been given to her by the mysterious leader when she was adopted, signifying their bond. Previously, the leader had always kept this pendant with him, even during the rescue. This secret was something Lin Fan couldn't have discovered, only someone who had seen it could know. Now, the middle-aged man's revelation confirmed everything. It couldn't be a lie. Even though she didn't want to believe it, the truth was right in front of her. The foster father she revered was actually her family's murderer. Everything, as Lin Fan had said, was because of her special physique. He wanted to use her. If she thought about it extremely, her family died because of her, suffering disaster. You also deserve to die. Lu Woyan swung her sword again, decapitating the middle-aged man. When it was over, Lu Woyan collapsed, nearly falling to the ground, but Lin Fan caught her. Seeing this, Su Erhu discreetly dealt with the bodies and led the guards away. Why? For the first time, Lu Woyan cried, leaning against Lin Fan, her voice hoarse and trembling. She hadn't cried when she lost her purity to Lin Fan, despite the massive defeat. She hadn't cried when her foster father died before her eyes. But now she cried. She cried with a heart-wrenching, soul-tearing agony, feeling utterly helpless and alone. Lu Woyan eventually cried herself into a faint in Lin Fan's arms. Sleep, just sleep. Everything will be better when you wake up. No matter what happens in the future, you still have me. I am your family and your support, Lin Fan said softly, gently stroking her back. Using his skills as a divine healer, he hypnotized her into a deep, healing sleep. This kind of hypnosis didn't control the mind or harm the soul but instead healed the spirit. It was a form of psychological therapy. A day passed. When Lu Woyan woke up again, although she was still emotionally distressed, she no longer had that numb look. Instead, there was a spark of life in her eyes when she looked at Lin Fan. Her gaze was complex but no longer filled with deep hatred. Seeing this change, Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The other wives understood and continued to offer warmth and comfort to their sister. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Shortly after unlocking Lu Woyan's emotional knot, Dao Miao, who was due any day, finally went into labor in the early hours. Why is it taking so long? This isn't normal. Lin Fan paced anxiously outside the delivery room, his eyes filled with worry as he glanced repeatedly at the door. All the other wives were there too, equally concerned but more composed than the soon-to-be father. Seeing her husband so anxious, Jianling tried to comfort him. Husband, don't worry so much. Dao Miao's health is excellent, and with your careful care, there won't be any problems. Yes, the midwife is the best we could find. Please don't worry, everything will be fine, Yi Xiaoru added, understanding her husband's concern. The first child of the Lin family wasn't just a newborn, it symbolized the beginning of the next generation and prosperity for the family. Hearing their comfort, Lin Fan smiled wryly. He understood, but he couldn't calm down. Despite having lived 2 lives, this was his first time becoming a father. Wah. Fortunately, Dao Miao lived up to her robust character, and the baby's cries soon echoed from the delivery room. Congratulations, sir. Your wife has given birth to a beautiful baby girl, the midwife announced, stepping out with a smile, holding the newborn. Ahaha. Thank you so much. Here, take this silver as a token of our gratitude, Lin Fan laughed, taking the baby and giving the midwife a large piece of silver. The midwife accepted the generous reward, her face beaming with joy, and continued to offer her congratulations. Thank you, Dao Miao, for giving me a beautiful little princess, Lin Fan said sincerely, holding the baby as he approached his wife. Despite her strong physique, childbirth had exhausted Dao Miao. But hearing her husband's words, she smiled happily. The baby's eyes are so beautiful, big and bright. Husband, you should name her, Dao Miao said, looking at her child with increasing joy. Since she was born at dawn, and is our first child, symbolizing hope for the next generation, let's name her Lin Shi, Lin Fan suggested. Lin Shi, Dao Miao repeated softly, then smiled. That's a great name. Our child will be called Lin Shi. She happily played with the baby. Little Lin Shi, say hello to your mother? Little Lin Shi's big eyes moved around curiously, showing an unusual liveliness for a newborn. Husband, didn't you say the baby has a special physique? What kind of physique is it? Jianling asked, remembering something from before. Let me check. I was too excited earlier and forgot, Lin Fan said, smiling as he began to examine his child carefully. He found that his first child indeed had a special physique. Such strong bones and such robust energy. This is far beyond that of an ordinary infant. With this, she's destined to be a martial arts prodigy, Lin Fan said, growing more satisfied as he continued the examination. Husband, what did you find? The wives were all tense with anticipation. Even Dao Miao, usually so carefree, looked intently at Lin Fan, holding her breath. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Yes, our first child has the legendary martial god physique. She is destined to be a rare martial arts genius. Not only will she progress rapidly in her training, but her power at the same level will far exceed that of others. She could be called invincible at her level. Martial god physique. The knowledgeable wives gasped in shock. Even Lu Woyan was surprised. The martial god physique was a natural-born martial arts prodigy. Mastering any technique came naturally, and cultivating inner power was as easy as eating or drinking, making rapid progress on the path of martial arts. Lin Fan, is our little Lin Shi really a martial god physique? Del Meow Meow Meow, as the mother, was overjoyed and couldn't contain her excitement. As an heir to a powerful clan, she understood the significance of special physiques. A martial god physique, while not necessarily the strongest, was incredibly suited for martial arts. With this physique, a powerful female martial artist would undoubtedly rise from this small place. Yes, she truly has this physique. Our little Lin Shi will become a powerful martial artist at the pinnacle of martial arts, Lin Fan confirmed, placing the baby back into her mother's arms. Daomiao Miao quickly took the baby, feeling inexperienced as a first-time mother but filled with love for her child. Little Lin Shi, you're amazing. You'll make your mother very proud, Daomiao Miao said, radiating maternal love as she gently rocked the baby, her eyes curving into crescents with joy. The future martial goddess, the first child of the Lin family, had finally been born. Xiao King, go and spread the word. All the servants are to be rewarded generously, and inform the steward to notify all our guests. A month from now, I will host a banquet to celebrate our daughter's 1-month milestone, Lin Fan commanded, his mood extraordinarily good. Yes. Maid Xiao King responded loudly, quickly going to carry out his orders. Today, Lin Fan was no longer the same. After several major events, the Lin family in Tianfeng County had become a prestigious and well-known family in the entire Dalong dynasty. The birth of Lin Fan's daughter was a major event, attracting many uninvited guests. Even the 4 great powers of the martial world did not miss this event, all attending the banquet. The Imperial court even sent representatives with gifts, elevating the celebration to its peak. Countless prominent figures gathered to celebrate the future martial goddess. What use is this luck? It doesn't seem to make much difference, Lin Fan pondered, unable to figure out its exact effect. Luck. This was the reward the system gave when little Lin Shi was born. Ding dong. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully having a child. Reward 1 luck. Due to the child's special physique, the reward is doubled, granting an additional 1 luck. Keep up the good work, and may you have many more children. That was the system's reward when the baby's cry first rang out. At that moment, Lin Fan was entirely focused on his child and didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't until later that he began to investigate it. Because of the special physique, the reward was doubled. But after wandering around the house for several days, he hadn't noticed any specific effects. This puzzled him. Marrying his wives had yielded significant rewards, yet having a child, which was even more challenging, didn't seem to offer as much. This struck him as odd. Oh well, luck is inherently elusive, and I already have enough abilities. There's no need to force it. Lin Fan finally gave up on his investigation, realizing that with his current power, whether he had luck or not didn't really matter. In the entire Dalong dynasty, who would dare oppose the Lin family? Letting go of this concern, Lin Fan decided to check on his holy maiden wife as part of their daily routine. The baby is very healthy, but the mother's emotions during pregnancy can affect the child's temperament. You need to smile more so that the child grows up cheerful. Otherwise, they might be gloomy all the time, Lin Fan advised after his examination, gently stroking her hair. Lu Woyan was silent for a moment before nodding in understanding. However, after all she had been through, she found it hard to smile. Lin Fan understood and suggested, let's go to the town for a walk. Many people have come, and the merchants are bustling. The town is lively, and there's lots of good food. All right, Liu Woyan agreed, remembering Lin Fan's advice about smiling more for the child's sake. Let's go. The town isn't far. We can walk there, Lin Fan said, taking her hand and smiling warmly. Lu Woyan didn't resist, allowing Lin Fan to hold her hand as they walked out together. The other wives were busy preparing for Lin Shi's 1-month celebration. The Lin family's first grand banquet invited many dignitaries and martial arts experts, requiring everything to be perfect. However, Lin Fan didn't need to worry about these preparations. The household affairs were managed by his wives, while he focused on external matters. They cooperated seamlessly. Do you remember this place? Lin Fan asked, pointing to a small hill along their path. Lu Huayan looked and recognized the familiar hill. Her eyes flickered slightly as she recalled it. She had been surrounded and beaten by Lin Fan and his wives on this very hill. Back then, she barely escaped with her life. Now, standing here again, the circumstances had changed. They were no longer enemies but husband and wife. Thinking back, Lu Huayan felt a wave of emotion. Life's twists and turns were truly unpredictable. How can you even mention this place, she retorted, perhaps feeling a bit nostalgic or trying to move forward. Lin Fan was taken aback, but then smiled. True, it's a bit awkward to mention. But don't you think this is where our fate began? He led her up the hill, hand in hand. Our fate began here, Lu Huayan murmured, following Lin Fan up the hill. It was here they had their first direct confrontation. That moment was deeply etched in her memory. Their intertwined fates indeed seemed to have started here. I didn't think so at the time. But this place actually has a nice environment, Lin Fan remarked, pointing to the surrounding wildflowers and buzzing bees. The gentle sounds were calming. Lu Huayan nodded slightly, feeling the tranquility of the place. We can come here to watch the sunrise next time, Lin Fan suggested, holding her close, breathing in her scent, and enjoying the serene surroundings. Lu Huayan didn't resist his closeness, trying to accept their relationship and become a real couple. Lin Fan was pleased with this positive development. As they embraced silently, Lin Fan took a step forward but felt something sharp under his foot. It pierced his specially made shoe but didn't hurt him due to his strong physique. What's wrong? Lu Huayan asked, seeing his expression change. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. I think I stepped on something valuable. He let go of her hand and looked down at the ground where his shoe had been pierced. A black object, sharp like a piece of charcoal, lay there. It couldn't have been wood since it pierced his specially made shoe. Lin Fan pulled out a dagger and began digging around the black object. He had a hunch he might have found something valuable. Lu Huayan watched curiously from a nearby rock, gently stroking her slightly swollen belly, a soft expression on her face. Lin Fan worked quickly, using his strong physique. It didn't take long before he unearthed the entire black object. It's a broken sword, Lin Fan exclaimed, revealing a broken blade about a third of the length of a regular sword. Only the tip remained, with no sign of the rest of the blade. He stopped searching for the rest and began cleaning the dirt off the broken sword. This is obsidian gold. I really did find a treasure. Lin Fan was astonished, realizing he had indeed found something valuable. Obsidian gold was an incredibly rare metal, not something man-made but naturally forged over countless years beneath a volcano. It required a volcanic eruption to bring it to the surface. Even with hundreds of volcanic eruptions, you might not find a piece the size of a finger. Gathering enough to forge a weapon took immense effort and incredible luck. This metal was synonymous with rarity. But despite its rarity, it was highly sought after, especially by blacksmiths, because it was the primary material for forging divine weapons. With enough of this metal and the skills of a master blacksmith, you could create a true divine weapon. True divine weapons were extraordinary. So-called semi-divine weapons were nothing compared to them, essentially just subpar imitations. Now, with this piece of rare metal, Lin Fan could forge a true divine weapon, even if it ended up being a smaller, more delicate sword. But a divine weapon was still a divine weapon, enough to drive all the experts in the world crazy, even if it was just a short sword. Is this the power of luck? No wonder the system never disappoints. Lin Fan was in awe, realizing the immense value of his newfound treasure. Lin Fan had finally grasped the power of the system's luck reward. Just by having a child and receiving 2 points of luck, he found a piece of divine metal while out for a walk with his wife. If he had 10 or 100 children, wouldn't treasures just start falling from the sky? He could practically just stay at home and wait for treasures to come to him. Maybe one day, he'd even find a fairy falling from the sky. At this rate, it might really happen. The second child is on the way. Even if it doesn't have a special physique, it will still give me 1 luck point. I wonder if I'll find something even better than Lin Fan thought as he gently caressed his wife's pregnant belly, filled with love and anticipation. These children truly were his lucky stars. More children, more blessings. The system wasn't exaggerating. Seeing the genuine affection in Lin Fan's eyes, Lu Huayan's gaze softened. Setting aside their initial grievances, Lin Fan was undoubtedly the best choice for a husband. He was handsome, kind, excellent with his family, capable, strong, and wealthy. All these qualities made him arguably the best man in the world. With these thoughts, Lu Huayan's mindset began to shift. I feel like having some candied hawthorns. Can you get some for me? She asked. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled brightly. Of course, we can buy out the whole town if you want. Thank you, Lu Huayan said sincerely. Ha. There's no need to thank me. As your husband, I'd bring you the stars if you wanted. Lin Fan laughed, genuinely doting on her. He handed the obsidian gold to a hidden guard for safekeeping, and then walked hand in hand with Lu Huayan towards the nearby town. Tianfeng County was no longer the same. With the headquarters of the Dan Pavilion located here, many of the best elixirs were sold exclusively in this area, attracting numerous martial arts experts from far and wide. These wealthy martial artists greatly boosted the local economy, elevating both commerce and industry to new heights. Combined with Lin Fan's grand banquet, which drew many powerful figures and experts, Tianfeng County was now livelier than the county capital itself. Fresh meat buns, thin skin, lots of filling. If they aren't tasty, they're free. Candied hawthorns, sweet and delicious candied hawthorns. Kind sir, spare some food for a poor man please. As soon as they entered the town, the lively cries of vendors and beggars filled the air. Here, take this and buy something good for your granddaughter, Lin Fan said, handing a coin to an elderly beggar. A single coin wasn't a fortune, but it was enough for a decent meal. Thank you, sir. Thank you. May you and your family be blessed, the old beggar said, showering Lin Fan with blessings. Thank you, big brother and big sister, a little girl beside the beggar shyly added. No need to thank us, Lin Fan said with a smile, leading Lu Huayan towards the candied hawthorn vendor. Before moving, Lu Huayan discreetly slipped 100 silver note into the girl's hand, remembering her own difficult past. Lin Fan noticed her gesture but said nothing. He simply tightened his grip on her hand as they approached the vendor. How much for the candied hawthorns, Lin Fan asked. The vendor replied, 5 coins for a large skewer, 3 coins for a small one. If you buy both, it's 7 coins. Discount for buying both, Lin Fan chuckled, impressed by the vendor's marketing strategy. Would you like to buy 2 skewers, the vendor asked eagerly. Give us 2 for now. If they taste good, we'll buy them all, Lin Fan said, handing over a silver coin. Sure thing, the vendor quickly handed over 1 large and 1 small skewer, beaming with excitement. I'll take the small one, Lin Fan said, reaching for the smaller skewer as he didn't have much of a sweet tooth. But Lu Huayan took the smaller skewer first. You work harder, so you should have the larger one, she said quietly before taking a bite. The candied coating was crisp, and the vendor's skill was evident. As she savored the familiar taste, a small smile appeared on her lips. The last time she had candied hawthorns was when her mother was still alive. Now, many years later, she had someone beside her again, caring for her just as much. Looking at Lin Fan, her gaze softened even more. Why are you just watching? Aren't you going to eat, she asked, seeing him staring at her. Lin Fan smiled. You look beautiful when you smile, even more so now. Lu Huayan blushed slightly and playfully scolded, you flatterer. Haha, Lin Fan laughed heartily, pleased to see her so cheerful. Boss, we'll take all your candied hawthorns. Send them to the Lin family estate outside town, he said, feeling generous. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, the vendor said, thrilled as he hurried to deliver the goods. Let's go check out the new theater. I hear they have great martial arts performances, Lin Fan suggested. All right, Lu Huayan agreed, holding his hand as they walked towards the theater. The sun shone brightly as they walked hand in hand down the street, their shadows stretching long behind them. As they moved forward, their shadows grew closer and closer together. Lin Fan spent the entire day with his wife. From enjoying flowers in the wild, eating candied hawthorns together, to watching a play, they stayed out until the sun began to set. As they headed towards the city gate to return home, a group of horsemen suddenly charged through the gate, completely ignoring the gate guards and recklessly trampling through the crowd. Pedestrians scattered in panic. Move. Those who didn't move fast enough were met with curses and even whipping. Lin Fan, leading his wife, stood in their path. Seeing this, Lin Fan instinctively prepared to deal with these arrogant bullies. But before he could act, someone else stepped in. A few swift flying kicks later, the horsemen were thrown off their horses, coughing up blood and rolling on the ground. Daring to act so arrogantly, endangering others, today I, He Xiao Feng, will not let you go unpunished. The one who intervened was a young man full of vigor. His righteous actions quickly earned applause from the onlookers. Lin Fan decided to watch the show and did not intervene. Who are you to interfere? If you have the guts, give us your name. The fallen riders, clearly spoiled young men, got up, glaring fiercely. From their fine clothes it was obvious they came from wealthy families and weren't used to being challenged. I am He Xiao Feng from the Tanjia of the North. My master is the current king of Northern Legs. The young man stood proudly, looking down at them. The Tanjia of the North. Upon hearing this name, the spoiled youth's eyes widened in fear, and they scurried away. HMPF. This time I let you off. Next time, it won't be so easy. The young man stood tall and proud, looking quite heroic. Nearby, several young women gazed at him admiringly. However, he ignored them and looked eagerly at a young woman standing nearby. Junior sister, what do you think? Before he could finish, he noticed his junior sister was already walking towards someone else. Lin Zhuangju? I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. The young woman was heading towards Lin Fan, greeting him excitedly. Miss Tan. Lin Fan smiled and nodded in response. This young woman was none other than Tan Jingjing from the Tanjia, the one with long legs capable of clamping down hard. Her legs seemed even longer now, the tight-fitting pants barely containing her strength. Junior sister. The young man couldn't help but follow, quickening his pace. He was the same young man who was deeply infatuated with Tan Jingjing. Now seeing her happily conversing with Lin Fan, he couldn't stand it. Tan Jingjing frowned slightly, finding him increasingly annoying. Lin Zhuangju. Long time no see. The young man greeted Lin Fan, though his eyes were filled with caution and jealousy. Lin Fan didn't bother to engage much. He nodded briefly, ready to leave with his wife. But the young man wasn't ready to let it go, sarcastically commenting, Lin Zhuangju, is this lady also your wife? How lucky you are, having one wife who just had a child and another who was about to give birth. Truly enviable. His words, meant to sound admiring, were laced with hidden jabs, implying Lin Fan was untrustworthy. Lin Fan chuckled at this. He hadn't intended to bother with the young man, but it seemed the young man had other ideas. Is that all you envy? Then you really need to work harder. Lin Fan glanced at him, then smiled at Tan Jingjing, inviting her, it's been a while since we last met. How about visiting my home? It's quite spacious. It would be my pleasure. Tan Jingjing smiled and accepted the invitation without hesitation. Lin Fan was now a prominent figure, and befriending him was beneficial for her and the Tanjia. Many people came from afar to attend the upcoming full moon banquet, seeking such opportunities. Let's go. We can enjoy the scenery along the way. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Junior sister. The young man grew anxious, wanting to follow. But Lin Fan interrupted, sorry but my home is modest and small. You're not invited. The young man's face turned red, then pale. Lin Fan had just claimed his home was spacious, but now said it was small and modest, clearly sending a message. Tan Jingjing shook her head silently. She used to think he was nice, but now found him immature. Once a girl thinks you're immature, you're out of the game. And so it was. Without hesitation, Tan Jingjing left the young man and joined Lin Fan. Seeing his beloved junior sister leave with another man, the young man felt as if he was choking, unable to breathe. Meanwhile, Lin Fan chuckled, aren't you afraid your senior brother will be angry if you leave him behind? If this makes him angry, so be it, Tan Jingjing replied calmly. She was indeed a quiet girl, but sharp in her ways. Ha ha ha! Interesting. Lin Fan laughed heartily. Tan Jingjing laughed softly, and then looked at Lu Woyan. Your senior brother was right about one thing, you're very lucky, Lin Zhuangju. It looks like we'll soon have another full moon banquet to attend. Haha, in that case you should bring good gifts, or I'll run out of money for more banquets. Lin Fan laughed again. The same words sounded different depending on who said them. Certainly. Tan Jingjing smiled. Sister, how far along are you? She asked Lu Woyan, who started chatting with her about the baby. Lu Woyan, now more open, found herself easily conversing with the friendly Tan Jingjing. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled. Inviting her was a good decision. Although his other wives were kind to Lu Woyan, the past enmity created an invisible barrier between them. With no such history, Tan Jingjing made a perfect friend. If she stays around, my saintess wife won't feel lonely, and will have someone to talk to, Lin Fan thought. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of little Lin Shi's full moon celebration, the Lin family estate was flooded with guests from all corners of the land. Many came uninvited, bringing lavish gifts, even if they couldn't attend the banquet. Seeing this, Lin Fan made a bold decision. He hired all the chefs in the county, adding thousands of tables. Including the initial 1,000 tables, Lin Shi's full moon banquet now had a total of 5,000 tables. With 10 guests per table, this setup could accommodate 50,000 people. Yet, even with this arrangement, some guests had to wait for their turn in a continuous flow of seating. Master, there are too many people. Hundreds of chefs can't keep up with the demand, the old housekeeper reported anxiously. He had been working non-stop and would have collapsed without the strengthening elixir. Lin Fan, holding little Lin Shi, sighed in amazement at the turnout. He had planned a grand celebration for his first child, but he hadn't anticipated such a massive crowd. Hundreds of chefs were already working, covering almost every respectable restaurant in the county, but it still wasn't enough. Such an event was unimaginable in modern times, but given his influence and the era, it wasn't too surprising. Despite the huge expenses, the benefits were even greater. Many of the attendees were influential figures, and their gifts were quite generous. Do your best. If we can't keep up, we'll just have to apologize to our guests, Lin Fan said, shaking his head. It wasn't his intention to neglect anyone, but the sheer number of people was overwhelming. At first people came because of his influence, but it soon turned into a bandwagon effect. Seeing the growing crowd, more people wanted to join, including many young people eager to witness the grand event. This resulted in nearly 10,000 people gathering. These weren't just ordinary folks. Those who had the confidence to attend were at least wealthy merchants, skilled fighters, or members of various factions. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare join such an opulent feast. If something were to happen to these attendees, it would cause a massive upheaval throughout the entire kingdom. Xiaofan, let your mother-in-law hold the baby. Your father-in-law will take you to meet some old friends. Dao Boshin, his father-in-law, said cheerfully, already tipsy from the pre-banquet drinks. He wanted to introduce Lin Fan to his friends. For his father-in-law, Lin Fan had to show respect. Yes, Xiaofan, we women will take care of the baby, his mother-in-law added, smiling warmly at her adorable granddaughter. Upon learning that her granddaughter had the legendary martial god physique, she had rushed over immediately. Since her arrival, she had hardly let the baby out of her sight, except for feeding times. Lin Fan, who had only held his daughter for a short while, felt compelled to hand her back to her eager grandmother. All right, thank you, mother-in-law. Little Lin Shi, be good for your grandma, or daddy will have to spank your little bottom when he returns, Lin Fan joked. Shoo, shoo. Little Lin Shi is the best. Don't listen to your daddy, Dao Meow 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 retorted, snatching the baby back and whispering to her mother. Lin Fan could only smile wryly at his wife's antics as he followed his father-in-law to meet his old friends. Dao Beishan's friends were no ordinary folks, they were influential leaders and retired martial arts masters. Some were half-step grandmasters, and one elderly man, with all white hair, was a true grandmaster. Even Dao Beishan addressed him as an elder brother. This is Master Ci, a true master of the boundless sea palm technique. When he roamed the martial world, I was still a child in diapers, Dao Beishan introduced. This introduction wasn't just for acquaintance, but also aligned with their previous discussion about preparing for turbulent times. Introducing these old friends now meant potential future allies. Lin Fan's prowess was unmatched, but one man alone couldn't achieve everything. Greetings, Master Ci, Lin Fan said respectfully, bowing as a junior. Lin Xiaoyu, there's no need for such formality. On the path of martial arts, age is irrelevant. If you don't mind, let's be friends of the same generation, Master Ci responded courteously. The two had a pleasant conversation, though Dao Beishan felt a bit awkward. If Ci and Lin Fan were of the same generation, that meant Dao Beishan would be a generation lower than his son-in-law. Darn old man. How cunning, Dao Beishan thought, but he couldn't show his displeasure. All the martial arts masters, despite their varying levels of power, were of higher seniority. Unlike Lin Fan, he didn't have the strength to easily subdue grandmasters, so he had to maintain respect. However, seeing his son-in-law surrounded by revered masters, he couldn't help but feel proud. My son-in-law is extraordinary. When the time comes, he will rise like a dragon. Despite the apparent calm in the kingdom, Dao Beishan knew trouble was brewing. The aging Emperor Wu's reign was shaky, and the young crown prince wasn't capable of managing the ambitious officials. With only one daughter, Dao Miao Miao, and one son-in-law, Lin Fan, Dao Beishan was determined to give his all. Second brother, where is our father? He said he would come, but he's not here yet, Dao Beishan asked his younger brother, who held a high position in the northern army. I don't know. He set out with his guards before I left the north. He should have arrived before me, the younger brother replied, equally puzzled. That's strange. He dotes on Miao Miao the most and wouldn't miss such an important event, Dao Beishan said, increasingly confused. Forget it. Let him explain to Miao Miao later, or he'll lose his beard, Dao Beishan decided, resuming his drinking. Usually restrained by his strict wife, he now enjoyed the freedom of the festive day. With Lin Fan mingling with esteemed guests, the banquet was about to start. He planned to have his wife bring out little Lin Shi and announce the beginning of the feast. Just as he was about to do so, a powerful voice echoed from the entrance of the estate. The northern king has arrived, bearing gifts for his great-granddaughter Lin Shi, a pair of 1,000-year-old ginseng, a pair of 1,000-year-old fleeceflower roots, 9 Tianshan snow lotuses, and a rare beast cub. The King of the North has arrived. As the congratulatory announcement echoed from outside, the guests at the Lin family estate were abuzz with excitement. The King of the North, the only non-imperial king in the Dalong dynasty, was a legendary figure. Stationed in the north, he was a formidable presence, deterring the fierce northern tribes from invading the borders of the Dalong kingdom. In his youth, his military exploits were unmatched. He expanded the kingdom's territories and inflicted heavy losses on the northern tribes, ensuring they never again coveted the fertile lands of Dalong. His outstanding contributions earned him the unprecedented title of King of the North, bestowed by the emperor himself. Many believe that Emperor Wu's success was largely due to the foundation laid by the King of the North. Even the highly regarded Duke Tang, the emperor's father-in-law, had to bow to this king's influence. However, since assuming his position in the north, the King of the North had rarely returned, fading from the public eye. It was only the rise of Duke Tang's daughter to Empress that elevated the family's status. Now, this legendary figure had not only come to celebrate but had brought priceless gifts, revealing a shocking truth: Lin Fan's first daughter, the star of the full moon banquet, was his great-granddaughter. This revelation was earth-shattering. The daughter of Lin, the head of the Lin family, is actually the great-granddaughter of the King of the North. Truly remarkable people marry into remarkable families, a young guest remarked enviously. Many shared his sentiments, feeling a tinge of jealousy. The extravagant gifts from the King of the North showed his immense affection for his great-granddaughter. With such a powerful protector, even the court would think twice before challenging Lin Fan, considering the tens of thousands of elite northern troops at his disposal. Though the northern tribes had been subdued, they occasionally tested the borders, keeping the northern army in constant battle readiness. These elite soldiers, honed by years of combat, were a force to be reckoned with, often referred to as the King of the North's personal troops. Having such a formidable ally meant the court would avoid any future conflicts with Lin Fan. "It's my grandfather Dao Miao Miao, holding her child," exclaimed joyfully. Her grandfather had always doted on her, making his arrival the highlight of her day. "Let's go welcome him together," Lin Fan said, smiling at his wife. "It's the first time we're meeting. I hope I make a good impression." Despite the King of the North's status, he was also Lin Fan's wife's grandfather, deserving of a personal welcome. At the gate, they saw a slender, white-haired old man in a dark robe and cape, looking like any other elder, yet his sharp eyes betrayed a history of battlefield glory. Surrounding him were guards standing tall and alert. Unlike the king's restrained demeanor, these guards radiated a palpable sense of danger, with an air of bloodshed hanging around them. Among the guards, two stood out, a man and a woman, both reaching the pinnacle of martial excellence. These were just his personal guards, not the full might of the Northern Army, showcasing the terrifying strength of the troops under the King of the North. Is this the might of the King of the North? Truly awe-inspiring, marveled some guests who had followed Lin Fan to the gate. Even Lin Fan nodded in appreciation, recognizing his grandfather-in-law's impressive presence. Compared to the mysterious leader of the White Lotus sect, the King of the North was a step above. While the sect leader relied on schemes and favorable conditions to challenge the throne, the King of the North needed no such tactics. Grandfather Dao Miao Miao called out, running towards the elder with excitement. "My dear, take it easy. You're a mother now. You shouldn't be so reckless," the King of the North chided gently, his stern demeanor melting into warmth. "Is this my precious great-granddaughter? Let me have a good look," he said, transforming from a feared warlord into a doting grandfather. "Isn't she adorable?" Dao Miao Miao beamed, presenting her daughter to her grandfather. "Indeed, she's lovely. No wonder she's my great-granddaughter." The King of the North laughed heartily, immediately recognizing the extraordinary nature of little Lin Shi. "And you must be Xiao Fan?" he asked, approaching Lin Fan with his great-granddaughter in his arms. "Yes, grandfather," Lin Fan replied, finding the elder very likable. "I've heard about your remarkable deeds. Seeing you today, I'm even more impressed. With you by Miao Miao's side, I can rest easy," the King of the North said, appraising Lin Fan approvingly. "Grandfather, you don't blame me?" Lin Fan asked, curious about the elder's reaction to his past conflicts with the court. "Hey, in my younger days I might have been more rigid. But now, with one foot in the grave, I'm more inclined to support family over principle," the King of the North said, with a nonchalant smile. "Grandfather, you still look strong and healthy. With my skills, I can ensure you live another 100 years," Lin Fan replied, respecting the elder even more. With his expertise in alchemy, extending life by several decades was entirely feasible. "I'll hold you to that," the King of the North chuckled, taking Lin Fan's words as a blessing. "Bring the gifts forward. Today we celebrate my great-granddaughter's full moon. As her great-grandfather, I won't hold back," he declared, ordering his guards to present the gifts. The previously mentioned gifts were just a fraction. In reality, there were several large carts filled with rare treasures, each item worth a fortune. The most eye-catching gift was a large iron cage containing a fiery red beast. It was no bigger than an adult dog but incredibly fierce, shaking the iron bars as if it were a mighty tiger. Its claws left deep gouges in the iron, and its scales glowed like fire, resembling the mythical fire Qilin. This isn't a fire Qilin but a sacred fire beast from the northern mountains, revered by the northern tribes. It thrives in volcanic areas and can consume flames to grow stronger. This rare beast is a totem for the largest northern tribe, an elder explained. The king of the north confirmed, indeed, this is a sacred fire beast. My great-granddaughter is destined for greatness, and this powerful companion will grow alongside her. To everyone's surprise, the ferocious beast calmed down as the king of the north approached with Lin Ji. The beast, usually violent, stared curiously at the baby, eventually making a friendly sound. Even the king of the north was taken aback by this, but he quickly laughed. My great-granddaughter is truly extraordinary, earning the sacred fire beast's recognition with just a glance. Although this was just an initial acknowledgement, it was a good omen. The future likelihood of taming the sacred fire beast seemed promising. Its long growth cycle coincided perfectly with Lin Ji's upbringing, fostering a bond from an early age. Once fully tamed, the beast would become an exceptionally loyal companion, even more reliable than a human. A grown sacred fire beast would be as powerful as a peerless master, incredibly swift, able to traverse mountains with ease, ideal as a mount, the king of the north explained, growing more satisfied with his great-granddaughter. Then we must take great care in nurturing it, Lin Fan agreed, planning to cultivate the beast meticulously. As a master of divine medicine, he was skilled in concocting elixirs not only for humans but also for animals. Often, their requirements in terms of physical vitality and blood were similar to humans, only in larger quantities to match their physiology. In some aspects, animals might even absorb these elixirs more efficiently. Arrange for this beast to be housed in the woodshed temporarily. Later, we'll build a dedicated beast enclosure for it, Lin Fan instructed. Yes sir, Su Erhu responded respectfully, moving forward with several guards to carry the beast, cage and all, into the house. The imposing guards of the king of the north observed Su Erhu and his men with serious expressions. Despite the brief interaction, they sensed a palpable threat from these men. The two leaders, both of exceptional martial prowess, felt a chill when they looked at Su Erhu. Although puzzled, they understood that this seemingly simple man posed a significant threat, one that made them instinctively wary. No wonder the king holds him in such high regard. His capabilities are indeed formidable, able to cultivate such a team of guards, a feat difficult even for royalty. The two leaders exchanged glances, dispelling any traces of their previous contempt. Grandfather, thank you for traveling such a long way. The banquet is about to start. Please, take the seat of honor, Lin Fan said respectfully, inviting the elder to sit. Ha ha. Very well. The king of the north handed the child back to Dao Miao Miao and, with Lin Fan leading the way, strode into the hall. Accompanied by Dao Miao Miao's father and mother, the king of the north warmly engaged in conversation, clearly enjoying the family reunion. As they walked, many guests paid their respects, bowing and offering blessings. To the king of the north, whether they were leaders of powerful factions or peerless masters, they all showed utmost respect. Greetings. Uncle Princess Long Kiwai stepped forward to pay her respects as they entered the inner courtyard. With the birth of the family's first child, she had returned from the capital days earlier. The king of the north, who was of the same generation as Emperor Wu, was indeed considered an uncle to the princess. The king of the north was slightly taken aback, clearly unaware of the unpublicized marriage. Long Kiwai smiled. Yes, it's me, uncle. Just call me by my name. Seeing this, Dao Miao Miao's mother whispered something to her father, the king of the north, who then understood the situation. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder approvingly, clearly pleased with his grandson-in-law. Haha, Lin Fan could only smile sheepishly in response. Let's take our seats first. We can talk more over dinner, the king of the north suggested, indicating they should proceed. With the guests seated, the grand banquet officially began. Songs of blessing and words of well-wishing filled the air. With the Lin family's vast resources, Lin Fan ensured the banquet was of the highest standard, even personally preparing one of the main dishes. As the feast progressed, guests enjoyed themselves thoroughly, forging new connections and relishing the festive atmosphere. As the banquet was drawing to a close, a sharp voice suddenly called from outside. An imperial decree. It was the voice of a eunuch, traditionally tasked with delivering royal edicts. Lin Fan, head of the Lin family, received the decree. The decree was addressed to Lin Fan himself. An imperial decree for me. Lin Fan looked to his princess wife, puzzled. Long Qi smiled. Have you forgotten? My father once said that whoever brought the head of the White Lotus sex leader would be granted a noble title. Oh, Lin Fan remembered, though he hadn't given it much thought at the time. His primary motivation had been his wife's earnest request, not the reward. By the emperor's command in recognition of Lin Fan, head of the Lin family in Tianfeng County. The eunuch's distinctive voice continued, lavishly praising Lin Fan's achievements. The decree was finally read out, bestowing Lin Fan with a marquisate, not a mere hereditary title, but one to be passed down perpetually in extraordinary honor. Did you have a hand in this? Lin Fan asked his princess wife as he accepted the decree. Long Qi smiled. Naturally, she had used her influence. Elevating Lin Fan's status ensured no opposition to their marriage. Take your seat, the king of the north said, ending the conversation. Today is about my great-granddaughter. No one objected. It was indeed time to start the celebration. As everyone took their places, the grand banquet, which had drawn attention from across the land, officially commenced. Toasts, songs and blessings filled the hall, creating a joyful atmosphere. With the Lin family's wealth, Lin Fan spared no expense, ensuring the banquet's grandeur surpassed even that of the royal court. One of the main dishes was prepared by Lin Fan himself, showcasing his culinary mastery. The guests enjoyed the feast, many forming new alliances and friendships. As the banquet neared its end, a sharp voice again rang out from the entrance. An imperial decree. The voice, distinct and authoritative, belonged to a palace eunuch. Lin Fan, head of the Lin family, received the decree. Lin Fan looked to his wife, confused. What could this decree be about? Long Qi smiled. Remember, my father promised to reward anyone who could bring the head of the White Lotus sex leader. Lin Fan nodded, finally understanding. The eunuch's voice carried through the hall as he read the decree, showering Lin Fan with praises. When the decree was finished, Lin Fan was officially titled a marquis, a hereditary title to be passed down indefinitely, a rare and high honor. You had a hand in this, didn't you? Lin Fan asked his wife with a knowing smile. Long Qi smiled in return, not denying it. Ensuring Lin Fan's elevated status was her way of securing their future against any potential opposition. As the banquet continued, Lin Fan took a moment to whisper something to Long Qi. Though her expression remained unchanged, her ears turned bright red, betraying her reaction to his words. The banquet eventually drew to a close. Most guests began to depart, though some close family members and friends remained. The king of the north also prepared to leave. His duties were many, and his presence at the border was crucial. Lin Fan, understanding his obligations, didn't press him to stay. As a parting gift, he handed the elder 2 bottles of elixir. One is for enhancing internal strength, the other for replenishing vital energy and prolonging life. Take them when you have the time, grandfather. The king of the north accepted the gift with a smile, appreciating his grandson-in-law's thoughtfulness. Thank you, Xiao Fan. I'll be sure to use them. And remember, if you ever need anything, you're always welcome in the north. Come and hunt with me in the lands of the northern tribes. Lin Fan nodded, grateful for the elder's generosity and support. With a final farewell, the king of the north and his retinue departed, returning to their duties. Dao Miao's father also left soon after, driven by his own ambitions and plans. However, her mother stayed behind to help care for her new grandchild. With the departure of their guests, the Lin family estate returned to its usual tranquility. Lin Fan, having ensured everything was in order, quietly slipped into the princess's chamber as night fell. Be gentle. Don't worry, my dear. I'm always gentle. Now, lift here. The next day, Lin Fan woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. To be honest, having extraordinary martial arts skills and physical prowess did indeed unlock more possibilities for movement. Lin Fan found that everything he had thought of, or had seen online before, could now be realized. The only thing he still couldn't master was Mr. Yi Su's invincible firewheel technique. I thought you said you were gentle, Long Qi teased as she got out of bed. If it weren't for her strong constitution, she wouldn't have been able to get up at all. Don't say that, it makes me feel unappreciated. Who was it last night that kept saying, "Don't stop"? Lin Fan teased back with a mischievous grin. You. I clearly said don't. Not don't stop. Long Qi's face turned red as she lightly pounded Lin Fan's chest with her fist. Ha. I must have misunderstood, so I went ahead and complied. Lin Fan laughed heartily, pulling her back into his arms. He had planned to get up early to handle some tasks, but now he thought better of it. Amid Long Qi's playful protests, she found herself back in bed. The events that followed were best left to the imagination. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that they finally emerged from the bedroom. Long Qi had to return to handle matters with the Zhenwu division. Although they were a legitimate couple, they had not yet had an official wedding. As a princess, Long Qi had to consider royal protocol. An official marriage would require a formal wedding hosted by the Imperial family and sanctioned by the emperor's decree. Lin Fan, feeling reluctant to part, did not push her to stay. Finish your duties quickly. I'll send an 8-carriage palanquin to bring you back in a grand wedding ceremony, Lin Fan promised as he embraced her. I'll be waiting. Long Qi nodded, her moist lips brushing his cheek before she gracefully departed. After seeing his princess wife off, Lin Fan turned to the tasks he had delayed. His recent extraordinary luck had led him to discover a fragment of a sword made of obsidian steel. He planned to use this divine material to forge a true divine weapon. With his master-level blacksmithing skills, creating a genuine divine weapon wouldn't be difficult. This material isn't enough for a conventional weapon, but it will suffice for forging a delicate small sword for little Lin Shi, as her companion weapon. Lin Fan mused as he picked up the broken sword in his blacksmith's workshop. Given how generous her great-grandfather had been, he couldn't afford to be stingy as her father. With her exceptional physique and natural talent for martial arts, Lin Shi was destined to become an invincible female warrior. It was only fitting that she had a divine weapon to match. A companion weapon forged from a young age would merge with her developing internal energy, growing alongside her until it became an integral part of her. Eventually, it would adapt to her exact size and requirements. This binding process required advanced forging techniques, but it was well within Lin Fan's capabilities. It would take some time, but for his daughter, no effort was too great. The rhythmic clanging of metal resonated through the blacksmith's shop once again. Besides necessary breaks for eating, resting, and sewing, Lin Fan spent the next month almost entirely in the workshop. A month later, the steady sound of hammering finally ceased. As the clanging stopped, a sudden clap of thunder rumbled through the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Why is it suddenly raining? Servants in the manor rushed to collect laundry and secure items that couldn't get wet. Inside the blacksmith's workshop, Lin Fan examined a slender, black gold sword, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Finally finished. Even with existing materials and advanced skills, it took me a whole month to forge this divine weapon. Creating a divine weapon is indeed no simple task, Lin Fan thought, feeling accomplished. He lightly swung the sword, slicing through an iron pillar as effortlessly as cutting through sugarcane. The cut was smooth as glass, showcasing the sword's unmatched sharpness. Examining the blade, Lin Fan noted the divine patterns that amplified the wielder's inner energy and killing techniques. In the hands of a powerful master, this sword could slice through rivers. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded in approval. Even compared to the blood sword he had gifted to Lu Huayan, this weapon was superior. A true divine weapon stood in a class of its own. Why is it suddenly raining so heavily? Lin Fan pondered as he was about to show the sword to his daughter, only to be stopped by the downpour. Undeterred, he used his energy to repel the rain, creating a dry zone around him. This was a basic technique for a martial arts master. On such a rainy day, little Lin Shi was naturally asleep. Lin Fan found her dozing in her mother's arms. Dao Miao Miao was tidying up her clothes, a faint scent of milk lingering in the air. Seeing this, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. With Dao Miao Miao's generous bosom, there was clearly more than enough milk. As a responsible father, he felt it was only right to help relieve her burden. What are you doing? Dao Miao Miao asked, puzzled as Lin Fan stood there staring at her. Doing. Lin Fan replied succinctly, gently placing Lin Shi and the newly forged sword in the crib. With everything in place, he scooped up his wife. What are you doing? Dao Miao Miao exclaimed, trying to keep her voice down to avoid waking the baby. Doing. Lin Fan repeated. His vigorous physique had many benefits, but it also meant his virility was unmatched. Thankfully, his wives were strong and resilient. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep up with him. You rogue. Dao Miao Miao soon understood his intentions, but could only bite her lip to suppress her voice with the baby in the room. Half a day went by. It wasn't until the afternoon, when little Lin Shi started crying from hunger, that everything finally came to an end. Look at the mess you've made. Now we have to change the sheets again. Dao Miao Miao pouted, looking at the bed soaked from the milk. Lin Fan sighed. I really tried my best. Who knew you'd be such a milk machine? I can't keep up with that. And you still have the nerve to complain. Dao Miao Miao bit Lin Fan's shoulder, but then hurriedly got up to feed their crying child. Lin Fan cheerfully gathered up the linens to be washed later by the maid. Once Lin Shi was fed and content, he picked up the slender little sword he had left on the crib. What's this? Dao Miao Miao asked, curious about the delicate sword. This is a companion divine weapon for our little treasure. It will grow with her. Lin Fan explained. A divine weapon. Dao Miao 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 was taken aback. Lin Fan nodded seriously. Yes, a true divine weapon. Wow, Dao Miao Miao exclaimed. The best she had ever seen were semi-divine weapons, which were already rare and highly coveted. True divine weapons were the stuff of legends. There was a story of the divine sword Manor once possessing one, but it vanished along with the previous sword god, Sword 13, during his travels. Since then, divine weapons had disappeared from the world, existing only in rumors and hearsay. Now, her husband had made one, and it was meant for their daughter to grow up with. How could she remain calm? Such a small sword is really a divine weapon. And what do you mean by companion weapon? Dao Miao Miao asked, still in disbelief. It's indeed a divine weapon. Although it's small, its power is immense, Lin Fan explained patiently. As for the companion weapon, it means this sword will grow and evolve alongside its owner. He gently pricked Lin Shi's finger with a silver needle, letting a drop of blood fall onto the blade. The sword's divine patterns began to glow, absorbing the blood. The blade briefly turned a faint red before returning to its black-gold color, the edge gleaming sharply. Blood recognition. Dao Miao Miao's eyes widened. She had read about this in novels. No, this is the binding process for a companion divine weapon. Only its rightful owner can wield it, Lin Fan explained as he sheathed the sword and placed it back on the crib. Keep this weapon with Lin Shi so it can absorb her aura. When she starts practicing internal energy, she should train with it. Dao Miao Miao nodded, trusting her husband's expertise. After playing with his daughter a bit, Lin Fan left the room. The rain had stopped, and he stretched before heading to find his wife, Lu Woyan, for their routine walk to bond. Having many wives indeed kept him busy, but Lin Fan enjoyed this aspect of his life, something many could only envy. Our child is already 10 months old, but I still don't feel any signs of labor. Could you check again? Lu Woyan asked with a worried frown as soon as they met. Lin Fan had been monitoring this closely and found the baby healthy, just not ready to be born. It was as if the child didn't feel it was time yet. After another thorough check-up, Lin Fan reassured his wife with the same findings. Don't worry. Our baby is very healthy. Maybe the cycle is just a bit longer. There's nothing to be concerned about, Lin Fan comforted her. If it came to it, he could always perform a cesarean section, a minor procedure for a master healer like him. Lu Wuyan, being an extraordinary martial artist, wouldn't suffer like ordinary mothers. All right, Lu Wuyan nodded, still occasionally touching her belly, unable to fully ease her worries. To distract her, Lin Fan took her to their usual spot by the small river in the back hills, where he often fished. His assistant, Wang Erxiao, had already prepared the fishing gear. Su Erhu was also there but preferred to spear fish rather than use a rod, wreaking havoc on the fish population. Without Lin Fan's intervention to protect his fishing spot, there wouldn't be any fish left. Today feels lucky, Lin Fan thought as he cast his line, and indeed he soon got a bite. But just as he prepared to reel in his catch, a tiger's roar echoed from the forest. A bloodied, enormous tiger stumbled out, and Lin Fan recognized it as the grateful Tiger King he had once helped. The tiger was now severely injured, barely holding on. It had come seeking help, but was soon surrounded by several blood-robed, bronze-masked figures. Both Lu Wuyan and Lin Fan recognized these intruders immediately. Their attire was all too familiar. Facing the familiar attire, Lin Fan didn't act immediately. Instead, he glanced over at his wife, the holy maiden, for guidance. Lu Wuyan, looking puzzled, shook her head slightly. She was just as confused about the situation. In her knowledge, the bloodguards had perished along with the mysterious master. On the other side, the blood-robed figures that emerged from the forest ignored Lin Fan and his group. Their eyes, visible through their bronze masks, were devoid of emotion, like cold, unfeeling killing machines. Their blood-stained swords were raised, poised to strike the Tiger King's vital points. Before they could succeed, 3 arrows shot through the air, knocking their swords away. Su Erhu, having received a signal from Lin Fan, had acted. Despite this, the blood-robed figures remained unfazed. They coldly glanced at Su Erhu, then swiftly picked up their swords and continued their assault on the injured Tiger King. Sensing the threat, Su Erhu didn't hold back. He fired 3 more arrows, this time piercing the wrists of the sword-wielding assailants. Even with their wrists pierced, the blood-robed figures didn't flinch or make a sound. They simply drew their backup short swords and advanced toward Lin Fan and his group, ready to kill. Seeing this, Lin Fan calmly ordered, "Leave them alive." At his command, a group of black-clad figures emerged from the surroundings. In a matter of moments, they subdued the blood-robed attackers. Roar. The Tiger King, finally rescued, collapsed to the ground, but it didn't rest. Instead, it looked at Lin Fan with a pleading gaze. "Erhu, carry it and find its cubs. If you encounter more of these blood-robed figures, capture them all," Lin Fan instructed. "Brother Fan, you understand tiger language?" Su Erhu asked, astonished. "I guessed," Lin Fan replied calmly. Impressive. Su Erhu gave a thumbs up before eagerly setting off to complete the task. The Tiger King, understanding the situation, didn't resist and even used its paw to point the way. With the Tiger King's matter resolved, Lin Fan approached the subdued blood-robed figures. Though defeated and unable to control their fate, the blood-robed figures remained silent, their eyes void of any emotion. "Did the White Lotus Master have another group of blood guards?" Lin Fan asked his wife. Lu Huyan frowned and shook her head. "No, his blood guards were fanatical, but they weren't emotionless killing machines like these." Lin Fan nodded and looked back at the blood-robed figures. "Can you understand me?" he asked, using a hypnotic technique he had perfected recently. Despite his efforts, the figures showed no response, their eyes vacant and devoid of independent thought. "Where are you from?" he asked again, but received no answer. Realizing the situation, Lin Fan frowned. He had a feeling he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Is this the system's luck at work again? "I just came out to fish and ended up uncovering a major secret," he thought. "Why are you here? Why are you hunting the tigers in this forest?" he asked one final question. To his surprise, the blood-robed figures responded simultaneously, "Hunt, blood material." Their repetitive chanting provided little insight. "Where do you take the hunted tigers?" Lin Fan probed further, but the response was the same: "Hunt, blood material." Seeing their mechanical responses, Lin Fan concluded that their minds had been erased and replaced with a single directive. These individuals' consciousnesses have been erased, leaving only the implanted commands. Lu Huyan observed, beginning to assist more actively. Lin Fan nodded. "I feel there's a big event looming. These blood-robed figures are part of a major secret that could be a threat to us." Lu Huyan agreed. "This kind of mind control isn't common. There must be a controller nearby." "You mean?" Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Lu Huyan nodded. "Yes, the controller is likely hidden in the forest. Dark guards, bring all the mechanical birds here. Seal off the forest and ensure no one escapes," Lin Fan commanded. Yes, the dark-clad guards immediately began executing the order. "Remember what the White Lotus Master said before he died?" Lu Huyan asked. "About the true master?" Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. "Yes," Lu Huyan continued, her expression tinged with hatred. "These blood-robed figures might be linked to the deeper conspiracy he mentioned." Lin Fan agreed. "Exactly. That's why we need to uncover the truth." Despite scouring the forest, they couldn't find the suspected controller. However, they did discover other useful information. "Do you want to bring your cubs and guard my house?" Lin Fan looked at the Tiger King in surprise. As a reciprocal friend, he had treated the Tiger King's wounds, allowing it to recover and move normally again. Su Erhu had also brought back the injured tiger cubs, none missing. Yet the Tiger King, having overcome the crisis, didn't plan to return to the forest. Instead, it wanted to follow Lin Fan home with its family, offering to guard the house. Having a few tigers guarding the door would certainly be more impressive than having dogs. Lin Fan understood this. But he couldn't help but feel puzzled. "You're the king of the forest, and you'd rather guard a door than rule the wild. You've grasped the concept of food and shelter provided at such a young age. Isn't this the skill of a panda?" The Tiger King roared in agreement, indicating that it indeed preferred food and shelter over the harshness of the wild. As long as it was well fed, it didn't mind where it slept. "Brother Fan, does this big cat really want to come back with us to guard the door?" Su Erhu was equally bewildered. In his mind, a forest tiger was a proud king, one that wouldn't bow down even if hunted. Yet here it was, wanting to guard a door. "Yes, that's exactly what it means," Lin Fan laughed, finding the situation both absurd and amusing. The Tiger King, having faced several setbacks, seemed to have chosen the easy life. The Tiger King roared again, as if asking Lin Fan if he would accept its offer to guard the house. It believed it could do a good job. The Tiger King, understanding humans well, knew how to make itself valuable. Having a few fierce tigers at the gate would certainly be a sight. Whether they could actually guard the house was secondary. Aru the tiger cubs, prompted by a nudge from their father, started rolling on the ground, displaying their cuteness. "Let them come with us," Lu Huyan requested. "Tanjing is leaving in a few days, and it would be nice to have them keep me company." Lu Huyan's friend Tanjing, who had been staying at the manor, had already expressed her intent to leave soon. Although Lu Huyan had persuaded her to stay a few more days, she knew her friend couldn't stay forever. Without Tanjing, Lu Huayan would be left without a close companion. While she got along with the other wives, there was still a sense of awkwardness. Having the tiger cubs around would make her feel less lonely. Since his wife requested it, Lin Fan saw no reason to refuse. Having a few tigers guarding the door would indeed be impressive. He imagined people walking their dogs while he walked his tigers, a clear display of status. Besides, food wasn't an issue for him anymore, and he did feel a certain bond with the Tiger King. Lu Huayan smiled, picking up one of the tiger cubs. The cubs started acting even more adorable in her arms. Clearly they had inherited their father's understanding of humans. You're the biggest, so you'll be called Big Tiger. The others will be Second Tiger, Third Tiger, and Little Tiger, Lu Huayan said with a smile. Su Erhu, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a bit speechless at the names, especially since his own name was included. Let's skip Second Tiger. We already have one here, and we don't want any confusion, Lin Fan suggested with a laugh. Alright, then Third Tiger, Fourth Tiger, and Little Tiger it is, Lu Huayan agreed, nodding. Relieved, Su Erhu let out a breath. He almost lost his name to a tiger. Lin Fan patted Su Erhu on the shoulder and prepared to head home. He planned to continue working on the captured blood-robed men, hoping to extract some useful information through treatment. Just then, Lu Huayan, who had been playing with the tiger cubs, suddenly cried out in pain. What's wrong? Lin Fan quickly took the cub from her and asked with concern. My stomach hurts suddenly. I think the baby is coming, Lu Huayan said, her face pale and her hands clutching her belly. Realizing the situation, Lin Fan placed his hand on her swollen belly. The previously calm fetus was now moving frequently, definitely a sign of imminent birth. Confirming this, Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He picked up his wife and rushed home as quickly as possible, ensuring she wasn't jostled during the journey. Fetch the midwife immediately. Lin Fan's command set the entire manor into action. The other wives gathered, worried looks on their faces. Is Huayan about to give birth? They asked. Yes, her water has broken, Lin Fan replied, still tense despite it being their second child. The idea of a C-section was a last resort. Who would want to cut their wife open if it could be avoided? Even with her strong physique, it wasn't ideal. This time, the birth didn't take as long as before. Shortly after entering the delivery room, the cries of a newborn filled the air. Congratulations, master. Your wife has given birth to a baby boy, the midwife announced, carrying the baby out. Having a son was considered a great blessing, especially in these times. Lin Fan, who valued both sons and daughters equally, was still overjoyed. He finally had a son and a daughter. Ding dong. En dong. Congratulations, host, on having another child. You've earned one luck. Keep up the good work for more blessings. As Lin Fan held his son, the system's message appeared. Yet, instead of feeling delighted about the luck bonus, he frowned as he looked at his firstborn son. What's wrong? The wives asked worriedly. Anyone who's been to the doctor knows that the scariest moments are when the doctor sighs, shakes their head, or frowns without speaking. They had complete faith in their husband's medical skills, which were akin to those of a legendary healer. Seeing him frown in silence made their hearts sink. Nothing serious. The baby's QI and blood are a bit weak. He'll just need more nourishing foods. Lin Fan took a deep breath and smiled reassuringly. It's just a bit of weak QI and blood? You had us worried there for a moment. Ye Xiaoru, as the main wife, was always the most concerned about the household and its heirs. Hearing it was just a false alarm, she sighed in relief. The other wives were also relieved, except for Jian Ling, who watched Lin Fan's reaction carefully, her eyes flickering with a hint of doubt. She said nothing, merely stepping forward to gently play with the newborn. Lin Fan nodded at her, and then took the child into the birthing room. You've done wonderfully, my dear, giving me a fine son, Lin Fan said, sitting by the bed and smiling at his saintly wife. Seeing her child, Lu Huayan also smiled gently. In this world she finally had her own blood relative again. Even without any special abilities, just a seemingly ordinary baby, it didn't matter to a mother. The child being healthy and growing up happily was all she wished for. This child would be her world. Have you thought of a name? Lin Fan asked. He respected his wife's opinion in this matter, not wanting to impose his own choice. Lu Huayan held the baby, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's call him Lin Hao. What do you think?" Lin Hao. Lin Fan was taken aback. "Didn't you say that name was too problematic?" "Not that, Lin Hei," she said, rolling her eyes. "This one means vast as in vast and upright." "All right, Lin Hao it is. May he grow up to be an upright gentleman." Lin Fan laughed and nodded in agreement. This was a name he had considered, knowing it would resonate with her. The birth of Lin Fan's first son was indeed a significant event. Tan Jingjing, who had been staying as a guest, found it impossible to leave at this time. She had packed her bags but put them down again upon hearing of her good sister's childbirth. Sister Woyan, congratulations. Tan Jingjing arrived, offering her best wishes. After spending over a month together, they had become close friends, sharing everything with each other. Thank you, Lu Woyan replied with a smile. Can I hold him? Tan Jingjing asked eagerly, wanting to experience holding a baby. Of course. Lu Woyan gently handed the baby to her. Given their close relationship, the child would call her aunt in the future. Tan Jingjing, having no experience, carefully took the baby, nervous but excited, her natural fragrance filling the air. Lin Fan watched with an amused smile. She was indeed adorable. The baby is so cute and quiet. Unlike some of my older siblings' children, who would cry all the time, Tan Jingjing said with a grin, gradually becoming more comfortable holding the baby. Women naturally have a knack for handling babies, unlike men, who often fumble unless they are dedicated stay-at-home dads. Newborns, soft and fragile looking, often made men hesitant to hold them. Sister, what's his name? Tan Jingjing asked. Lin Hao. Liu Huayan replied. Lin Hao? That's a wonderful name. He'll surely grow up to be a gentleman, filial and well-behaved. Tan Jingjing praised, making Lu Huayan's smile even brighter. She had a way with words that could light up anyone's day. Xiao King, prepare for a banquet. We will celebrate Hao Er's 1-month birthday, Lin Fan instructed. Yes, Master. Xiao King, now experienced in such matters, swiftly began the preparations. Invitations were soon sent out. Guests who had just returned home received another set of invitations. Upon learning of Lin Fan's first son's birth, they eagerly packed lavish gifts and set off again. Lin Fan, now not only powerful but also well-connected, had been granted a hereditary marquise title, placing him among the elite of any era. Such a prominent figure was worth investing in with generous gifts. A month later, the same crowd headed towards Tianfeng County to attend the celebration. The locals couldn't help but marvel, when you're influential, you can get rich just from receiving gifts. However, before these guests could witness the grand event, a sudden upheaval in the capital shocked everyone. The emperor had passed away. This news was unexpected. Despite his age and obsession with immortality, the emperor was still active in daily court affairs, dealing with the state's problems. Recently, he had demoted many sycophants and promoted capable officials. His actions had nearly eradicated the faction of the powerful prime minister, leading to the rise of previously sidelined officials. But amidst this crucial power shift, the emperor suddenly died. The cause was unknown, kept secret by the royal family, but his death was confirmed and announced to the nation. This country is about to plunge into chaos, remarked some retired martial artists, their expressions complicated upon hearing the news. Master, why would there be chaos? Isn't the crown prince the next in line? He has been acting as regent for 3 years, a young disciple asked, puzzled. The old master shook his head and sighed. It's precisely because the crown prince is ascending to the throne that chaos will ensue. Ambitious people cannot be controlled by a young emperor, and neighboring countries won't miss this opportunity. Is it really going to be chaotic? The young man paled at the thought, knowing that in times of turmoil, lives would be lost like blades of grass. Staying at home wouldn't ensure safety. Disaster could strike any time. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact, the old master said, shaking his head. So, should we still attend the banquet? The young disciple asked again. It's because of the impending chaos that we must attend this banquet, the old master replied cryptically, heading towards the manor. Though confused, the young man quickly followed, carrying gifts. This scene repeated across various places, as reclusive masters who had befriended Lin Fan began heading to the banquet. The emperor has passed away. Lin Fan was taken aback by the news. This unseen father-in-law of his had planned to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage soon. But now, he hadn't even had the chance to visit before the emperor was gone. Yes, the royal family has announced it. They are now preparing for the crown prince's ascension, Jian Ling confirmed. She managed the household's intelligence network, so there was no mistake about these matters. This is so sudden. Poor Gu Er must be heartbroken, Lin Fan sighed. He had no personal feelings for the emperor, but his princess wife certainly did. We should go pay our respects in the next few days, Lin Fan suggested. However, Jian Ling shook her head. Hao Er is still in his first month. It's not appropriate for you to attend a funeral. Gu Er has sent a letter saying you don't need to come. Just focus on organizing the banquet for our son. She won't be able to attend either. Is that so? Lin Fan frowned slightly. He didn't care for superstitions, but he couldn't speak for others. Yes, such conflicting events are best avoided. Even if you don't mind, the royal family certainly will, Jian Ling explained gently, knowing her husband's tendencies. All right, I'll write Guer a letter and have the fastest pigeon deliver it. Lin Fan sighed, giving in. That's a good idea. Jianling nodded, relieved. Lin Fan quickly wrote a letter, keeping it simple and heartfelt. His writing wasn't elegant, but plain words often best conveyed genuine feelings. The carrier pigeon swiftly flew towards the capital, carrying his letter of comfort and love. Master, many people are waiting outside, asking to see you, the old butler reported. Let them wait in the reception hall. I'll be there soon, Lin Fan replied, regaining his composure. Yes, sir. The old butler bowed and left. Jianling, accompany me to meet these guests, Lin Fan said, already guessing the reason for their visit. Of course. Jianling agreed dutifully. Outside the manor, a large crowd had gathered. These were reclusive martial arts masters, along with their apprentices. The elders waited calmly, but the younger ones were restless, especially seeing the tigers lounging at the gate. Tigers as gatekeepers were far more impressive than guard dogs, showing off the household's grandeur. Being able to tame such fierce beasts shows the master here is extraordinary, a young disciple marveled. Another, more worldly young man laughed, that's nothing. Even the invincible White Lotus sect leader was defeated by the divine Marquis Lin. Having tigers guard his door is hardly surprising. The title Divine Marquis referred to Lin Fan's hereditary noble rank. His son would inherit this title, and people had started addressing Lin Fan as Marquis instead of Manor Lord. Divine Marquis is indeed powerful, but taming tigers isn't easy. Why don't you try it and show us? A young man teased. The more experienced youth retorted. That's like saying if I think swords aren't sharp enough, I should learn to forge them. The young man frowned, you're twisting my words. And so, a heated exchange ensued, with sleeves rolled up, ready for a fight. But before it could escalate, the elders sternly intervened, quiet down. This is no place for your bickering. The young men quickly fell silent, intimidated by their elders' authority. Everyone, our master will see you now, the old butler announced, leading them into the reception hall. Lin Fan didn't keep them waiting long. He soon arrived with Jianling. Greetings, everyone. It's been a while. How have you been? Lin Fan greeted them warmly, showing no airs. Thank you for your concern, Marquis Lin. We are well. Forgive us for intruding, the reclusive masters responded respectfully. Please have a seat. There's no need for formalities, Lin Fan said, sitting with Jianling. I assume your visit isn't just to congratulate my son. Lin Fan went straight to the point. The elders, frank and straightforward by nature, appreciated this direct approach. Marquis Lin, we come seeking your protection amid these uncertain times. 4C's elder, the former top martial artist, spoke on their behalf. Seeking protection meant aligning themselves with Lin Fan, preparing to support him in any grand ventures. They were old but wanted to secure a future for their descendants. Lin Fan remained outwardly calm but internally puzzled. What had his father-in-law, Dao Bashan, said to these martial arts masters to prompt them to act so quickly? Right now he had no intentions of rebelling. After all, the royal family was his wife's family, and the soon-to-be emperor was practically his nephew. Seeking protection is not a problem, but we must be patient and not act rashly, Lin Fan replied diplomatically. Of course the reclusive masters agreed, their faces beaming with satisfaction. It was clear they had misunderstood his words, but Lin Fan lacked the eloquence to clarify further. Nevertheless, both sides seemed pleased with the outcome, leading to a pleasant conversation. The young disciples, in awe, watched as their elders deferred to someone their age, feeling both envious and inspired. The discussion lasted until the afternoon. Jianling, observing quietly, took note of everything said for future analysis. Everyone, it's time for dinner. Jianling has arranged a banquet for us. Please, join us in the dining hall, Lin Fan invited. Thank you, madam. The guests expressed their gratitude and moved to the dining hall. The meal was sumptuous, and the guests enjoyed themselves, having achieved their goals. They anticipated future success when the tides turned, believing in Lin Fan's strength, wealth, and the backing of the Northern King. Satisfied, the guests left, and Lin Fan, slightly tipsy, retired to his quarters. Despite his robust constitution, the high-proof liquor consumed during the feast had taken its toll. However, a quick use of his kiwi and blood energy cleared his system. Here, have some hot soup. Jianling gently offered a bowl of soup. Thank you, my dear. Lin Fan smiled, drinking it in one go. The warm soup immediately made him feel better. How is it? Jianling asked with a smile. Very good. The flavor is perfect, just the right amount of heat. It's clear you put a lot of thought into it, Lin Fan complimented. Jianling's smile widened. It was Xiao Qing who prepared it, worried that the alcohol might upset your stomach. Xiao Qing made this. Lin Fan paused. Jianling, with a mischievous smile, said of course. According to tradition she's your maid. Naturally her heart is set on you. You're looking for trouble, Lin Fan said, narrowing his eyes. I'm not joking. Xiao Qing is destined to be yours. If you don't accept her, she'll remain single, longing for you all her life, Jianling said seriously. Lin Fan didn't like the idea of deciding someone's fate, but Jianling interrupted, you should talk to her yourself. Lin Fan looked towards the door. Outside a figure stood quietly, her emotions in turmoil. The capital. As the capital of Dalong, it was naturally built to be grand and imposing. In the past it was the most stable place, as it was under the emperor's watchful eye, and no one dared to cause trouble. But now, everything had changed. The streets were almost deserted, shops were closed, and the few people who were out were moving quickly and with purpose. The sudden death of the martial emperor had thrown everything into chaos. Although the crown prince was set to inherit the throne, he was only 9 years old, still a child in many ways. A child ruler, often called a yellow-mouthed child, had no real power. Moreover, with the emperor having neglected state affairs for years, ambitious individuals had emerged, unwilling to let the transition happen smoothly. Before the new emperor could even ascend the throne, major events began to unfold. The Imperial guards, the Yulin Wei, initiated a lockdown of the capital without orders. Then, the Duke of Tang, who controlled the capital's military forces, was mysteriously attacked and left in a coma. His 2 grandsons, who commanded troops, were also injured and could only recuperate at home. With no one able to command the capital's army, the Yulin Wei ran unchecked. What are you doing? Who ordered you to lock down the capital? The elderly Grand Chancellor, past 60, confronted the commander of the Yulin Wei, berating him. The commander, Duan Phelan, was unfazed by the scolding, standing still even as spittle hit his face. When the Grand Chancellor had exhausted his breath, Duan finally spoke, Grand Chancellor, I am merely following orders. Orders? Whose orders? The Grand Chancellor, though old and a scholar, was unafraid of military men. Even though Duan Phelan was a top-tier martial artist, he couldn't dare to retaliate or talk back. It wasn't fear, but respect, as the Grand Chancellor was revered by scholars, and even respected by many warriors. Duan Phelan's own child was a student at the Grand Chancellor's Academy, making him one of his disciples. Thus, despite the public scolding, Duan remained silent. Seeing no response, the Grand Chancellor was furious but helpless. He couldn't physically force an answer from Duan, a martial arts master, and violence wouldn't solve anything. Are you trying to start a rebellion? The Grand Chancellor accused. Duan Phelan hastily denied. Please, Grand Chancellor, do not speak such words. I have no intention of rebelling, I am just following orders. Then tell me, whose orders are you following? The Grand Chancellor pressed on. Duan Phelan remained silent. Frustrated, the Grand Chancellor stormed off in anger. Commander, why tolerate such an old fool? He won't last long anyway, a young Yulin Wei soldier questioned, disdain clear in his voice. Duan Phelan reacted instantly, slapping the young soldier hard, sending him spinning to the ground. If I hear such words again, the next punishment won't be so light, Duan Phelan warned coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. The young soldier, bleeding and in pain, quickly knelt and begged for mercy. I dare not speak out of turn again. Humph! Duan Phelan grunted but said nothing more, letting the soldier scurry away. No matter what happens, none of you are to harm the Grand Chancellor, Duan Phelan commanded sternly. Understood. The senior Yulin Wei officers responded respectfully. Dismissed, Duan Phelan ordered, waving them away. Yes sir, they bowed and left. Once the hall was empty, an inconspicuous Yulin Wei soldier stepped forward, reminding Duan Phelan, Commander, do not forget your mission. I know what I must do, Duan Phelan replied emotionlessly. Make sure you do, or there will be consequences for your family, the soldier warned before disappearing. Damn it! Duan Phelan punched a hole in the wooden table, his teeth grinding in frustration. But thoughts of his family and the mysterious, powerful figure behind these events left him feeling helpless. Meanwhile, preparations for the new emperor's coronation continued, but the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. As the eldest princess, Long Qi was acutely aware of the changes. With her powerful grandfather in a coma and her 2 cousins injured, there was little she could do. She could only rely on the elite warriors of the Zhenwu division. She summoned her deputy commanders and top warriors to the capital's Zhenwu headquarters. This included Jian Qingfeng, a near-absolute level master from the Divine Sword Manor, who played a leading role among them. Facing the Yulin Wei's tens of thousands of elite soldiers and the mysterious figure who had severely injured her cousins, the Zhenwu division's formidable force seemed inadequate. Commander, with the Yulin Wei acting without orders and a mysterious enemy in the shadows, We might not be able to ensure the palace's safety with just our forces, a middle-aged deputy commander said to Long Qi. Even though the palace had loyal Imperial guards, eunuchs-led defense units, and Zhenwu's experts, the current turmoil made their usual numbers insufficient. Long Qi understood this all too well. Stability was crucial for the new emperor's transition, and any disturbance could be catastrophic. Commander Long, the problem lies not just with the Yulin Wei but with the mastermind behind them. Unless we eliminate this threat, others will continue to emerge, Jian Qingfeng spoke up, alluding to the late emperor's mysterious death. Long Qi's expression changed as she realized Jian Qingfeng was subtly hinting at a lack of confidence in the current royal lineage. He was there out of duty, not loyalty. Feeling overwhelmed, Long Qi was at a loss. At that moment, Deputy Commander Zhu Ming hesitantly suggested, "Commander, should we seek the Divine Marquise Lin's help?" Even though their relationship was no secret, Zhu Ming knew that Long Qi could always count on Lin Fan. Long Qi knew this too but was reluctant. Lin Fan was busy preparing for their son's full moon celebration, and this situation was too complex to solve quickly. She feared burdening him again, worried it might affect how he saw her, despite the slim chance. "I'll consider it," Long Qi replied, still uncertain. Zhu Ming and the other captains showed their disappointment, but respected her decision. They believed Lin Fan could easily resolve the current crisis but couldn't force the issue. After the meeting, Long Qi was left alone. Am I really that useless, she wondered aloud, caressing the refined sword Lin Fan had given her. Thank you for making the soup, Lin Fan said with a warm smile, looking at the person standing outside the door. I'm glad you liked it, Master Zhao Qing replied shyly, her earlier sadness replaced with a joyful expression. She quickly took the empty bowl and cheerfully ran off to wash it. Jianling, who had been watching from the side, shook her head in exasperation at the young maid's excitement. Earlier you didn't answer my question. Are you itching for a spanking? Lin Fan said, turning to his wife. Jianling began, trying to explain, but Lin Fan didn't give her a chance. He silenced her with a kiss until she was breathless, then scooped her up and, with a few quick leaps, carried her back to their room in the inner courtyard. Today I must teach you a lesson so you know who's in charge, Lin Fan said with mock severity, pulling the ribbon from her waist. Jianling's soft cries filled the air, marking the start of another intimate night. It wasn't until dawn that the house finally grew quiet. Xiao Qing, the maid, had been waiting outside the whole time, her cheeks flushed red. The next day, the sun rose as usual, but Lin Manor was bustling more than ever. Their eldest daughter, Xiao Lingxi, was growing quickly, already showing signs of her extraordinary potential. At less than 2 months old, her bones had hardened enough for her to start crawling. It seemed like she might start walking within 6 months, living up to her reputation as a martial arts prodigy. Lin Fan's mother-in-law had decided to stay indefinitely to dote on her granddaughter, leaving her husband, Dao Bashan, behind. Even Dao Miao Miao, the child's mother, struggled to get time with her daughter, often pouting in frustration. If you want to hold the baby, you'll have to have another one. When there are two, there will be plenty to go around, her mother said teasingly. Do you think I'm a pig? Dao Miao Miao retorted unhappily. Having just given birth, the thought of another child so soon was overwhelming. That's not my concern. That's between you and your husband. Xiao Lingxi belongs to her grandmother, the mother-in-law declared, taking the baby away to play. Lin Fan, aren't you going to say something? Dao Miao Miao complained, turning to her husband. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly. What can I say? I can't just take the baby from her. I don't care. You have to do something, Dao Miao Miao insisted, pouting. Lin Fan laughed. Actually, it's simple. Just follow your mother's advice and have another one. Do you think I'm a pig? Dao Miao Miao put her hands on her hips, clearly annoyed. Lin Fan pulled her into a hug and whispered in her ear. You're not a pig. You're a cow. You scoundrel. Just you wait, I'll bite you, she threatened, pretending to be angry. Go ahead, Lin Fan laughed, lifting her into his arms and carrying her inside. After consuming 3 dragon blood pills, he found his energy levels were through the roof. Whenever he was with his wife, he couldn't help but feel enthusiastic. And no matter how much they worked, he never felt tired. Instead, he only grew stronger. No wonder dragons and legends were always leaving offspring everywhere, Lin Fan thought. It's not just in their nature, there's a reason for it. Thankfully, he had plenty of wives to keep him busy. With these thoughts, he buried his head and started nursing. The sound of milk splashing filled the air. By noon, Lin Fan had eaten and was ready to get to work. He locked himself in his alchemy room. He had yet to process the precious herbs sent by the Northern King, so he planned to refine them into pills. He turned the 1,000-year-old ginseng into great revitalizing pills to enhance his guard's strength, and the 1,000-year-old he shu wu into blood qi pills to replenish their energy. These pills weren't difficult to make, and he finished them by the next day. Wu Yan, dissolve this pill in water, and give it to Hao R over 10 doses, Lin Fan said, handing a blood qi pill to his saintly wife, Lu Wu Yan, who was tending to their child. All right, Lu Wu Yan nodded, taking the pill. Lin Fan, is something wrong with our child? She asked after a moment of silence. Lin Fan hesitated but then nodded. Hao R has some issues. His blood qi is weak, and his meridians are naturally blocked. He might not be able to practice martial arts. Not able to practice martial arts? Lu Wu Yan fell silent for a long time before speaking again. That's all right. It might be better for him to live as an ordinary person, to be safe and happy. He can study and become a scholar. Yes, it's better to be a scholar than to fight, Lin Fan agreed, taking his son and gently playing with him. Zhao Lin Hao was a very good baby, rarely crying and often smiling. He was a delight to be around. After playing with his son for a while, Lin Hao fell asleep with a smile on his face. Take him. My muscles are too hard, it's not comfortable for him to sleep on me, Lin Fan said, handing the baby back to his wife. All right, Lu Wu Yan said, taking the child. Though she seemed calm, Lin Fan could see the sadness in her eyes. Any mother would feel the same if their child had a congenital issue. Lin Fan hugged both mother and child, whispering, "Don't worry. I have a plan to cure him. As soon as I find the right herbs, I'll fix it." Okay, Lu Wu Yan nodded, leaning against him. They stayed like that for a long time until both mother and child fell asleep. Only then did Lin Fan leave the room. Outside, Tan Jingjing sat at a stone table. Seeing him, she greeted him with a smile. "Asian master. Just call me Lin Fan or Brother Fan," Lin Fan said, smiling. "All right, then I'll call you brother-in-law." Sister Wu Yan accepted me as her sister, Tan Jingjing said, her eyes twinkling. Brother-in-law works, Lin Fan agreed, amused at gaining a new sister-in-law. Brother-in-law, can I ask you something? Tan Jingjing asked after a while. Of course. What do you want to know? Lin Fan asked. I've never seen you practice, but you're so powerful. How did you achieve this? She asked, curious about his strength. Lin Fan's abilities were no secret. His reputation for effortlessly defeating even top-tier masters was widely known. Actually, it's simple. I took divine pills, Lin Fan said. Divine pills? Tan Jingjing looked puzzled, then skeptical. You're joking, right? She said, laughing. Lin Fan smiled but didn't elaborate. Instead, he teased, just practice more at night. Practice at night, she repeated, confused. It's not something I can explain here. Ask your sister, he said with a grin, leaving her to ponder his words as he walked away. Xiao Lingxi, throw this meatball to Xiao Hong. Look at it drooling. Yes, just like that. Throw it hard into the cage. As soon as Lin Fan arrived at the newly built zoo, he heard his mother-in-law's pleasant voice. As expected, his mother-in-law was holding Xiao Lingxi, bonding with the sacred fire beast, a daily ritual. The sacred fire beast was still a juvenile, just beginning to grow, but it had quite a temper. It rarely ate food given by others unless it was starving. However, it never resisted the food touched by Xiao Lingxi. A woo. Why? The sacred fire beast happily chewed on the meatball thrown by Xiao Lingxi. Because of its ferocious nature, and Lin Fan's fear of it pretending to be tame and hurting his child, he specially built a large iron cage in the corner of the zoo using refined iron. This cage, several meters wide, contained a fake mountain and a pond, giving the sacred fire beast ample space to move around. Since it loved flames, Lin Fan arranged for a caretaker to keep a fire burning in a special recess. With food and drink available daily, and a comfortable living environment, though it temporarily lost its freedom, it was much better than living in the wild. After all, the northern barbarians' territory was far from peaceful. Not only were the barbarians bloodthirsty, but various wild beasts were also extremely fierce. For a juvenile sacred fire beast to grow up successfully wasn't easy. This current life was quite good for it. Yeah. Seeing the adorable sacred fire beast, Xiao Lingxi cheered, as if in celebration. The sacred fire beast, seeing Xiao Lingxi's delight, started spinning in circles, grinning, which made Xiao Lingxi even happier. However, when Lin Fan approached, the sacred fire beast, which had been entertaining the child, immediately became alert, its scales clinging tightly to its body. The sacred fire beast, though still young, had a high life level. In adulthood, it would possess the strength of a top master, classified as a mythical beast. This placed it above ordinary beasts. Even a tiger, which ordinary people feared, was nothing compared to it. Lin Fan once brought a Tiger King to see the sacred fire beast out of curiosity. The Tiger King, scared out of its wits, ran off with its cub. According to the Tiger King, the sacred fire beast was their natural enemy, irresistible. It made sense. Even in its juvenile stage, its claws could tear through the iron cage, showing its lethality. But facing Lin Fan, it was subdued. Every time Lin Fan appeared, it acted as if facing a formidable foe. Xiao Fan? You're here. Seeing Lin Fan, his mother-in-law smiled, but noticing the sacred fire beast's fearful behavior, she asked puzzledly, "This little creature seems very afraid of you. Every time you come, it looks like it's going to explode." "Maybe I just scare beasts," Lin Fan replied with a smile, knowing why it feared him. It was the aura of the dragon. The sacred fire beast, though possessing a trace of fire Keelan bloodline, couldn't compare to a true dragon. Not cowering was already commendable. Saying he scared beasts wasn't an exaggeration, but the truth. Facing a dragon, what beast wouldn't be afraid? "Don't talk nonsense," his mother-in-law scolded, not believing him. What could Lin Fan say? He just took out a special QI blood pill and handed it to his daughter. "Feed this to the big kitty." As soon as the pill appeared, the sacred fire beast's eyes filled with longing. This was a specially crafted QI blood pill, tailored for beasts. Made by a master herbalist, it had an irresistible allure for beasts. Seeing the pill, the sacred fire beast wagged its tail at Xiao Lingxi, forgetting its fear. A woo. The once revered sacred beast started rolling around adorably again. Yaya, Xiao Lingxi cheered again, seeming to understand and throwing the pill into the cage. The sacred fire beast jumped up and swallowed the pill mid-air. The potent medicinal power made it close its eyes in comfort. Lin Fan smiled at this scene. The pill wasn't given for free. But there was no rush. Xiao Lingxi was still young. They had time to influence her. "Xiao Fan, what pill did you give Xiao Hong? It seems to like it very much," his mother-in-law asked. Lin Fan replied, "It's a special treasure that greatly benefits its growth." "Isn't that wasteful?" his mother-in-law said, feeling a bit distressed. In her view, just feeding and raising the beast was enough, without wasting resources. "It's not wasteful. This mythical beast is worth nurturing. When it grows up, it will be a great help to Xiao Lingxi." Lin Fan shook his head. Xiao Lingxi, still young, didn't understand the conversation, but the sacred fire beast's eyes showed a flicker of intelligence, and it looked at Lin Fan with softer eyes. Has it become sentient? Lin Fan wondered, then continued chatting with his mother-in-law before heading to another part of the zoo. This was the Tiger King and its cub's den. Besides guarding the gate, they usually rested here. Since Lin Fan's wife Lu Woyan often visited, the place was well built, with elegant surroundings and a few pavilions. Roar. The Tiger King, being a doting father, was feeding its cub. Seeing Lin Fan, it roared a greeting. "Brother Fan." Su Erhu, who was responsible for daily feeding, greeted him. After an incident of searching for the cub, they had formed a bond. "Go on with your tasks. I'll play with them for a while," Lin Fan said. "Sure," Su Erhu responded, and went off to his duties. "You have it good, with food and drink every day, just taking care of a cub," Lin Fan said to the Tiger King, sitting under a pavilion with a smile. Roar. The Tiger King grinned, feeling the same. With food and shelter provided, all it had to do was lounge around. If it had known this earlier, it would have brought its family here long ago, not worrying about losing its kingly face. "Take this. Since you're with me, you shouldn't just laze around." Lin Fan threw another QI blood pill to the Tiger King. Trusting Lin Fan completely, the Tiger King leapt up and swallowed the pill. Being intelligent, it knew it was something good, and didn't hesitate. As expected, as soon as it consumed the pill, it began to change, just as Lin Fan had anticipated. Roar. The Tiger King let out a thunderous roar, as if provoked by something. Its fur stood on end without any wind, becoming more vibrant. To vent its agitation, it raised a paw and smashed it down on the fake mountain, instantly toppling it. Though the fake mountain wasn't large, it wasn't easy to shake either. For the Tiger King to knock it over with one paw, it must have used at least several thousand pounds of force. If that paw had struck a person, they would have been reduced to a pancake. The Tiger King, seeing the destruction it caused, stared dumbfoundedly at its own paw. The tiger cubs nearby whimpered in fear. "Not bad. It's not wasted." Lin Fan nodded slightly. "Now, try running at full speed and see if your speed has improved too." The Tiger King nodded, and then leaped forward. Whoosh! The sound of the Tiger King tearing through the air echoed in the zoo. At full speed, the Tiger King left after images behind. From afar, it looked like a striped lightning bolt darting around the zoo. Roar! With a final powerful leap, the Tiger King jumped onto the high fake mountain. This height was previously unattainable for it. But now, it easily landed on top, standing proudly. The tiger cubs below, seeing their father's prowess, excitedly howled in joy. It seems your bloodline has indeed been enhanced, otherwise, such comprehensive improvement wouldn't be possible. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction again. The QI and blood pill he crafted for beasts contained certain stimulating effects. These effects weren't suitable for humans, but beasts could digest them, enhancing their bloodlines. In this world, humans could practice martial arts to become stronger, advancing from acquired to innate stages. Similarly, beasts had their own paths to strength, primarily through bloodline enhancement or atavism. Every beast, if traced back far enough, had a powerful ancestor. For instance, the Tiger King's illustrious ancestor was the mythical white tiger. If it could revert to its ancestral state, its strength would skyrocket. The sacred fire beast, so formidable that it frightened the Tiger King, had undergone such atavism. The fire Qilin was no less powerful than the white tiger. Since this pill can enhance beast bloodlines, calling it a QI and blood pill doesn't do it justice. Let's name it the bloodline pill, Lin Fan mused, giving his newly created pill a fitting name. The bloodline pill. It could enhance beast bloodlines, offering a chance for atavism. The Tiger King's comprehensive improvements served as a good validation. The sacred fire beast's preference for the pill was another testament to its effectiveness, otherwise, it wouldn't attract mythical beasts. Roar. The Tiger King descended from the fake mountain and walked up to Lin Fan, growling softly in gratitude. No need to be so polite. Just make sure to guard the gate well. Lin Fan waved his hand with a smile. Roar. The Tiger King roared mightily, pounding its paw as if to say it would handle the gate from now on. Then, it hesitated and pointed to its cubs, grinning foolishly at Lin Fan. It was asking for a pill for its cubs. Lin Fan shook his head. This is a new creation. I'm not entirely sure about any side effects yet, so let's hold off on giving it to your cubs. We don't want to take any risks. AR? The Tiger King's silly grin froze. Doesn't that sound a bit scary? Haha. Are you scared now? Lin Fan burst into laughter. The Tiger King tried to laugh along but couldn't manage it this time. Don't worry. While it's not certain, I'm quite confident, Lin Fan reassured. But the more he reassured, the less confident the Tiger King felt, suddenly sensing aches all over its body. Just moments ago, it felt strong and energetic. Now it felt sore all over. Take good care of your cubs. I'll give you 1 pill a month to see the effects. Lin Fan patted the Tiger King's head and left with an encouraging word. The Tiger King remained uneasy for a long time. But soon, it cheered up, thinking about its newfound strength. Who cared about side effects? Being powerful now was what mattered. Tiger life was short. Seizing the moment was the true wisdom. Unaware of the Tiger King's thoughts, Lin Fan, pleased with the bloodline pill's effectiveness, had Wang Erxiao summon the chief steward to procure more ingredients. This wasn't just about raising beasts but conducting a long-term experiment. Lin Hao, his eldest son, was born weak with blocked meridians. The bloodline pill might help. Lin Fan initially created the bloodline pill with this in mind. Master, here's some mung bean soup to cool you down. Xiao Qing brought a bowl of mung bean soup, smiling sweetly. Lin Fan looked at her and saw his reflection in her eyes. Thank you, Xiao Qing. Lin Fan took the soup and sat down to drink. Coming from the south, Lin Fan was used to hot summers and loved mung bean soup. Not only did it cool him down, but it was also delicious. He had mentioned it casually during the recent heatwave, and Xiao Qing remembered, bringing him a bowl every hot day. Why are you standing there? Sit down. We're all family. No need for formalities, Lin Fan said after taking a big sip. Thank you, Master. Xiao Qing whispered and sat beside him. Back straight. From Lin Fan's angle, he could see her completely. Xiao Qing wasn't stunningly beautiful or extraordinarily curvaceous, but everything about her was just right. She was the demure, easily shy type. For some reason, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Lin Fan found this amusing. If he punched her, she'd probably cry for a long time. Is there something on my face? Xiao Qing asked, blushing. No, nothing, Lin Fan replied, puzzled. Then why are you staring at me? Master Xiao Qing's face turned redder, and she lowered her head. Oh, that, Lin Fan laughed. I just think you look nice. You're teasing me. Master Xiao Qing's face turned crimson, and she ran off, embarrassed. Haha. Lin Fan laughed heartily. Hearing his laughter, Xiao Qing ran even faster, her heart pounding. Back in her room, Xiao Qing finally calmed down. Sitting at her dressing table, she looked at herself in the mirror and smiled. The master said I'm pretty. Does that mean he likes me? Blushing, she sat quietly, lost in thought. In a dark underground chamber, several pools were constructed. These pools were filled to the brim with blood, occasionally bubbling, the dense smell of blood almost turning into a mist. In the central blood pool, a figure was soaking. The thick stench of blood was nauseating, making it hard to breathe, but this figure seemed unbothered, even looking content. Divine child, we've lost contact with a team of blood guards during a blood hunt, a masked man in a blood-red robe reported, descending a blood-colored ladder. Upon hearing this, the figure in the blood pool abruptly opened their blood-red eyes. Where did they lose contact? He asked coldly, his voice filled with a chilling menace. The masked man bowed his head and replied, Divine child, they lost contact in Tianfeng County while capturing a tiger king to make a top-grade blood pill. Tianfeng County. The figure in the blood pool remained calm at first, but upon hearing the location, a suffocating pressure began to fill the room. The masked man couldn't withstand the pressure and fell to his knees. After a while the oppressive force dissipated, allowing the masked man to breathe again. Do not concern yourself with this for now. The matters in the capital are of utmost importance. Tell the blood guards to avoid that area in the future, the cold voice commanded, as the figure in the blood pool closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Yes, the masked man replied respectfully but hesitated before speaking again. Divine child, we have news about the missing holy maiden. Whoosh. The figure in the blood pool opened his eyes again, the blood-red color in them deepening. Speak, he commanded. The masked man said, The holy maiden is not dead but living in hiding with a family. She has married and given birth to a child. Is this information confirmed? The figure in the blood pool asked, stepping out of the blood pool for the first time. The masked man quickly bowed his head. Yes, divine child. Our informants infiltrated and saw the holy maiden and her child with their own eyes. Who is this family? The figure asked as he approached the masked man. The masked man bowed even lower. It is Lin Fan, the man who thwarted the White Lotus Lord's plans and was subsequently ennobled. Ha ha, I thought she perished with that fool, but it turns out she betrayed us. No wonder he was so thoroughly defeated. It seems he had a traitor by his side. A fool is always a fool. The figure, known as the divine child, laughed coldly, clenching his fist. Blood fiend, what do we do with traitors? He asked, staring down at the kneeling masked man. The masked man, sweating profusely, swallowed hard before replying, Traitors are to be exterminated along with their entire clan. The traitor herself is to be brought back to the blood pool to be melted down as nourishment for the god. Since you remember, this task will be yours. But do not act rashly. The time is not right. Instead, deal with the child she bore. The divine child ordered with a cold smile. Yes, the masked man bowed deeply and exited the chamber. HMPF. If not for the current situation, I'd personally settle this humiliation, the divine child muttered. At the Lin family manor, despite the chaos in the world, guests continued to arrive. Following the previous event, more uninvited guests showed up. Young talents from the martial world and representatives of prominent families had come. Even some noble families, who hadn't attended the previous celebration, brought gifts this time. Unlike before, Lin Fan's reputation now extended throughout the land. Not only was he ennobled, but he also had connections with the mighty Lord of the North. With such ties, the noble families were eager to establish connections. As a result, the number of guests doubled from the last event. However, having learned from the previous experience, the Lin family was well prepared. They had brought top chefs from neighboring counties and secured all necessary ingredients well in advance. Yet Xiaoru, the eldest daughter-in-law, was in charge, with the other daughters-in-law assisting, ensuring everything ran smoothly. On the day of little Lin Hao's full-month celebration, they set up 10,000 tables. 10,000 large round tables could accommodate 100,000 guests simultaneously. Many people attended, but the Lin family had planned even bigger. Such a grand banquet was unprecedented in Heian County and rare even in the entire country. Congratulations, Marquise. Marquise, you are truly blessed. Recently blessed with a daughter and now a son. With both children you will enjoy great happiness. The guests congratulated Lin Fan and presented their gifts. Many noble families attended, and their gifts were much more lavish. Thank you all for taking the time to join my son's celebration. Please, enjoy the food and drink. If anything is lacking, let us know. Lin Fan thanked the guests, giving them due respect. Lu Huayan stood beside him, holding their child. The couple looked like a pair of immortals, making the guests envious. Lu Huayan, now a mother, radiated a maternal glow, adding to her charm, surpassing even the most beautiful goddesses and becoming every man's dream woman. Some young men in attendance were mesmerized by her beauty but were quickly reprimanded by their elders. Awoken from their trance, they dared not look again but still envied Lin Fan for having such a perfect wife. Lin Fan was not offended by this. His wife was stunning, and it was normal for young men to be smitten. If he were in their place, he might have thought the same. It was simply because his wife was too exceptional. Lin Fan greeted acquaintances, with Lu Huayan quietly accompanying him. Her gentle and demure demeanor made the young men even more envious. Among the envious gazes, a few cold, malicious eyes were also present. At the banquet, "My see, yeah." Amidst the crowd, a few malicious glances did nothing out of the ordinary. Once they confirmed what they needed, those eyes blended back into the eating and drinking crowd. In a feast for over 100,000 people, a few malevolent glances were naturally hard to notice. The banquet lasted an entire day. It started in the morning and continued until the evening before finally dispersing. It's not that they didn't want to celebrate for 3 days and nights, but such customs didn't exist in this world. Plus, accommodating tens of thousands of people was impractical. Once they were full, they returned to their homes. Those unable to return home found a place to rest in the town. No one had any objections. Those who came were not ordinary people. Most had martial skills and didn't need to worry about anything else. After eating, they bid farewell and left. Some guests, caught up in the excitement, planned to find a place for a sparring match. These were spirited young men, and when gathered together, sparks were bound to fly. Many young guests had come precisely for this kind of situation. However, some guests did not leave immediately but sought out Lin Fan. "Marquise, we've met several times recently and feel there should be an organization. If something happens, it's hard to coordinate quickly, and it would be chaotic," said one of the guests who had stayed behind. These were reclusive masters seeking protection, and a representative spoke up. Though they had only met 10 days ago, it was clear they had been discussing this idea daily, and their proposal was well thought out. An organization. Lin Fan was taken aback. These old men were determined to rebel now. They wanted to create a formal structure. Indeed, many of us share the same goals. It's not about dissent, but rather about convenience, and having a unified name and purpose, the representative explained. The others nodded in agreement, showing that this was a collective decision. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before asking, "What are your thoughts? Since you've approached me, I assume you have a plan." The group chuckled awkwardly, clearly eager. It wasn't their fault. This was a significant matter. If they weren't proactive, they'd miss their chance to accomplish something great. These seasoned individuals, who had spent their lives in the martial world, were either all in or not involved at all. Under Lin Fan's father-in-law, Dao Bashan's influence, they had put all their hopes on Lin Fan and were not idly waiting. "Let's have Elder Shi-hai speak. He's the most respected among us," the representative suggested. Elder Shi-hai, the most powerful and influential among them, also had a reputation that demanded respect. Even the gray-haired elders would address him as a senior. Without hesitation, Elder Shi-hai nodded and took over the conversation. "Marquise, our proposal is straightforward. We'd like to form an alliance. This has 3 benefits. First, easier coordination. Second, easier management for you. And third, expansion by incorporating useful forces to strengthen ourselves and prepare for the coming changes." He paused, stroking his beard with a hint of pride. "Though we've retired from the martial world, we still have many disciples. If we call, many young heroes will join us to support your cause." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Though these reclusive masters were few, their disciples were numerous and influential. If they called, a large number of experts would respond. If not for this power, Dao Bashan wouldn't have worked so hard to recruit them. But Lin Fan didn't really want to rebel. He couldn't say that outright though. His father-in-law had set things in motion, and these people were convinced. If he told them he never intended to rebel, they'd think his father-in-law was toying with them. But could he blame his father-in-law? When they first discussed it, he was indeed opposed to the court, agreeing to a grand plan. Back then, the tax bureau, under the crown prince's orders, had caused him trouble, effectively putting him at odds with the court. They had fought the tax bureau's forces, causing significant losses, and even killing their general. Given this, rebellion seemed the only option to avoid death or exile. But now things were different. The princess, Long Kui, became his wife and resolved the issue, with the court no longer pursuing it. Currently, the royal family was his wife's family. The next in line for the throne was his nephew, who called him uncle. Would it make sense to rebel? But he couldn't explain this clearly. He couldn't tell his father-in-law he was joking. Such a scene would be unimaginable. This misunderstanding had grown larger and larger, and now it seemed inevitable that he'd be pushed to rebel. Maybe I should suggest that my wife, the princess, take the throne. That way it settles everything, and we avoid trouble with my nephew who might see me as a threat, Lin Fan thought. If his wife became the empress, the current alliance could be integrated under her command, fulfilling everyone's goals and solving his problems. It would be a perfect solution. Moreover, his wife as empress could unlock many new possibilities. Seeing his wife in royal robes and tearing them off was indeed an enticing prospect. As for objections to his wife inheriting the throne, they had strong backing Tang Gugong and other relatives for legitimacy, and the Northern King's army for military support. And if anyone dared challenge it, they'd face his overwhelming power. Creating an alliance is no problem. Let Elder Shihai handle it, Lin Fan decided, agreeing to their proposal. The attendees smiled with satisfaction at his agreement. We won't let you down, Marquis, as Elder Shihai bowed and accepted the task. They didn't stay long. After discussing details, these energetic octogenarians left enthusiastically. Their martial prowess had extended their lives somewhat, but without reaching the innate stage, their lifespan was limited. In their 80s, they were indeed old, but their newfound purpose gave them a second wind. Soon, they gathered their disciples, becoming active in the martial world to form the alliance. Their ambition was greater than expected. They aimed to unify the martial world, excluding the four major powers. Rebellion can certainly ignite one's fighting spirit. Once on this path, success is the only option, Lin Fan thought, finding their reports both amusing and sobering. But he didn't stop them. Unifying the scattered forces would make it easier for his wife to control them later. While others had no choice but to succeed, he had options. Master Xiao Tong has returned with the third leader, saying the task is complete, a shadow guard reported. Is the task finally done? Lin Fan smiled. Turning to his wife, let's go see. You'll be even busier from now on. At night, in Tianfeng County, in an ordinary courtyard, Shusha, the masked man who had left the dark blood pool chamber, was secretly meeting with several figures. Did you all see clearly? Shusha asked, his mask hiding his expression, but his eyes were cold. Yes, we saw clearly, the figures replied. Since you have seen clearly, your task is to keep watch outside the manor. As soon as the target leaves, use the blood eagle to report to me immediately, Shusha instructed. Understood, the figures responded, bowing. Remember, do not get too close to the manor. The master of this place has special means to monitor a range of several miles. Though we don't know what these means are, it has been confirmed. And do not act rashly, Shusha cautioned. The figures chuckled lightly. Don't worry, sir. We won't fail you. Their words seemed respectful, but their tone was dismissive. Seeing this, Shusha's eyes turned cold. I know you are proud, as elite members of the Divine Guard who look down on the world's experts. You have the skills to back it up. But I must warn you, the target is not difficult. But the person behind the target is not someone you can handle. Even Lord Shushi was defeated by him without resistance. Are you stronger than Lord Shushi? At the mention of Shushi, the figures couldn't help but shudder. This individual was not only powerful but also had unparalleled control. I've told you everything. If anyone disobeys and ruins the divine child's plans, you know what the consequences will be, Shuisha said, satisfied with their reaction. Yes, the figures responded more seriously this time. Go. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Traitors will be eliminated, Shusha ordered coldly. Yes, the figures quietly departed. Looking towards the city outskirts, Shuisha took a deep breath. Lord Shushi, you gave me the chance to change my fate. This time, I, Shuisha, will make the traitor pay in blood. As for that man, I can't defeat him yet. But once the divine child has time, I'll ask him to avenge you. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a match for the divine child. After all, the divine child is no longer human. With that, Shuisha vanished into the darkness. The night passed quietly. As the sun rose the next day, people began their busy routines. Lin Fan emerged from his eldest wife's room, followed by his three gentle wives. Due to a long-standing habit, the three women always rested together at night. Whenever Lin Fan visited, it was bound to be a busy time for him. But he enjoyed it. There were varying depths, widths and moisture levels, offering endless fascination. The soft murmurs ranged from high to low, slow to fast, gentle to sharp, covering many nuances. Such experiences were impossible to describe without having lived them. Husband, the vegetables in my garden have grown so tall, and some fruits are ripe. Will you come with me to pick them today? Wang Nanan pleaded, clinging to Lin Fan's hand. her petite figure almost hanging on him. Indulging his wife's request, Lin Fan nodded. All right, I'll go with you to pick them. Just stop shaking me, or you'll shake your husband to pieces. You're the best, husband Wang Nanan cheered, standing on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. Just a kiss on the cheek. That's too little for my labor. Lin Fan pretended to be displeased. Huh? What do you want? Wang Nanan asked innocently. Lin Fan pointed to his lips. Of course you should kiss me here. Ah, Wang Nanan blushed deeply. Even though they were an old married couple and often kissed in bed, this was outside, which made her feel shy, especially with her two sisters watching with amusement. No kiss, no picking. I just remembered I have something to do, Lin Fan teased, waving nonchalantly. Fine, I'll kiss you. But just a little, Wang Nanan said, standing on tiptoe. Okay, Lin Fan smiled. Wang Nanan bit her lip gently, stood on her toes again, and was about to give a quick peck, but Lin Fan pulled her close and kissed her deeply. Wang Nanan's eyes widened, but she quickly gave in. He, silly sister. Falling for husband's tricks. Ye Xiaoru and Su Xiao giggled. They knew their husband well. If he wanted a kiss, he wouldn't settle for a peck. Enjoying yourselves, Lin Fan's voice interrupted their laughter. Before they could react, he pulled them into his arms too. A simple kiss took half an hour, but Lin Fan didn't mind. Such days were the best. The days of working from dawn to dusk were nothing compared to this. It took an hour to get to the garden, though the walk was only a few minutes. The time spent could be guessed by looking at his wife's shy, red faces. Wang Nanan took the lead, pulling her husband to the garden, full of energy again. Husband, look at how well my vegetables are doing, and these fruits are big and juicy, Wang Nanan pointed out proudly. Lin Fan inspected the garden and nodded approvingly. Yes, you did a great job. You're amazing. He, Wang Nanan giggled, picking a ripe fruit. It rained last night, so these fruits are clean. Try one. Sure, Lin Fan smiled, taking a big bite. The so-called fruit was like a modern tomato but slightly different, a local specialty. It was sweet and sour, very refreshing, a great fruit vegetable. Lin Fan quickly finished one, making Wang Nanan happy. She picked another and handed it to him. Lin Fan didn't refuse and quickly ate it. With his current physique, he could eat the whole garden without issue, digesting everything instantly. Sisters, you should try some too, Wang Nanan said, picking 2 more fruits for them. Thank you, sister, they said, accepting the fruits. Unlike Lin Fan's big bites, they nibbled delicately, which made Lin Fan's blood boil. Being in such a place was a wonderful experience. Husband, why are you staring at us? Is there something on our faces? They asked. No, but I suddenly thought of watering your faces with flowers, Lin Fan joked, losing interest in picking vegetables. Sometimes, the heart wants what it wants. Lin Fan's life was comfortable and fulfilling. However, Princess Long Kui in the capital faced daily troubles. A new emperor was to ascend the throne. But aside from the left minister and his loyal faction, most court officials were either sick or claimed to be. Some radicals were even publicly denying the new emperor's legitimacy. The sudden death of Emperor Wu, without leaving a will to designate his successor, fueled suspicions. Many officials alleged that someone in the palace had murdered the emperor in a bid for power. Some even called for a thorough investigation into the emperor's death, aiming to purge the court. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guard's frequent maneuvers had placed the capital under martial law. The situation was so tense that preventing an assault on the palace seemed like an accomplishment in itself. Grand Princess, you must think of a solution quickly, or chaos will erupt, a royal family member urgently implored Long Kui. Though a woman, Long Kui possessed unparalleled combat skills. Combined with her status and control over the powerful Zhenwu division, she was a significant figure within the royal family. What do the royal uncles say? Long Kui asked instead of immediately responding. The princes haven't made a clear statement. They only said they would support the legitimate heir within the royal family, replied the royal family member. Legitimate heir? Long Kui sneered. And who do they consider the legitimate heir? Well, the royal family member hesitated. Long Kui's expression grew colder. Are they suggesting that the crown prince, who has governed for years, is not legitimate? Or do they have other intentions? Well, the royal family member stammered again. Tell me honestly, what are my uncles planning? Long Kui's voice turned calm but emotionless. She needed to stay composed to prevent further chaos within the royal family. Emperor Wu had died suddenly. The Imperial Guard was no longer under royal control. The stabilizing figure of Duke Tang had been ambushed and left comatose. 2 cousins who could command troops were injured and could only recuperate at home, unable to lead the capital's forces. Other commanders of the capital's garrison were immobile without orders from the emperor or their generals. The only support for Emperor Wu's faction was Long Kui herself. The person reporting was from the royal family office. He turned pale and said, "The princes believe the crown prince is too young to bear the heavy responsibility of a tumultuous empire. They suggest one of the uncles, who has capability and leadership, should temporarily take charge until the crown prince matures." Temporarily take charge. Long Kui maintained her composure, but her heart was filled with disdain. Once power was taken, it was unlikely to be returned. Her young nephew might conveniently die of illness within a couple of years. She wasn't naive and understood their true intentions. "And who do my uncles propose as the temporary ruler?" "They can't all take the role," Long Kui asked, her face calm. "The princes unanimously recommend Prince Ning," replied the royal family member, bowing his head. Prince Ning. Long Kui's eyes narrowed as she recalled information about this uncle. Prince Ning was Emperor Wu's half-brother. He governed the wealthy southern lands, had vast armies and significant resources. Over the years his ambitions had grown. He had not only issued decrees to attract talented individuals but also expanded his military, maintaining a formidable force of 100,000 troops. In times of war, he could easily expand this force to several 100,000. There were also rumors of a close relationship between Prince Ning and the right minister, who were even related by marriage. If Prince Ning ascended to power, he would swiftly consolidate control, leaving nothing for the main royal line. The notion of temporarily bearing the burden was just a guise. The power would never return. The Da Long dynasty was founded on martial strength. Unlike ordinary royal families, its princes had their own territories and armies, part of the royal family's defense, and had a right to succession. According to the founding emperor's intent, if a ruler lacked capability, they deserved to be replaced by a more competent uncle or brother. The idea was that internal family struggles, no matter how fierce, would prevent power from falling into outsiders' hands. Although this defied traditional norms, if the main royal line was weak, the other princes had the power to challenge them. Currently, the main royal line was at its weakest. Emperor Wu's sudden death, with no arrangements for succession, left a young heir who couldn't manage state affairs, making it easy for others to exploit the situation. Additionally, hidden adversaries had crippled the main line's contingency plans, leaving them unable to act. The uncle's alliance made it difficult for the main line to resist. Long Kui felt powerless but remained calm. After a moment of silence she asked, "Has Prince Jian shown any signs of joining the uncle's camp?" Prince Xian, Emperor Wu's full brother, was known for his gentle and scholarly demeanor, in stark contrast to the domineering Emperor Wu. He had been granted the title of Prince Jian for his wisdom and was left at court to assist in central governance. Historically, he had been a staunch supporter of the main royal line. He had played a significant role in maintaining stability when Emperor Wu neglected state affairs and counterbalancing the right minister's influence. However, people could change, and nothing was certain. The Prince Xian remains loyal to the main line. Upon hearing the other princes causing trouble, he was furious and nearly fought with Prince Ning. The royal family member reported, showing respect for Prince Xian. Long Kui nodded slightly. She had always respected this uncle. If it weren't for her husband Lin Fan revealing some truths, she would have been pleased to hear this. Having her uncle's support would have been reassuring. But now, she felt a chill. Could her uncle truly be as he appeared? If so, how did his son have such close ties with the White Lotus cult, even capable of mobilizing them? While the other uncles were causing trouble, they had historically been distant from court affairs and couldn't grasp the inner workings of the court. However, the incidents involving Lin Fan and the White Lotus cult, and their ability to track military movements, clearly indicated a high-ranking traitor within the court. Could this traitor be the seemingly wise and gentle Prince Xian, who harbored hidden ambitions? Given his long-standing position in central governance, he had the perfect conditions for such duplicity. Long Kui dared not think further, feeling increasingly cold inside. This crisis was far more complex than imagined. Involvement in this turmoil could lead to utter destruction. What's the situation outside? Deep within the royal palace, a massive underground space had been excavated beneath a grand hall. This space was not only fully equipped with various living facilities but also luxuriously decorated, with artificial mountains, beautiful plants, and a river running through it, providing water and fresh air. An elderly man with white hair sat by the underground river, holding a bamboo fishing rod. As he pulled up a white river fish and placed it into a fish basket, he spoke to the white-faced old man standing respectfully nearby, slightly bowing. The white-faced old man, with no facial hair and an effeminate demeanor, was clearly a eunuch. In response he respectfully said, "Your Majesty, the Yulin Guard is currently under the control of someone with ulterior motives. Ministers aligned with the right minister have begun to act openly. Moreover, what else? The fishing elder's expression remained unchanged as he quietly baited his hook and cast it back into the water. The old eunuch bowed lower. Several princes, led by Prince Ning and other southern princes, are also becoming restless, suggesting the crown prince should abdicate in their favor. HMPF. As expected, they are not content. The fishing elder snorted coldly, releasing a powerful aura. The eunuch quickly knelt. Your Majesty, please calm down. It's not worth harming your health over them. Indeed, it's not worth it. After all, I've always known that few of my brothers are content. It's just that I wasn't dead before. The elder laughed, the oppressive aura dissipating, making him look like an ordinary old man. However, if anyone else were present, they would be shocked to discover that this seemingly ordinary elder fishing in an underground river was none other than the supposedly deceased Emperor Wu. Or rather, Emperor Wu was not dead. He was pretending to be dead to lure out the ambitious ones. Stand up. And what about my younger brother? Has he made any moves recently? Emperor Wu asked as he pulled up another fish. Thank you, Your Majesty. The eunuch rose. Prince Yan remains the same. He almost fought with Prince Ning when he heard about his actions. Hey, my younger brother is still the same. Emperor Wu smiled. They were full brothers, and their bond was different. And my grandson? How has he been reacting? Has he shown any growth? Emperor Wu asked with another smile. The eunuch hesitated. Why hesitate? Do you have ulterior motives too? Emperor Wu glanced at him. Your servant has no ulterior motives. Heaven and earth can attest to my loyalty to Your Majesty. The eunuch quickly knelt again. All right, I trust you. Now answer my question, Emperor Wu said, shaking his head with a smile, behaving more like an ordinary old man than a supreme ruler. Yes, the eunuch straightened up slightly. The crown prince is much the same as before, but the turmoil in the court has left him overwhelmed. He often wakes up from nightmares. He didn't dare continue, but he had conveyed enough. Sigh. Emperor Wu sighed after a long silence. The eunuch remained silent, standing by. And the grand princess? What has she been doing recently? Emperor Wu asked again. The grand princess has been very busy. She recalled the experts of the Zhenwu division. When the royal family was in chaos, she stood out to take charge, and has been working hard to stabilize the situation, ensuring the crown prince can ascend smoothly. The eunuch replied. This child has suffered much. Emperor Wu sighed again. But then he smiled. She truly is a child of our Longwu family. She hasn't disappointed me. It's a pity she's not a man otherwise. The eunuch remained silent, knowing better than to comment. Continue to monitor the situation. Record all the rebellious princes and ministers, and find a way to lure out the hidden forces. Emperor Wu commanded, his demeanor shifting back to one of supreme authority. Yes, the eunuch bowed and left. Emperor Wu continued fishing quietly, though those nearby could hear him muttering. How can one transcend the ordinary to the saintly? The so-called immortality is just an illusion. I could have lived for decades more, but fate is unchangeable. Those who resist will pay the price. His face showed a trace of unwillingness but soon returned to calm. Half a year. In this half year I must eliminate all obstacles so that my grandson can inherit the throne smoothly, he muttered with determination before falling silent again. No one, except the eunuch, knew what was happening in the palace's underground chamber. Several ambitious princes, not bothering to hide their intentions, began mobilizing their forces, with Prince Ning, the most powerful, leading the charge. Their excuse was to help stabilize the central power against those who coveted the throne. Zhongzheng, what did my niece say? Did she agree with our uncle's proposal? The princes cornered the Zhongzheng of the royal family office at his home. One of the princes, a fat man with an innocent appearance, spoke loudly. This was Prince Wu, a staunch supporter of his older brother, Prince Ning. Though not as powerful as Prince Ning, he was still formidable, ranking among the top 5 princes in terms of strength. His ruthless and brutal nature made even the nominal manager of the royal family, Zhongzheng, insignificant in his eyes. Facing his questioning, Zhongzheng turned pale and stammered. Answer me. What's with the stammering? Do you look down on me? Prince Wu roared, stepping forward aggressively, his brutal aura intimidating. The other princes remained silent but watched coldly. Zhongzheng retreated in fear, unable to withstand their pressure. The grand princess said she would consider it, and give an answer later. Zhongzheng replied, trembling. Consider it? Prince Wu sneered, she's playing us for fools. Tell her she has 3 days. If she doesn't give us a satisfactory answer, we uncles will enter the palace to support the emperor. Our brother cannot die unjustly. Zhongzheng, my brother may be rash, but please understand our concern for our brother. Convey our message quickly. Prince Ning, dressed in a prince's robe, spoke politely but with authority, leading the group away. Zhang Jing's lips trembled, but he couldn't say anything. In the shadows, someone silently recorded the scene. In an even darker place, restless individuals moved with cold smiles. The capital seemed calm, but under the surface, turbulent currents were brewing. Who was the cicada, who was the mantis, and who was the sparrow? No one would know until the end. How are the arrangements going? Have you been overworked these past days? Lin Fan asked, finding his busy wife Jianling and pulling her into his arms with a smile. Jianling leaned into his embrace, smiling as she replied, "The third chief you chose is quite competent. With his cooperation, we've managed to set up the entire management framework. The bandit groups across the land may seem as scattered as before, but in reality, they are now a unified whole. Information from all areas is collected, filtered, and compiled for easy access. Important data is reported through the ranks." She nestled her head against his chest, adding, "As for being tired, yes, a bit. But I enjoy this kind of life. It's never boring and always exciting. As long as you enjoy it. You have full authority to handle everything. Use whoever you find capable, and let the secret guards deal with anyone who isn't. Don't wear yourself out," Lin Fan said gently, holding her and lightly stroking her head. With their wealth continuously growing and having received numerous gifts from recent banquets, the secret guards had expanded twice in recent days. The initial dozens of secret guards had become the backbone of the expanded force. The strongest unit, led by Lin Xiaotong, was the Shadow Division. Though young, she led without needing much strategy. They were assassins after all. Their mission was straightforward: eliminate targets. Other divisions handled intelligence collection, surveillance, and covert protection of key individuals. The total number now reached several hundred, with the weakest being top-tier experts. The core members were all peak-level super experts, and the leaders of several divisions had reached the level of peerless masters with the help of Tianyuan pills. This powerful force was also under Jianling's management. Aside from Lin Fan, she had the highest authority to deploy them as needed. "All right, I'll make sure to manage well." Jianling nodded obediently. They chatted about personal matters for a while before Jianling said, "Husband, according to our intelligence, the capital is getting more turbulent. Sister Longkui is in a tough spot. Should we help her?" "The capital is getting more chaotic," Lin Fan asked, though he had already heard bits and pieces about the situation there from those urging him to rebel. Jianling nodded slightly. "Yes, there are mysterious forces stirring trouble in the dark, and some powerful princes are also pushing to seize power by force. Additionally, some ministers are spreading rumors that Emperor Wu was murdered by someone in the royal family, claiming the truth must be uncovered before the new emperor can ascend. So everyone is jumping out." "It certainly sounds chaotic," Lin Fan remarked with a smile. No wonder his father-in-law Dao Beishan had told him that the court was beyond saving, and that the country would descend into chaos once Emperor Wu died. He had been right. In the short time since the news of Emperor Wu's death, so many forces had revealed themselves. If these powers continued to stir trouble, how could the country avoid chaos? Even the princes with real power forcing their way into the palace would be enough to trouble the main royal family, not to mention the mysterious forces at work. If even a small detail is mishandled, those who are currently biding their time will show their true ambitions. Jianling nodded in agreement. As the only one with authority and power in the royal family, Sister Longkui is struggling. Lin Fan nodded, understanding that his wife was well informed due to her management of his intelligence network. "She hasn't asked me for help, so she's being quite stubborn this time." Lin Fan shook his head with a smile. Jianling thought for a moment before saying, "Maybe she sees it as a family matter, and doesn't want to trouble you, fearing you might look down on her. That might be part of it, but I think she's just asking for a spanking." Lin Fan's smile widened. Being polite, and trying to handle everything herself, was she asking to get her butt spanked? With a capable husband like him, why should she bear the burden alone? Jianling covered her mouth, giggling. She understood her husband's meaning perfectly. "So, are you going to spank her?" she asked playfully. "Of course. Longkui is my wife just like you all. No one else is allowed to bully her," Lin Fan said, his smile fading into a serious expression. "Anyone who tries to mess with her will lose their hands, and anyone who dares to overstep will lose their head." He spoke plainly. But Jianling didn't doubt his words for a moment. Having been with him for so long, she knew her husband's character well. He was gentle and caring, especially towards his wives. But beneath his gentleness was a fierce protectiveness. To him, family was sacred. Anyone who dared to harm his family would face his unyielding wrath. No matter who it was or how formidable they were, Lin Fan would crush them if they crossed that line. "When do you plan to leave?" "I'll arrange the supplies and intelligence for the journey," Jianling asked with a smile, loving both his gentle side and his domineering spirit. As a former swordswoman who aspired to roam the world, She admired his boundless strength and dominance. She thought. Tomorrow morning. Bring along your eldest sister Xiaoru. Her father is currently stationed in the capital, so we can visit him as well. Lin Fan decided, thinking it would be good to visit his father-in-law, whom they hadn't seen in over half a year. Yes, I heard that Xiaoru's father got promoted again. After managing disaster relief, he was appointed Minister of Rights. Jianling mentioned. Another promotion. Lin Fan was surprised. The speed of his promotion was astonishing. Not long ago he had been promoted to a senior third-rank official. After completing a successful mission, he was quickly promoted to one of the 6 ministers. The 6 ministers were second-rank officials, a significant leap from where he had been. Less than a year ago, he had been wrongfully imprisoned and stripped of his position. If not for Lin Fan spending money to bribe officials, he might have been tortured to death in prison. Lin Fan recalled how those prison wardens extorted money from inmates, offering a better treatment to those who paid. Without a powerful backing, anyone could be tortured severely. At that time, Xiaoru's father had no backing after his mentor, the left minister, was deposed. It was a tough situation, yet in less than a year, he not only got out of prison but had his position restored and rapidly climbed the ranks. At this rate he might soon be appointed Minister of Personnel, and even Prime Minister. Lin Fan laughed, still surprised. Jianling nodded. If Emperor Wu hadn't died suddenly, it might have been possible. With the recommendation of the left minister, Xiaoru's father had caught Emperor Wu's eye as a potential successor. Just like in the modern workplace, being favored by the leader makes promotions and raises a breeze. Otherwise, hard work alone won't get you far. Lin Fan mused. I'll go notify Xiaoru so she can prepare. Since we're visiting her father, we shouldn't go empty-handed, Jianling said, standing up to leave. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Fan pulled her back into his arms. No rush. What's the matter? Jianling asked, puzzled. She let out a small cry, understanding immediately as Lin Fan's hand found its way through her clothing. No. Not here, Jianling protested weakly, her body going limp. Not here, Lin Fan teased. You're so bad. This is my office. It's not appropriate here, Jianling murmured, her eyes filled with a soft glow. As a modern man, Lin Fan found such wild scenarios thrilling. Seeing her protest, Lin Fan's interest only grew. In the face of his persistent advances, Jianling soon surrendered. You, a petite figure suddenly entered, gasping at the scene. It was Zhao Qing, Jianling's personal maid. Only she could enter Jianling's office without knocking. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, she stammered, her face turning bright red. Lin Fan was about to stop, but seeing her embarrassed yet adorable expression, he gave a wicked smile. No, you came at just the right time. It's my first time going to the capital. I wonder what it's like, Lin Fan remarked. The next morning, Lin Fan set out early with his 2 wives, Jianling and Ye Xiaoru, in their special mechanical carriage. The carriage didn't need anyone to drive it, it could move smoothly on its own as long as there was something to guide it. With his mastery of mechanics and substantial wealth, Lin Fan had managed to create many unique inventions, one of which was this self-propelled carriage. Watching the road recede behind them, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Although he had been in this world for quite some time, he had never visited its capital. Jianling chuckled. It's not much different really. Just taller walls, bigger spaces, prettier buildings, more people, and more businesses. The repeated "a bit more" made Lin Fan feel a bit sleepy. That's quite a lot of "a bit more," isn't it? Lin Fan rubbed his temples, amused by his wife's cute side he hadn't noticed before. Ye Xiaoru laughed too. Indeed. Ling Er's "a bit more" is quite a bit. Exactly. It's just a little different. Jianling beamed, clearly enjoying the playful banter. Oh! Are you two teaming up to tease me now? Lin Fan pretended to be angry, trying to look serious. He knew his wives were just joking, but he decided to play along, showing his authority as the head of the family, until they begged for mercy. As they traveled towards the central region, the towns they passed became increasingly prosperous. The central area, where the capital was located, was the wealthiest part of Dalong. It was not just the political center, the land was fertile, and there had been no natural disasters or rebellions affecting it for years, making it far more prosperous than other regions. The farmers in the fields looked healthy and happy, unlike those in poorer areas. Children played nearby, laughing innocently, a sound that carried far into the distance. If the world really falls into chaos, will we still see such happy scenes? Lin Fan mused, looking at the peaceful countryside. If it does, it's the common people who will suffer the most. They are the innocent victims of power struggles. Ye Xiaoru, having experienced hardship herself, understood this well. Jianling, though less experienced, also knew that ordinary people bore the brunt of any turmoil. People suffer in both prosperity and decline, she said. In good times they can endure and survive. In chaos, they often can't. Please, husband, if possible, don't let the world descend into chaos, Ye Xiaoru pleaded, moved by the thought of these happy scenes being destroyed. Don't worry, Lin Fan reassured her with a smile. I prefer the relaxed atmosphere of peace over the oppression of chaos. A peaceful world is better for my business too. In chaos, not only would sales be difficult, but security cost would skyrocket. In a chaotic world, people desperate for power or healing potions would resort to robbery, making it hard to maintain the business. So, for both peace and my own sake, I won't let the world fall into chaos, Lin Fan concluded. His current actions were part of this plan, though he wouldn't admit he also liked seeing his wives in beautiful clothes. What do you plan to do? Jianling asked. It's simple. Anyone who causes trouble, I'll deal with. Anyone who gets in my way, I'll deal with them too, Lin Fan said bluntly but effectively. In this world, might makes right, and with his supreme power, he could enforce his will easily. Jianling and Yi Xiaoru smiled, loving their husband's domineering attitude. Sir, the water is ready. Should I make the noodles now? Xiaoqing called from outside the carriage. She had insisted on coming along to take care of their needs. The carriage, like a modern RV, had full amenities, including a kitchen and bathroom. Lin Fan had invented instant noodles, a simple yet tasty creation. If you're hungry, go ahead and make them, Lin Fan replied, not particularly hungry but happy to eat. Miss Xiaoqing asked Jianling for confirmation. Jianling nodded. Let's eat now. All right, Xiaoqing cheerfully began preparing the noodles, soon filling the carriage with their delicious aroma. With Su Erhu and his guards leading the way and hidden guards ensuring their safety, no one dared to disturb them. As time passed, the outline of the capital appeared. It's huge, Ye Xiaoru exclaimed as she stepped off the carriage. Lin Fan agreed, then took his wife's hands. Let's go and see what's different here. Today, I'll take you to your sister Long Kui's house for a feast. The wives smiled, content to be led by their husband. While they were at ease, Long Kui in the capital was increasingly anxious. Her uncle was pressing his claim to the throne, and there were mysterious forces causing trouble, making the atmosphere tense and ready to explode. Dear niece, why haven't you responded to our messages? Have you forgotten us, or do you look down on your family? A fat middle-aged man, surrounded by armored guards, barged into Long Kui's office at the Zhenwu headquarters. Prince Wu. Long Kui's eyes narrowed at the sight. Calling me uncle now, are we? Feeling high and mighty, aren't you? Prince Wu, arrogant and domineering, sat down as if he owned the place. His guards, all elite fighters, surrounded them. Long Kui could easily defeat them, but she knew that a direct conflict would plunge the capital, and the country, into chaos. Ancestors said if the main line is weak, it should be replaced by the uncles. Why act as if we're committing a grave sin? Prince Wu taunted, enjoying his perceived control. He moved closer, intent on provoking her further. Why hide your face? Are you that ugly now? Though Long Kui wanted to strike him down, she knew it would lead to more trouble. Since you won't move, let your uncle help you, Prince Wu sneered, reaching out to pull off her veil. But before he could, a cold voice interrupted. Move another inch, and your family will pay. The voice was light but carried an undeniable power, freezing Prince Wu in his tracks. Long Kui's grim expression brightened instantly. Husband, she exclaimed, her eyes welling up. My husband. The word husband was filled with longing and the need for support in times of helplessness. Faced with immense pressure from all sides, Long Kui had been feeling lost these past few days, unsure of what to do. Despite her unparalleled strength, she had no idea where to start. But now, seeing Lin Fan, all her negative emotions were swept away, replaced with a sense of peace. Yes, I'm here. Leave the rest to me, Lin Fan said as he walked in. Only he could be addressed as husband by Long Kui. All right, Long Kui nodded, her eyes red with tears, but she was smiling. She hadn't asked for his help, fearing he might see her as weak. Yet, knowing her struggles, he had come on his own, and his assurance made her feel deeply moved. Who goes there? A burly armored guard beside Prince Wu shouted at the uninvited guest. Lin Fan glanced at him indifferently, and with a slight tremor of his inner energy, the guard was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall, nearly breaking through the stone. The guard remained embedded in the wall, unable to move. With just a look, Lin Fan had effortlessly dealt with a half-step peerless master, leaving everyone stunned. Prince Wu, snapping out of his daze, saw this scene and shuddered. His other guards were equally shocked. Annoying, Lin Fan said calmly, not sparing them another glance as he walked over to his princess wife. It was blatant disdain, but none of them dared to speak up. The display of power was too terrifying. Master, What should we do with these people? Should we kill them all? Su Erhu, leading a group of strong guards, entered and asked coldly, his eyes sweeping over Prince Wu and his men. Though usually simple-minded, Su Erhu had become ruthless through countless battles. He didn't hesitate to suggest killing. To him, it was a routine matter. As an aura belonging to a peerless master filled the room, the atmosphere turned deadly. If Lin Fan nodded, these men would be reduced to minced meat. Don't act rashly. If you harm me, the entire capital and even the whole country will descend into chaos. Prince Wu, drenched in sweat, shouted in a trembling voice, trying to threaten them. He turned to Long Qi, pleading, dear niece, you don't want the country to fall into chaos and see corpses everywhere, do you? Husband Long Qi was indeed threatened. She didn't want chaos. If Prince Wu were killed, the other princes would certainly revolt. She had refrained from action earlier for this very reason. Long Qi might be a woman, but being born into the royal family, she was decisive. Seeing her speak up, Prince Wu sighed in relief. After a moment, feeling that the intruders wouldn't dare kill him, Prince Wu regained his arrogance. HMPF. I admit your strength is formidable, enough to kill me. But do you dare lay a finger on me? Prince Wu sneered, sitting back down arrogantly. Young man, this world no longer runs on individual prowess alone. Lin Fan laughed at this, staring at Prince Wu. I thought you were just fat like a pig. Turns out your brain is pig-like too. Truly fit to be slaughtered for pork. You? Prince Wu's face turned red with anger, but before he could speak, Lin Fan interrupted him. Kill this pig. Hang his head on the city gate. I want to see if chaos really ensues and if these princes are as mighty as they claim. Lin Fan ordered calmly, not even looking at Prince Wu. You wouldn't dare, Prince Wu shouted, but a burly guard approached him with a cold smile. His own armored guards tried to intervene, but were quickly subdued by Lin Fan's men. Even the half-step peerless master among them was easily overpowered. You really dare kill me? Prince Wu screamed at Lin Fan, then turned to Long Qi. If you kill me, chaos will follow, and my brother won't rest until he avenges me. Do you want rivers of blood? Husband. Long Qi instinctively wanted to plead, but Lin Fan coldly responded first. Kill him. Jail him. The command was given, and Su Erhu did not hesitate. He drew a short knife and beheaded Prince Wu in one swift motion. The prince's head rolled to the ground, his face frozen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that even after threatening chaos, they had killed him. His last thought was whether these people weren't here to help Long Qi. But he would never get an answer, taking his confusion to the afterlife. Su Erhu quickly picked up the head and left to hang it on the city gate, as ordered. Husband, Prince Wu deserved to die, but he wasn't wrong. Killing him will indeed cause chaos, Long Qi explained, thinking Lin Fan might not understand the full situation. She wasn't blaming him but was concerned about the consequences. I know. Lin Fan waved her worry away with a smile. You're worried about the alliance of the princes, right? Don't worry. Since I'm here, I'll take care of everything. Yes, sister Long Qi, since my husband is here, he won't let these troubles bother you anymore, Xiaoru said, as she and the other ladies entered, escorted by the secret guards. Seeing Long Qi's concern, they smiled and reassured her. Long Qi remembered her husband's power and felt her worries dissipate. The fearsome master of the White Lotus sect had been dealt with easily by him. The rebellion of the princes, no matter how grand, didn't seem insurmountable. Master Lin, other Jinwu division experts, learning of the intrusion and injuries to their colleagues, began returning. Chasing Life was the first to arrive, and seeing Lin Fan, he shouted excitedly. Their greatest pillar of support had finally arrived. His previously anxious heart was now at ease. Our superior has finally come to his senses. He should have invited our strongest support long ago, Chasing Life thought, feeling relieved. With their strongest backer here, they had their anchor of stability. Is this the man who suppressed the master of the White Lotus sect with a mere gesture? Truly, fame doesn't do him justice. He killed the arrogant Prince Wu without hesitation. More experts arrived, shocked to see Prince Wu's recognizable corpse. Some felt they were in deep trouble, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was a serious matter. When Prince Wu's head was displayed on the most visible city gate, all forces in the capital were in an uproar. Damn it! In the Ning prince's mansion, upon hearing that his own brother had been beheaded and humiliatingly hung on the city gate, the normally refined Ning prince let out a ferocious roar. It wasn't that he lacked composure, anyone would have lost their temper in such a situation. The other allied princes present also had grim expressions. Ning prince, it seems the main faction does not intend a peaceful transition. Make your decision. Prince Wu cannot be sacrificed in vain. One tall, Thin Prince spoke with a particularly unpleasant expression. The other princes nodded in agreement, their anger equally intense. These southern princes had long been oppressed by the main faction. Had they not been careful, they would have been eliminated long ago. They were determined not to live under constant threat and oppression. The opposing side's actions were simply courting death. Someone, come here. Ning Prince, still furious, began giving orders. Take my token and instruct the allied army stationed outside the city to take over the capital. He handed a golden token to a trusted aide and ordered coldly. The capital is currently under the full control of the Yulin guards. Will they yield? The aide hesitated as he took the token. Won't yield, Ning Prince sneered. If they dare refuse, kill them all. Understood. With a sinister smile, the aide quickly left. None of you should leave my mansion to avoid being picked off by the desperate main faction. Since we've already acted, there's no turning back now. Having given his orders, Ning Prince's mood calmed slightly as he addressed the other princes. There is no retreat, we must move forward and reach the pinnacle. Indeed. The other princes agreed, equally wary of the main faction's desperation. Compared to their own residences, the Ning Prince's mansion was far safer, guarded by thousands of elite soldiers and various martial arts experts he had gathered over the years. Among them were 2 reclusive masters of exceptional skill, as well as a mysterious invincible figure from a distant land. Their willingness to make Ning Prince the leader of their alliance was due to his superior strength and resources. Elsewhere, unrest was also stirring. Prime Minister, the allied army outside the city has been mobilized. They are confronting the Yulin guards, trying to take over the city's defenses. The frantic officials, part of the Prime Minister's faction, reported to the Prime Minister, who was leisurely playing chess. Unperturbed, the Prime Minister placed a white piece, then a black piece, as if playing against himself. Only after his subordinates grew anxious did he place the final piece and smile at them. There's no need to worry, gentlemen. We just need to wait quietly. His calm smile and confident demeanor naturally eased the officials' anxiety. Do what you need to do. If you have nothing to do, go home and rest. The Prime Minister stood, looking towards the palace in the distance. Follow the Prime Minister's orders. The officials exchanged glances, nodded, and left. Your Majesty, I wonder what your next move will be. Alone, the Prime Minister murmured to himself before returning to his chess game. In another bloody space, a cold smile appeared. Are we ready? Yes, all personnel are in place, awaiting your command. Excellent. After a brief exchange, the place fell silent again. However, deep in the palace, in an underground chamber, there was less calm. Prince Wu went to trouble the princess and was beheaded, his head hung on the city gate. The old eunuch reported hurriedly, and the martial emperor frowned slightly. Yes. Prince Wu stormed the Jinwu division's headquarters and shortly after, his head was displayed on the gate. The old eunuch knelt and replied. Rise. The martial emperor sighed. Kuyer is still too young, losing the moral high ground so quickly. But what's done is done. Issue my Imperial edict, deploy the elite capital forces to suppress the allied army and arrest the Yulin Guard's leader. You personally lead the enforcers. Yes, Your Majesty. The old eunuch took the dragon-shaped token and swiftly left. It's time to act. The gains were not as expected, but as emperor, the first need no evidence, only to know of disloyalty. The emperor pulled in his fishing rod and set it aside. In the face of true power, all schemes are mere illusions. With a cold smile, Imperial majesty emanated from him as a dragon's roar sounded within. The emperor left the underground chamber, ready to emerge as a true sovereign. Outside, at the Jinwu division headquarters, Lin Fan confidently took the main seat. The princess, who had been sitting there, now stood obediently beside him. Ning Prince has learned of the situation. The allied army outside the city is confronting the Yulin guards. The former top experts of the Jinwu division were now mere messengers, especially the deputy commander, Chasing Life, who was now acting like the chief lackey. Despite their personal thoughts, seeing their superior standing aside and their colleague acting subservient, they suppressed their own ideas and dutifully relayed information. Husband, what should we do next? Which side should we support? Long Kiwi asked softly. We support no one. Lin Fan smiled. The waters aren't muddy enough yet. We'll act when the time is right, striking decisively. There's no time for games. His casual words made national affairs seem like a game. But knowing Lin Fan's strength, everyone was convinced. Long Qi, trusting her husband completely, instructed the Zhenwu division experts to continue gathering intelligence, doing nothing else. Now that we're alone, Let's discuss how to punish you for being disobedient. With no outsiders around, Lin Fan pulled Long Kiwi onto his lap, the two sitting together in the main seat. You kept things from me, your husband. How can I let you off easily? I deserve a spanking. Husband, don't hold back, or I might not learn my lesson. Ye Xiaoru, escorted by the secret guards to reunite with her father, and Xiao Qing, who was still present, stifled her laughter. Having seen her lady spanked before, she was curious about the experience for herself. However, before she could watch, Long Kiwi swiftly pulled both of them into it. If there's punishment, everyone gets a share. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. Long Kiwi, not one to be trifled with, dragged the two into the situation. With Long Kiwi pulling others into the mess, Lin Fan was quite pleased. However, outside, a storm was brewing. First, the elite troops from the capital's army marched out without warning, attacking the rear of the allied prince's army. Despite their large numbers, the allied prince's forces were no match for the elite troops of the capital army. Caught off guard, their ranks quickly fell into disarray. In less than an hour, most surrendered, except for a few who managed to escape. On the city walls of the capital, who mobilized the capital's army? The commander of the Yulin guards was stunned by what he saw. But he quickly understood when an old eunuch, accompanied by several figures in golden robes, approached him. Commander Chen, come with us. The emperor wishes to see you, the eunuch said sharply. Which emperor? Commander Chen's eyes widened, but he tried to remain calm. The eunuch replied coldly, who else but our martial emperor? Or do you dare defy his majesty's order? Impossible. The emperor has already passed away. You treacherous eunuch, how dare you falsely claim the emperor's name? Commander Chen drew his sword, and the guards around him did the same. Look at this. The eunuch smirked, pulling out a dragon-shaped token from his waist. The dragon token. Seeing the token, Commander Chen's eyes widened further. Since you recognize it, come with us. The emperor is waiting. Don't keep him waiting, or the enforcers will bring you in by force, stripping you of all dignity. The eunuch's sharp voice was grating, but Commander Chen couldn't argue. The dragon token. The exclusive token of the martial emperor. Similar to other emperor's tokens, it held absolute authority. Mobilizing the enforcers required not only the emperor's token but also his verbal or written command. Now, with the enforcers present, it was clear the eunuch wasn't lying or falsely using the emperor's name. The emperor is still alive? Could he have faked his death? The possibility struck Commander Chen, sending a chill through him. If the emperor had faked his death, it explained everything. Commander Chen, are you defying the emperor's orders? Or have you turned traitor? The eunuch spoke again. Chen Yu wouldn't dare. After a moment of frantic thought, Commander Chen sheathed his sword and followed the eunuch to the palace. At the Ning Prince's mansion, several scouts rushed in frantically. Your Highness, terrible news. The fastest of the elite scouts, a top warrior the Ning Prince had heavily invested in, was usually composed, but today he was visibly shaken. The Ning Prince was dining with the allied princes, chatting and laughing despite the turmoil outside, confident in his army's strength. But the urgent call wiped the smiles off their faces. What's wrong? The Ning Prince stood abruptly, a bad feeling growing stronger. The capital's army has been mobilized. The allied army didn't hold for an hour before being crushed. Most were captured, except a few who fled. The elite scout, panting, reported. What? Not only the Ning Prince, but all the princes were shocked. Impossible. Even if the capital's army was mobilized, our allied forces wouldn't crumble so easily. The princes were incredulous. Their forces were not only numerous but also filled with skilled warriors. They wouldn't have attempted a coup without strength. The Ning Prince shared their disbelief, staring intently at the elite scout. Normally, yes. But during the battle, a group of blood-clad warriors emerged from nowhere, wreaking havoc on our central troops. Most of our commanders fell to them, throwing our forces into chaos, and they couldn't withstand the capital's elite. The elite scout explained, that's why our army collapsed under the assault. Blood-clad warriors. The princes were all unsettled by this information. The Ning Prince clenched his fist. Could it be a contingency left by our imperial brother? The other princes remained silent, evidently thinking the same. Let's return to our fiefs. If our imperial brother had contingencies, there's no point in fighting to the death now and becoming pawns in someone else's game. The Ning Prince took a deep breath, calming himself. He planned to return to his fief and regroup later. Agreed. The other princes nodded after considering the suggestion. But before they could act, the Ning Prince's mansion was surrounded by imperial guards. The old eunuch, leading several figures in golden robes, openly walked in. at the Zhenwu Division headquarters. After some playful moments with his wives, Lin Fan was ready to visit his eldest wife and check on his father-in-law. But before they could leave, Chasing Life rushed in, breathless. Big changes have happened. Chasing Life reported the events. The capital's army was mobilized, and the allied prince's forces were crushed and captured. Long Kuai was incredulous after hearing the report. But Lin Fan remained calm, a smile playing on his lips. He had anticipated this outcome, understanding that the open alliances of the princes were mere pawns compared to the hidden power players. That's why he had killed Prince Wu without concern, knowing the opposition couldn't cause much trouble. And now, his prediction was confirmed. Yes, and there are rumors that the martial emperor isn't dead. Chasing Life added, revealing explosive news. What? Long Kui was completely unsettled. At that moment, a palace eunuch arrived. Greetings, Grand Princess. His Majesty commands your presence. The eunuch bowed. Which Majesty? Much Majesty. Long Kui held her breath. The eunuch replied. The wise and valiant martial emperor, of course. My father is alive. Long Kui stared at the eunuch. Come to the palace and see for yourself. His Majesty is very much alive and well. The eunuch smiled, clearly not an ordinary palace servant. Husband. Husband? Long Kui was excited but wary of a trap, so she looked to her husband. I'll go with you. Lin Fan's simple reply gave Long Kui the confidence to face anything. Entering the palace wasn't suitable for a large group, so Lin Fan accompanied Long Kui alone. The eunuch wanted to say something but led the way after meeting Lin Fan's gaze. They entered the palace unimpeded. Inside a grand hall, many people were already gathered. Among them was the supposedly deceased martial emperor, father. Seeing that familiar figure, Long Kui couldn't contain her excitement. Her eyes instantly turned red. The martial emperor looked as aged as ever, but he was dressed in a dragon robe. Standing on the high platform in the grand hall, he exuded a powerful imperial aura that made people afraid to look directly at him, fearing they might offend His Majesty. Hearing his daughter's call, a gentle expression appeared in his majestic eyes. However, when he saw Lin Fan beside her, his brows furrowed slightly before he quickly relaxed and nodded as if nothing had happened. We'll talk later. For now, please take a seat. Someone, bring chairs for the Grand Princess and her guest. Yes. 2 eunuchs quickly obeyed, bringing 2 chairs. Long Kui had many things to say, but seeing the others in the hall, she quietly sat down with Lin Fan. Though it was Lin Fan's first time meeting his father-in-law, he was not nervous. He thanked them for the chair and began to observe the other people in the hall. There he saw a familiar face. It was none other than the father of his eldest wife, now promoted to Minister of Rights. Seeing Lin Fan, the father-in-law looked surprised, but understanding dawned as he glanced at the Grand Princess beside him. Next to the father-in-law sat an elderly man with white hair and beard. Though Lin Fan had never met him, he guessed immediately that this was his father-in-law's mentor, the current prime minister, known as the sage of the literary world. As Lin Fan sized him up, the elderly man also scrutinized Lin Fan. Showing respect, Lin Fan smiled and nodded to the esteemed elder. The elder returned the nod with a kind smile, clearly a good-natured person. At the far end of the hall knelt a tall man. Lin Fan hadn't paid much attention at first, but a quick mental scan revealed this man was a top-tier master. That's the commander of the Yulin Guards. Seeing Lin Fan's surprise, Long Kui quietly explained. Lin Fan understood and felt a new level of respect for his emperor father-in-law. To make a top-tier master kneel without resistance required not just strength but also a commanding presence that even such a master would respect. Otherwise, such powerful individuals, who had transcended ordinary rules, would never submit to anyone. Such strength and authority were impressive, and showed why the martial emperor was revered even before his cultivation. Is that the crown prince? Lin Fan looked at the martial emperor and noticed a child sitting beside him. Yes, Long Kui nodded. Isn't it irresponsible to make someone so young inherit the throne? Lin Fan mused openly, not hiding his thoughts. Long Kui's expression changed, knowing such words should not be spoken lightly. Thankfully, Lin Fan only muttered it once, not pressing further, which relieved her. However, the martial emperor glanced their way, having clearly heard the remark, though he soon looked away. Lin Fan didn't care whether he was hurt or not, but Long Kui felt nervous, knowing both her father's and husband's temperaments. Chen Ai King, how have I treated you? The martial emperor looked at the tall man kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty has treated me with immense kindness. The man replied. Kindness? The emperor smiled faintly. If I've been so kind, Is this how you repay me? I. The tall man, the commander of the Yulin guards, opened his mouth but found no words. Go to the dungeon. When you've thought of a satisfactory answer, come back and tell me. This concerns your future and life. The emperor waved his sleeve, not waiting for an answer. Yes, your majesty. The commander sighed and left with 2 palace guards, without being bound or stripped of his martial arts, yet he didn't resist at all. Such was the emperor's might. Even top-tier masters dared not defy him. After dealing with this, the emperor glanced at Lin Fan again, who smiled back like an innocent son-in-law. Shortly after the commander left, the old eunuch entered the hall with a group of people, having received the emperor's nod. These were the southern princes, led by the Ning prince. Though the Ning prince entered the palace confidently, he lost his composure upon seeing his supposedly deceased elder brother. So, you're still alive. The Ning prince's eyes widened in shock. If I weren't alive, how would I see my brother's treacherous ambitions? 6th brother, you haven't disappointed me. The emperor's smile was cold. He looked at the other princes, also with a cold smile. And you all haven't disappointed me either. You're all quite the lot. The Ning prince remained composed, but the other princes couldn't hide their fear, their faces turning pale. Why did they only act after the emperor's death? It was his lingering authority they feared. Now, facing him alive, their past memories returned. Lin Fan, observing their fear, shook his head and smiled, understanding why they had been manipulated so easily. The only one still impressive was the Ning prince, though he too had been outmaneuvered. Prince Jian has arrived. The eunuch's announcement interrupted the Ning prince's reply. Bring him in, the emperor said. A middle-aged man in a python robe entered. Prince Jian. He and Prince Xian. Hearing the familiar yet strange title, Lin Fan's interest was piqued, and he looked at the newcomer with a smile. Prince Xian. He looked about 40, with fair and well-defined features that exuded a scholarly elegance. If not for the royal python robe, he would look more like a scholar than a prince. Brother, you're really alive. Seeing the martial emperor in the hall, Prince Xian's eyes instantly reddened. The two were born of the same mother and shared a close bond, having grown up together. The martial emperor had always had a good impression of his younger brother. Not only were they siblings, but his recent behavior had also reassured him. Most importantly, this younger brother had no fief, and had always assisted in the central administration. Without a fief, he had no substantial power. Such a powerless and obedient brother was naturally favored by the emperor. Yes, I survived by a stroke of luck, the martial emperor said calmly, without mentioning the fake death, though the knowledgeable understood. Someone, bring a chair for Prince Xian. With this command, a eunuch quickly brought a chair. Thank you, brother, Prince Xian said respectfully, presenting a harmonious scene of brotherly love. Lin Fan smiled but said nothing, merely observing the scene. Long Qi, knowing some secrets, felt uneasy. But seeing her husband beside her calmed her nerves. No matter the situation, as long as her husband was there, she never worried. This trust had long taken root in her heart. Prince Xian, how do you think we should deal with these rebellious princes? The martial emperor asked from his throne. Rebellious traitors should be executed to serve as a warning, Prince Xian replied without hesitation. You. The princes were furious and wanted to curse, but Prince Xian interrupted, HMPF. As royal uncles and brothers, you threaten the stability of our ancestors' kingdom. Shouldn't you be killed? Are you sure you want to kill us? Prince Ning sneered, showing no fear. Killing is necessary to uphold the law, Prince Xian retorted angrily, not backing down, like a stubborn scholar. And you? Prince Ning ignored him and looked at the martial emperor on the throne. Facing such an arrogant rebel, the emperor's eyes narrowed. This was not just a challenge to his authority but suggested some hidden card. Otherwise he wouldn't be so bold. Your Majesty, the princes should not be killed. The Prime Minister, who had remained silent, now stepped forward and spoke. Oh? Why? The emperor asked. The Prime Minister replied, the ancestral teachings state that royal family members must not kill each other. They can be restrained but not killed. Ancestral teachings held great authority in a society that valued filial piety. Ignoring them would mark one as unfilial, a serious accusation. Moreover, these southern princes had deep roots in the south, with heirs ready to take over. Even if all were executed, their heirs could continue the rebellion. This would only lead to more chaos, harming the dynasty. It would be better to imprison them and deal with them gradually. The Prime Minister didn't say this explicitly, but the emperor understood. If he had more time, he would likely follow this advice. Unfortunately, the princes didn't grasp this and remained calm. They understood the significance of ancestral teachings. But the emperor's next words changed their expressions. The prime minister is right, we should not break ancestral teachings. However, the ancestors also said that those who rebel must bear the consequences. Otherwise, what's to stop others from doing the same? The emperor spoke coldly. This. The prime minister fell silent, understanding that the emperor was determined to kill. Though he wanted to intervene, he knew from years of service that he couldn't change the emperor's mind. Guards. The emperor called out. A group of armored guards rushed in. Prince Ning, Prince Chen and other rebellious princes have committed unforgivable crimes. Execute them immediately as a warning to others. The emperor's judgment was swift and direct. Upon hearing this, all the princes except Prince Ning were terrified. How dare you? The princes stammered at the emperor. Carry out the sentence. The emperor ordered coldly, and the elite guards, all top-tier warriors, swiftly apprehended the princes. They had no chance to resist. However, when they moved to apprehend Prince Ning, he suddenly kicked out, sending the guards flying. The aura he emitted was that of a top-tier master. This Ning prince had hidden his strength well. The emperor remarked coldly but remained unperturbed. As the guards were swept away, several figures in golden robes appeared, exuding the same powerful aura, and surrounded Prince Ning. These were the enforcers. Enforcers. Prince Ning's expression changed. He knew he couldn't win against them. Master Kongji, help me! Prince Ning shouted. Why resort to violence? Aren't you afraid of karmic retribution? A Buddhist chant echoed as an old monk in robes appeared in the hall, emanating a strong bloodlust. With a series of palm strikes, he quickly repelled the enforcers. A grandmaster of the highest order. The emperor's eyes narrowed. Protect the emperor. The old eunuch quickly moved in front of the emperor, his sharp voice echoing. Countless palace experts swarmed in. Master, we should leave. Prince Ning knew the situation was dire, and didn't intend to stay. Amitabha. The old monk chanted, grabbed Prince Ning, and swiftly left the hall. The enforcers tried to stop them but were no match for a grandmaster of the highest order. Prince Ning, don't leave us. The other princes were in despair as Prince Ning escaped. What about us? Isn't Buddhism banned in our country? Lin Fan mused, familiar with Buddhism but aware that it was banned in their kingdom. Yet, Prince Ning had a grandmaster monk by his side, even stronger than the White Lotus leader, a true grandmaster. With foreign Buddhists involved, our kingdom faces both internal and external threats. Lin Fan smiled. While he remained calm, others were anxious. Buddhism was banned in their kingdom but flourished abroad, with some small countries becoming Buddhist states. If this was a personal act, it was manageable. If it was an organized intervention, it was a serious problem. The emperor understood this, his expression turning grave. Prince Xian also looked furious. Though Lin Fan noticed a hidden smile at the corner of his mouth, this made things even more interesting. Lin Fan smiled as well. Except for Prince Ning, all the other princes who had tried to seize power through force were executed. Prince Wu was killed by Lin Fan, while the others were ordered to be executed by the martial emperor. Once everything was settled, Long Qi and her husband, Lin Fan, were led to a side hall by a eunuch. Husband, when my father arrives, please don't speak out of turn, Long Qi pleaded, worried. Her father's nature was well known to her. To ensure the crown prince's smooth ascension, he would eliminate any threat, even if it meant faking his death. Though he had only killed the rebellious princes, those restless ministers would soon meet their end as well. The fact that only the prime minister and the successor Yi Qinghe had been summoned spoke volumes. Lin Fan, seeing his wife's concern, smiled and reassured her, don't worry, I'm not one to speak recklessly. Good. Long Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, the martial emperor entered the side hall alone. Without any outsiders present, he began to scrutinize his son-in-law, his eyes reflecting both the invincible aura of an emperor and the sternness of a father. Long Qi was nervous, lightly gripping Lin Fan's sleeve. Lin Fan, however, remained calm, meeting the emperor's gaze without any hint of fear. You're quite impressive, the emperor remarked, seemingly out of nowhere. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Please, sit, the emperor said, not as aggressive as Long Qi had feared, and invited them to sit. They all took their seats. Long Qi, thinking the tension had eased, smiled slightly. But then the emperor spoke again. You opposed the Imperial army without hesitation, defeated the Black Cloud County army, and killed its general. Were you not afraid of the Imperial wrath? This question made Long Qi tense up again. Lin Fan, unconcerned, was about to speak the truth, but seeing his wife's pleading eyes, he decided against it. Of course I was afraid. But having been wronged by traitors, Should I have just submitted to my fate? Lin Fan replied. The emperor nodded slightly, then asked, I've heard about the situation. But I'm curious, how did you know it was Prince Xian's heir who plotted against you? The person involved confessed, Lin Fan answered. The emperor's lips curled into a smile. A confession? Have you considered that the person might have lied to shift the blame, especially since Prince Xian's heir is known to be gentle and not competitive? Lin Fan laughed. Gentle? That's a nice way to put it. As for lies, no one can deceive me. The emperor burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the hall, making Long Qiui's face pale with worry. You truly are impressive, the emperor repeated, this time with a steady gaze on Lin Fan. But let's move on from that, the emperor said. In the main hall you said the crown prince is too young to rule, that it would be irresponsible to the people. Was that truly your belief? Husband Long Qiui clutched Lin Fan's hand, shaking her head. If it were any other matter, Lin Fan wouldn't want to make things difficult for his wife. But this was different. He intended for her to become the empress, believing it was the best choice for the stability of the realm. Yes, that is my belief. Do you think I'm wrong? Lin Fan met the emperor's gaze without flinching. Long Qiui's face turned white as a sheet. But surprisingly, the emperor did not get angry. He remained silent for a long time before speaking. If you believe I'm wrong, who do you think should bear the weight of the empire? Of course it should be your eldest daughter, my wife, Lin Fan answered without hesitation. Setting aside her character, Long Qiui's capabilities far surpass those of a child. In every aspect, she is more suited to rule. While novices debate and beat around the bush, those with true strength speak directly. Lin Fan wanted his wife to be empress and would not mince words. Long Qiui was shocked. She had not expected her husband to aim for her to become empress. The emperor was also taken aback, having assumed Lin Fan was just voicing random opinions. He didn't expect Lin Fan had already formed such a clear plan. The emperor fell into rare silence. Long Qiui watched her father intently. Given the current state of the main bloodline, Long Qiui was indeed the most capable. But the throne had never been held by a woman in their dynasty, nor in previous ones. It would defy ancestral traditions. You are right, the emperor admitted, but his tone quickly turned cold. But ancestral laws cannot be broken. Women cannot inherit the throne or rule the country. This is not favoritism but the reality that such a move would not be accepted by the ministers, the military, or the people. Before Lin Fan could respond, the emperor continued, I approve of your marriage. Take good care of Long Qiui, but do not entertain any further ambitions. Long Qiui bit her lip. She understood her father's point. In the end, it was because she was a woman. He had even warned Lin Fan to drop any inappropriate thoughts. Lin Fan understood, but seeing his wife's pleading eyes, he decided not to argue further. He bowed slightly and left with Long Qiui. Unless the emperor could stay alive, the day the young crown prince ascended the throne would bring chaos. Internal conflicts were bad enough, and now there were external threats as well. Even a competent ruler would struggle in such a situation. Darling, please don't argue with my father. He's right, a woman inheriting the throne goes against tradition, and would be hard for the people to accept. Outside the palace, Long Qiui clung to Lin Fan's arm, pleading. Lin Fan understood her concerns. He wanted her to rule not just out of personal interest, but because he knew the chaos that would ensue without a capable emperor. Don't worry. I never argue with elders, Lin Fan reassured her, patting her head. Hearing his words, Long Qiui felt relieved. Wait, Lin Fan suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Long Qiui asked, worried. Lin Fan shook his head, his mind connecting with the poisonous insect king. Something has happened to Haoer. We need to go back immediately. As their minds linked, an urgent message flooded Lin Fan's thoughts. Your Majesty. The princess and her companion left the capital immediately after exiting the palace. Deep within the palace hall, the old eunuch respectfully reported to the martial emperor. They left hurriedly. The martial emperor, who was handling tea utensils, paused upon hearing this report. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch bowed slightly. The emperor slowly put down the tea utensils and after a moment said, I understand. You may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch acknowledged, but hesitated to move. Do you have something else to say? The emperor's indifferent gaze fell upon him. The eunuch bit his lip and said, Your Majesty, that person seems rather unruly, not only building his own faction but also associating with many from the martial world. As a loyal servant, I must suggest that you pay attention to this matter. Oh? And how do you suggest I handle it? The emperor asked without expression. The eunuch replied, Dispatch the elite from the secret service to monitor any unusual activities closely, and if enough. The emperor cut him off. Your servant deserves to die. The eunuch immediately knelt down. The emperor did not scold him but resumed handling the tea utensils, saying, "Rise. I know you mean well, but this is a family matter, and I will decide what to do. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch was drenched in sweat. "Dismissed." The emperor waved him away. "Yes, Your Majesty." This time, the eunuch did not dare linger and quickly left. The emperor took a sip of the tea he had prepared, his face expressionless, revealing nothing of his thoughts. At the Lin family estate, Lin Fan arrived with a grim expression. "Master? The young master is in trouble." The old steward, who had been anxiously waiting at the gate, rushed up to him. "What exactly happened?" Lin Fan asked, as he walked into the house. The steward hurried after him, explaining, "Shortly after you left with the mistress, a group of men in blood-red robes broke in. They were very powerful, and our guards couldn't stop them. In the end, it took Lady Lu and the other wives to drive them away. But it turned out to be a diversion. Their real target was the young master. How is my son?" Lin Fan's expression grew colder. The steward, nearly in tears, said, "The young master was wounded by a vicious curse, and is now in critical condition." Damn it! Lin Fan's face twisted with rage as he rushed to the inner courtyard. "Husband, you're finally back." Wang Nanan and the other wives started crying as soon as they saw him. Lu Woyan, her eyes red, said with trembling lips, "Lin Fan, please look at our child." "All right, let me see him." "Don't worry. Your husband is a miracle doctor." Though anxious, Lin Fan kept his composure to comfort his wives. Remembering their husband's medical skills, the wives calmed down a bit. Lin Fan took his child from Lu Woyan's arms, his expression darkening once again. Little Lin Hao, although naturally weak, had been as healthy as any normal child under Lin Fan's care. He was a quiet, fair-skinned boy with clear eyes. But now, his skin was red, his eyes tightly shut, and he was unconscious. His small brow was furrowed, occasionally trembling, indicating he was in pain even in his coma. Hao was hit by a blood curse. If not for the tigers in the tiger garden protecting him, especially a small tiger that blocked most of the curse, our child Lu Woyan's fists were clenched, her body trembling as she spoke. There was anger in her voice, but more fear. A blood curse. Lin Fan's face was ashen, but he didn't waste time shouting. Instead, he used his medical skills to examine his son. A blood curse was a sinister method involving blood. It was like a poison but more of a curse, causing irreversible damage by corroding the flesh from within, leading to a slow, painful death. Fortunately, a small tiger had taken the brunt of the curse, so Lin Hao was only partially affected. After confirming it was indeed a blood curse, Lin Fan's heart burned with anger. His newborn son had been targeted so viciously, an unforgivable act. But now was not the time for anger. Lin Fan controlled his rage and quickly took out a kiwian blood pill, giving it to his son while channeling energy to help him absorb it. As the medicine took effect, Lin Hao's furrowed brow relaxed a bit. While the kiwian blood pill could alleviate the effects of the curse, it was only a temporary measure. Lin Fan didn't stop. As the medicine stabilized his son's condition, he took out his silver needles and began acupuncture, channeling his internal energy to drive the curse to a single point. The process was painful, and even in his coma, Lin Hao whimpered. Seeing this, Lu Woyan's tears fell silently as she covered her mouth, not wanting to disrupt Lin Fan's work. The other wives also cried but remained silent. Time passed until sunset. Lin Fan, who had been motionless, finally removed a thick silver needle, piercing Lin Hao's left middle finger. With a spurt, dark red, viscous liquid gushed out. The liquid fell on a nearby plant, which withered instantly, showing how toxic it was. If not for Lin Fan's earlier treatment, Lin Hao would not have survived. With the curse expelled, Lin Hao finally caught his breath and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing he was in his father's arms, he managed a weak smile. Despite the suffering, he didn't cry, only smiled innocently. Even Lin Fan, usually strong, had tears in his eyes seeing this. "How are?" Lu Woyan took the child, holding him tightly. In his mother's arms, Lin Hao smiled even more, his eyes forming little crescents. "Hao is fine now. He just needs to eat nourishing food to recover," Lin Fan said, his voice hoarse but smiling. The wives sighed in relief, having been terrified before. "Husband, it's my fault. If not for my matters you wouldn't have left, and those people wouldn't have dared to come. Hao wouldn't have been hurt," Long Kiwi said guiltily. Lin Fan shook his head. "It's not your fault. Even if I didn't leave for your matters I would have for something else. We can't stay home forever, and you can't always guard against every threat." But Long Kiwi still felt deeply guilty, having nearly caused her stepson's death. Enough, let's not discuss it further. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said, issue the family order. All Lin family guards, Green Forest leaders and martial alliance heads, gather immediately. Yes, master. The hidden guards obeyed, and countless experts quickly converged on the Lin family estate. Lord Blood Fiend, are you all right? In a dark mountain ravine, a blood-robed man asked anxiously. Yeah, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, startling the inquiring man even more. I'm fine, replied Blood Fiend, the one being asked. After coughing up the blood, he finally took a breath. I'm glad to hear that. The blood-robed man sighed in relief. I didn't expect that. Not only were the guards strong, but even each of his wives was formidable. Especially the one who took our blood sword. She nearly kept me there forever. Blood Fiend's mask had long since disappeared, revealing a pale square face. His blood-stained expression was ghastly. If we hadn't used the diversion tactic, we wouldn't have succeeded at all. Thinking back to the situation, he gritted his teeth. Despite their high estimation in waiting for the master to leave, they still underestimated their opponents and nearly failed. Not only was Blood Fiend himself severely injured, but of the 4 elite subordinates he brought, 3 were killed. That was their luck. Otherwise, he dared not imagine the outcome. Thank you, Lord Blood Fiend, for saving my life. Without you, I would have been left there forever. The blood-robed man suddenly knelt, all arrogance gone. There had been 4 blood-robed men, but now only he remained. If not for Blood Fiend's help despite his injuries, he too would have perished. With Lin Fan absent from the manor, they managed to break in using special means. But the powerful guards and numerous traps made their progress arduous. When the wives joined the battle, they could barely hold their ground. Even the powerful Blood Fiend was pierced by sword energy and nearly killed. 3 of their top-tier comrades were lost forever, and they barely escaped. They knew that if the estate's strongest forces hadn't left, they wouldn't have completed their mission and would have been wiped out. Now, the blood-robed man dared not be arrogant. Stand up, Blood Fiend said. Though we paid a heavy price, the mission is accomplished. The traitor's child is now cursed and will die slowly. The Holy Sun will be very pleased. Sometimes, living torment is worse than death, and this is just the beginning. He laughed coldly, having used the blood curse rather than killing the child outright to inflict maximum pain. You are truly wise, Lord Blood Fiend. The blood-robed man also sneered. Despite their losses, they achieved their goal. Let's recuperate, and then report this good news to the Holy Sun. Yes, sir. After their conversation, the two found a hidden place to rest, unaware of the trouble they had stirred. At the Lin family estate. In just 3 days, dispersed dark guards, Green Forest leaders, and martial alliance heads received their orders and hurriedly departed to various locations. Even the Pill Pavilion, Divine Weapon Pavilion, and Dominant Blade Pavilion were mobilized. There were no elaborate schemes, only one mission: find the blood-robed den at all costs and annihilate them. No matter the grand schemes or consequences, the goal was to pursue them to the end. Countless Green Forest heroes set out, leading their men over mountains and through villages. Normally discreet martial experts started appearing in homes, searching without taking money or valuables. Several large businesses also moved, offering large rewards for unusual tasks, such as locating fierce beasts. Suddenly, the entire kingdom was in turmoil. Lin Fan, initially unbothered by these hidden enemies, now sought to ensure their demise. The Dark Guards, moving in teams of 5, carried powerful weapons and could collectively take down top-tier masters. They didn't search but served as a strike force. The blood-robed men, always hidden and secretive, had never been exposed before. Each action they took was shrouded in secrecy, which was why no one in the martial world knew of them. But now, faced with relentless pursuit, they couldn't stay hidden. Sir, there's a huge black bear up ahead. It's as big as a house when it stands up, much larger than a normal bear. It's well known around here. A middle-aged hunter pointed to a large mountain and spoke to a Pill Pavilion steward. Good. If it's true, you can claim your reward at the Pill Pavilion. But keep this quiet, understand? The steward replied. Yes, sir. The hunter nodded repeatedly. Go now. The steward waved him off and then turned to a group of black-clad, masked figures. Do you need any further assistance? No. You can go, the lead figure said coldly. Yes, sir. The steward left without further words. Proceed as planned, the leader commanded, scanning the forest ahead. Yes, Captain. The other 4 masked figures responded and quickly entered the forest. This scene repeated in many places. While waiting in ambush wasn't a brilliant tactic, it was effective if done correctly. Do you need the blood of powerful beasts? Then risk your life for it. As time passed, the Holy Sun, who had been leisurely soaking in a blood pool, began to notice something was wrong. Using special methods, he could continuously boost his strength without the usual effort of training, relying on the blood of powerful beings. This method was addictive and highly effective. But soon, his easy life was disrupted. The blood-robed men delivering fresh blood became fewer each day. Initially, he thought it was just taking longer to find prey. But as the days passed without any blood deliveries, he grew suspicious. "Someone, come here!" The Holy Sun emerged from the blood pool, but the news he received was not good. Unaware of this, Blood Fiend and his companion, after partially recovering, disguised themselves and hurried back, eager to report their success. But upon seeing the Holy Sun, they sensed something was wrong. The Holy Sun, no longer in the blood pool, had a very grim expression. His gaze at them was chilling. Seeing this, Blood Fiend's heart sank. Useless fools. When the Holy Sun rebuked them, Blood Fiend and his companion initially didn't understand. But they quickly realized their mistake. They had been smug, thinking their target had been tortured to death. However, new reports indicated the target was still alive and well. Witnesses confirmed it. Moreover, because they had left loose ends, their targets retaliated, causing heavy losses to their hunting teams. This disruption even halted the supply needed for the Holy Sun's cultivation, not to mention the production of blood pills. Their mission had ended in disaster. They lost 3 of their own and brought disaster, accomplishing nothing. What else could they be called but useless? "Forgive us, Holy Sun." Understanding the situation, both knelt and pleaded for mercy. The Holy Sun glared at them. "I despise useless beings the most, especially those who not only fail to be of use but also burden their master. I detest such creatures even more." Hearing this, the 2 kneeling men were terrified. They knew well the Holy Sun's cruelty. He often killed without a second thought. In the past, those who made mistakes were thrown into the blood pool to be slowly corroded, watching their bodies dissolve while their consciousness remained painfully clear. The pain was indescribable. The dual torment of body and soul was far worse than a swift death. Fortunately, they were not met with such a fate this time. Instead, the Holy Sun gave an order. "Though you are useless, you accidentally accomplished something. I will give you a chance to redeem yourselves. This time, do not disappoint me again." He then detailed their new orders. Having narrowly escaped death, the 2 listened attentively and quickly set out to execute the task. Change. Your strength is formidable, and your influence has grown beyond expectation. But will the one in the palace tolerate such an uncontrollable factor threatening the throne? The Holy Sun watched his subordinates leave, smiling coldly. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate. "Don't worry, since you risked your lives to save my son, I, Lin Fan, will not give up on his treatment." Lin Fan placed the barely breathing tiger cub down and spoke to the worried Tiger King beside him. Half a month had passed since the incident. During this time, besides planning his revenge, Lin Fan focused on treating the tiger cub that had saved his son's life. In the critical moment, the Tiger King's family had fought to protect his son. Without them, his son would not have survived. This gratitude would never be forgotten. The Tiger King roared softly in response, licking its cub with mournful eyes. This was the very cub Lin Fan had saved in the past, now risking its life to shield his son from the blood curse. One act of kindness had come full circle. The other tiger cubs gathered around their sibling, whimpering sadly. Lin Fan reassured them, "Don't be so pessimistic. The blood curse has been expelled, and the bloodline pill's power is taking effect. Once it's fully absorbed, the cub will be lively again." The Tiger King looked up hopefully. "Do you not trust my medical skills?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. Remembering past events, the Tiger King brightened. Lin Fan had once healed this same cub effortlessly, leading to its healthy growth. With this thought, the Tiger King's eyes regained their spark. Lin Fan patted the Tiger King's head, feeling deeply grateful for these loyal creatures. After comforting the Tiger King's family, Lin Fan left the tiger enclosure. Lu Woyan, carrying their son, followed. She was equally grateful to the tiger family for saving her child and always accompanied Lin Fan during the treatments. These days, for the first time, she had exercised her authority as the main wife to improve the Tiger King family's diet. Now, the Tiger King family enjoyed ample fresh meat, better than most wealthy households. With her personally overseeing it, no one dared to cut corners. Still, Lu Woyan felt it was not enough. After leaving the enclosure, she asked, "Lin Fan, will the cub really be all right?" Lin Fan, understanding her concern, nodded, "Yes. The cub's body is more resilient than a human's, and its life force is strong. With my treatment, it should recover well. If it fully absorbs the bloodline pill, it might even benefit from this ordeal." To save the cub, Lin Fan had used precious resources, not sparing any effort or cost. He had provided an unlimited supply of the rare bloodline pills and various other potent medicines. Such high-level treatment was something even Lin Fan himself had never experienced. Hearing this, Lu Woyan felt slightly relieved but remained silent as she looked at their son in her arms. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked gently, noticing her silence. After a long pause, Lu Woyan looked up and asked, "Lin Fan, tell me honestly, will there be any lasting effects from the blood curse on Howar?" Lin Fan instinctively wanted to say no but stopped when he saw her earnest eyes. Lu Woyan's tears welled up but she held them back. "What will happen to Howar?" she asked, her voice trembling. Lin Fan sighed. Howar was born weak, with blocked meridians, making him more vulnerable than other children. The blood curse worsened this condition, further weakening his body. Many of his meridians are completely severed, although I've reconnected them. He won't be able to practice martial arts. Hearing this, Lu Woyan's legs gave out. Lin Fan caught her just in time. "Mother is sorry, Howar. It's all my fault." Lu Woyan wept, feeling deep guilt. The blood-robed men had targeted Lin Hao, likely seeking revenge against her, the traitor. This was a fate worse than death, designed to torture her by harming her child. Little Lin Hao, who had been asleep, woke up at the sound of his mother's cries. Instead of crying, he reached up and grabbed her clothes, smiling with his toothless grin, his eyes forming crescent shapes, trying to reassure her. Seeing this, Lu Woyan cried even harder. Lin Fan felt deep pain watching his wife cry. "System, is there any way to heal my son?" Lin Fan asked in desperation. Congenital defects were notoriously difficult to treat. The blood curse had worsened his condition, and surviving was already a miracle, thanks to Lin Fan's advanced medical skills. In any other circumstance, even in a modern medical world, survival would be unlikely. Advanced medical skills had their limits unless it was true divine intervention. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. To Lin Fan's surprise, the system responded. "Ding dong! Have more children to increase your luck, making it easier to encounter high-level treasures. Marry more wives to receive ability upgrade cards, which can be used to enhance your medical skills." The system's response was concise, offering two solutions. One option was to have more children, which would increase his luck and lead him to find high-level treasures, such as the legendary rejuvenation lotus that could completely transform one's body. If he could find such a treasure, Lin Hao's physical deficiencies would no longer be a problem. The other option was to marry more wives. The rewards for marrying included ability upgrade cards that could enhance his various skills. His current medical skills, though top-notch in the mortal realm, had limitations. When faced with seemingly incurable conditions, they often fell short. However, using an upgrade card could enhance these skills. The highest-level mortal medical skills, once upgraded, would become extraordinary. At that point, the current medical challenges would be easily manageable. This was indeed a system that advocated having many children and multiple wives, solving any issue through family expansion. If this wasn't the ideal system for a transmigrator, what else could it be? It seems I'll have to work harder from now on. Not just for myself but for the sake of my children. It truly shows the heart of a parent. At least there's a solution, Lin Fan thought, feeling relieved. He gently held little Lin Hao's hand, smiling and playing with him. Seeing his wife still in tears, he comforted her. "Don't cry, wife. Although Haoar's condition is serious, I have a way to cure him, and even make him stronger than ever." "Really?" Lu Woyan asked, her eyes filled with tears, her usual strength gone. At that moment she was just a mother worried for her child, not the former saintess who once led a great sect. Lin Fan gently embraced her, wiping away her tears. "Yes, really. Have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath." Lu Woyan looked at him for a moment, then leaned into his embrace. "If you're lying, I'll hate you forever and make sure Howar never acknowledges you as his father." "And if I'm not lying?" Lin Fan asked, smiling. His usually strong wife was now showing a rare moment of vulnerability. "If you're not lying," Lu Woyan hesitated, then gathered her courage. "If you're not lying, I'll listen to you from now on. I'll be your obedient wife. Didn't you say you wanted another child? I'll give you one." Her face turned red as she spoke. Lin Fan gently lifted her face and looked at her seriously. "Woyan, to cure Howar and even make him stronger, you'll need to have more children." What Lu Woyan was stunned. Really? Such an idea was hard for her to believe. But Lin Fan nodded firmly. "It may sound fantastical, but it's true. The more children his wives bore, the higher his luck value would become. With sufficient luck he could find legendary treasures. If he had dozens of children, with luck on his side, finding such treasures wouldn't be difficult. Who knows, Perhaps treasures might even fall from the sky. As a child of fortune, whatever he needed would come to him, even things he hadn't wished for. If Lin Fan became such a fortunate being, would anything be difficult? Compared to upgrading his medical skills, he preferred his child to be reborn with enhanced strength. So, he leaned towards the latter solution. It's said that the eyes never lie. And now Lu Wuyen saw the truth in Lin Fan's eyes. Returning to their room, they laid the sleeping Lin Hao in his crib. For the first time, his wife took the initiative. Lin Fan, though slightly passive, worked hard for his child's sake. The next day, Lin Fan emerged from the Saintess's room feeling refreshed. With a way to cure Lin Hao, his spirits lifted, dispelling the gloom of the past days. However, his task ahead was daunting. He wasn't inclined to marry just anyone, it had to be someone he genuinely desired. In this case, his current wives would have to endure a bit more. "Husband, there's an urgent matter," Jian Ling said, approaching him. Lin Fan led her into the room before asking, "What's the urgent matter?" Jian Ling, unaware of the situation, spoke seriously. "There are rumors spreading that you secretly control major martial forces and are building your own faction, intending to usurp power." Oh, Lin Fan smiled. "What is my father-in-law's reaction?" Jian Ling shook her head. "The emperor hasn't reacted yet, but he is a control-obsessed ruler. He won't ignore such a rumor, especially with the young crown prince's succession. We need to prepare." She paused, thinking of her sister Long Kiwi. If conflict broke out, Long Kiwi would be caught in the middle, making it difficult for her. However, given the current unrest and hidden enemies, they couldn't afford to sit back. A slight oversight recently had almost cost Lin Hao his life. "Spirit, who do you think is spreading these rumors?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. Jian Ling pondered. "We've been targeting the blood-robed organization lately. It's likely them. They have significant influence in the court and hold high positions." Lin Fan nodded. "Indeed, it's a clever move. They're using a borrowed knife to kill, hoping we weaken each other so they can reap the benefits." "Those scoundrels." Jian Ling fumed. Lin Fan chuckled, pulling her into an embrace. "They are indeed despicable. But taking advantage of me won't be easy. In fact, they might end up helping us." "What do you mean?" Jian Ling was puzzled. The current situation seemed dire for them, yet Lin Fan saw it as advantageous. For things she didn't understand, she naturally wanted to ask. But before she could, Lin Fan had already loosened her belt. "If you want to know, show me your sincerity," Lin Fan said with a mischievous smile. "Husband," Jian Ling blushed. The conversation was going well, so why was he undressing her? Her husband could be so bad. As they spoke, her robe slipped off. In no time, they were bearing all to each other. "Be gentle. And you better explain things afterward," she said softly. "Don't worry," Lin Fan replied, beginning his work for his son's sake. Truly, the heart of a parent knows no bounds. Central Capital. Fengqin Hall, Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Shenlin is not only raising a large number of personal guards but also colluding with various martial factions. His ambitions are well known, and he poses a significant threat. Please take preventive measures." Minister, he is right. In the areas controlled by the Marquis of Shenlin, people know his name more than the authority of the court. Ambitious figures from the martial world frequently visit his estate, which is always bustling with activity. "Your Majesty." As the morning court session began, a group of ministers aligned with the right minister faction started to voice their concerns, accusing Lin Fan, the Marquis of Shenlin. These ministers' intentions were clear. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, with the young crown prince beside him. Hearing the ministers' criticisms, his expression turned sour. It was unclear if he was swayed by their words or simply angered by them. Seeing the situation, Yi Qinghe, the Minister of Rights and Lin Fan's father-in-law, became anxious. If this escalated, it could lead to serious trouble. "Your Majesty, I believe the minister's accusations are baseless. The Marquis of Shenlin has served the court with great merit and is also the imperial son-in-law. How could he harbor such malicious intentions?" Yi Qinghe stepped forward, bowing as he spoke in defense of his son-in-law. "Minister Yi, everyone knows the Marquis of Shenlin is your son-in-law. Such biased words are unbecoming of a loyal subject. Don't you feel any guilt?" Another minister immediately retorted. "You." Yi Qinghe was infuriated. "What do you mean by you?" the deputy minister of war interrupted. "Am I wrong in what I said?" Without waiting for Yi Qinghe's response, he turned to the emperor and continued. "As the imperial son-in-law, the Marquis of Shenlin should not associate with ambitious figures from the martial world. Such actions are disloyal as a subject and unfilial as a junior. How can such a disloyal and unfilial person be worthy of the title of Marquise? I, though humble, cannot accept this. His words were powerful, spoken with the conviction of a loyal minister. Utter nonsense. Yi Qinghe, not one to be easily defeated, began to argue back. Seeing Yi Qinghe taking a stand, ministers from the left faction, who had recently gained more influence, also spoke out. They opposed their political rivals on principle, regardless of the issue at hand. The emperor remained silent, observing the heated debate. When the ministers grew tired, he turned to the prime minister and asked, "Prime Minister, what is your opinion on this matter?" The prime minister thought for a moment before stepping forward and bowing. "Your Majesty, much of what is said about the Marquise of Shenlin is mere rumor. This is a family matter and should ultimately be decided by your Majesty." Lin Fan, being the imperial son-in-law, was part of the royal family. Matters involving the royal family were traditionally not interfered with by ministers, especially those close to the emperor. The emperor, receiving no definitive answer, remained calm and nodded. He then turned to the middle-aged man in a dragon robe standing at the front. "Prince Xian, what is your view on this debate?" Prince Xian, with his scholarly demeanor, bowed and said, "No traitors should be tolerated. If the Marquis of Shenlin harbors rebellious intentions, he should be dealt with accordingly." The emperor nodded calmly, not showing any emotion. Several ministers who had been stirring trouble smiled at this response. The emperor's lack of refutation was enough for them. Historically, emperors, especially those with a strong desire for control, were often suspicious. Lin family estate. Unaware of the court's proceedings, Lin Fan was with Jian Ling, sharing an intimate moment. After a while, Lin Fan gently brushed her hair, holding her close. Jian Ling, her face flushed, asked softly, "Can you tell me now?" Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "This was just a warm-up." "You." "Imim." Jian Ling tried to speak but was silenced by Lin Fan's kiss. Another hour passed. Even with her martial prowess, Jian Ling was exhausted. "You're so bad," Jian Ling whispered hoarsely, her voice strained from the hours of passion. Lin Fan chuckled. "Sometimes, there's no choice but to endure for the sake of our child." He laughed heartily, enjoying the moment. "Now will you tell me?" Jian Ling asked, rolling her eyes playfully. Lin Fan nodded. "Of course there are no secrets between us." He then shared his plans with her. Someone was causing trouble in the shadows, giving his father-in-law a reason to act, which would help him achieve his goals. The emperor was old, and it was time for him to abdicate. The young crown prince was too inexperienced to rule, especially in such turbulent times. Forcing him to the throne would only bring harm. "You want Sister Long Kuai to take the throne?" Jian Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, Lin Fan smiled. While he could take the throne himself, he preferred not to be constantly busy. As an emperor, neglecting duties would be irresponsible. But if Long Kuai ascended, she would handle it well. She was already adept at politics and had the necessary skills and interest. Moreover, being a direct descendant of the royal family, her claim would face less resistance. And personally, Lin Fan was intrigued by the idea of tearing off the imperial robe himself. Jian Ling thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense. Sister Long Qi is well suited for the throne, and her claim would indeed face less opposition." "Exactly. The only issue is the emperor's reluctance. Without a valid reason, it would be difficult for me as his son-in-law to confront him. But with this trouble, it gives me the perfect pretext." Lin Fan laughed, his hand mischievously exploring Jian Ling's body again. "Ah." Jian Ling let out a soft moan, pushing his hand away. "We're discussing serious matters. Can you behave?" "I can't." Lin Fan interrupted her with another kiss, resuming their intimate encounter.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.